President Akufo-Addo's response to a question posed on LGBTQ by the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, on Monday has brought up a whole lot of conversations on the matter. Now we are out here asking people that what do you think the president's response exactly should have been? Do you think he should have been more assertive to tell the vice president that no or yes, Ghana is going to accept LGBT? Let's quickly go on and find out from the people.
The bill is in Parliament, and I believe it's a duty of the parliamentarians to work on it. And he's saying that maybe after when a bill is passed, maybe he will see what he can do. And I don't think he has anything to do when the bill is passed, if it's against the LGBTQ. And I watched the interview, I think he said, maybe ahead of maybe intervening in it, right? Yes. So like that particular word, that intervening, I think I don't agree with Mr. President. Because first of all, he said the bill is at the Parliament, right? They are debating on it. And so when they are debating on it, when the bill is done, when you intervene, so you are intervening us in a negative perspective or in a positive perspective, they get it. Because those are the Parliament, they are matured enough to know what is right and wrong. They get it. So after their decision, I think it will favor the whole Ghana. That's why they've taken that decision. They get it. So when you are saying you intervene as in, do you get it? So with that, I think I don't make I'm nowhere in the sanction, Mr. President.
They should not accept it. Me myself, I'm not agree. If there's any question, is it good as a Christian can adopt that? Useless things like this in this Ghana, Christian country like this, we will not accept it. That is my point. That is my point of view.
Okay, so what do you think the president should do?
He should withdraw. He should withdraw from it. Yes.
You no penny president awaba omenu. Nkrofo abako. Na yebisa saa nipa na abetena konwa so da se. Saa asema abe na yi. On adwene sen, on kire won se ha eyibusuo mayen enti ye mpe. Enti ehwa na on pack won ne amnko. Enti so no nkrofo hu na adwene enti na ma nkrofo bi ebo ho. Ekoye saa de call parliament because on hu se ayade a na nige ho. Na oman ye chiri nti ena ma on ye saa. Enti mitumi no mitumi se ono no pe. O so yan adwene ahwe na mu enye yi. Nti on fa na ase nko. Me ne nya adwene. Eche se president no aye na adwene se o be se o je saa de ne tum o man yi mu na mu ye chiri. Nti eno an onko ni baby. Yempe.
So basically what he's saying is that the push of the president suggests that he wants LGBTQ to be approved in Ghana, and as a Ghanaian he doesn't think that that is the right way to go, and he does not agree with the president saying we should wait for Parliament to discuss or deliberate on the bill and see what will come out of the passage.
Sir, asem we dey ya na ne kan ayetin to say yan ya tie chire a ye ni aban mu no ya dream ye different from omo aban mu no. Let's say omo nim dodo sen ye say what you say omo nim dodo sen ye say president no matter comment onim ba be free what you say anonti na parliament wo ho minority and then majority. And so I say enjoy parliament na omun discussing here. I think that there is nothing wrong with it. And I mean sure say parliament discuss here. Me van say dodo no kopene so. Say law no yem pass. Kra na esan say dodo no apene so nti president ni ntimi approve. But let's see. Let's wait so say Parliament be approve. Now you see the president, and I don't think say the president will be allowed, sir. At the it is based on the president. Can't you say a bad judge? I'm say be wrong.
BBC no. We simple. Me bema. Me bra we so e bema. Oyo ba onyonko ba ho. O se na ho ya akono yi. Mint me fa o say mint me fa me bra peni say me ne koye sa ade no. Into a nice guy say bia bena ma be so pe. Wo no forward to meet me no amengo all right. Ba me tin go fa bema say me ne bema ko se obeji atum na sika be ba o man ni mu na o man ne ho enkyere ne nko ade a me de mefo aso onjintum ojitum a omo ombe no before no nkofo ye deda anambua nkofo ye deda nti opa onjintum se scam be ba ma o man no ye won hianya ye de a e okay onjintum ojitum o wanjantum o meme nkofa be ma sem ne koda wati ase na also be so na open na ba kofo ba so ni be lobi dia mama sem me be ma se me nkofa mnyanko semi de dem be ma tumba we be ma oni no fo we kama hyemenuma me fi sa me da ko fo be ma se da bi sika nim na ya on be che ye dia ye hia and ye kan ga se ba be tu no flat house ye ni na enko yi kra ohun ye yi.
So what he's also saying is that he doesn't have any problem with people wanting to be gay, lesbian, or part of the LGBT community. As for him, he will not be part of LGBT. But if the president thinks that accepting the LGBTQ in Ghana will make Ghana better or bring more foreign aid to Ghana, then he agrees. But if it doesn't, then he doesn't think that it should be accepted. So after speaking to a number of people, they believe that the president should have just gone ahead to tell the Vice President of America that Ghana will not accept LGBTQ. Others also believe that what he said was right. He wants to leave it to Parliament to make the decision. Some others also believe that if accepting LGBTQ will bring some good money or foreign aid to Ghana, then why not? My name is Stella J. Jomsogli for GhanaWeb TV.
If a district is identified to be a district that is smuggling our cocoa out of our country, that district is not going to continue enjoying the benefits Cocoa Board has been providing to farmers. Water region, the cocoa that we bought this year, if you compare to last year, which was our lowest in recent years, it is not even up to 10% of what we did last year.
Seriously?
Yes. So we asked the farmers, if you say that Cote d'Ivoire is paying slightly better amount than Ghana, and you prefer to be paid the same amount of money, do we now cancel all these interventions and give the money to you?
Okay.
And you take care of it? The farmer said, no, we don't want it.
So they want to eat their cakes and have it.
This week on E-Forum.
See, who you be na say, who you say you are the best at it. That's what we ban normal concepts here and follow within your scope. I didn't go to my brewer. And this kind of thing, so why would he be explaining things? Echo young about the client's concept or develop here, it wouldn't go so excuse my language, gibberish.
How embarrassing is the stage?
For me, I saw it as if you are nursery phobia on my stage on my what day, on my recitals, and I started among some.
Beyond the return, and a friend is a year of return. We saw number of foreigners trooping in call this friend is saying this tourist sites, which at the end of the day boosted the economy. No? And now we have the US Vice President on Waba. It has added a certain huge
clouds,
yes, to the industry.
susu san kwai no bia wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Biboga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What they send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Say the master dinner dameso mun fra mina na hema amanya meche ayama broni masanso epie me enonyemu ewo nkomo ho on GhanaWeb TV sabo me match de wo say Ghana man te say hu say nkofu efra kente wo portray one culture regional wo fia na je ni nyina ne na wo hia say de nanim say nkomo ho eye ka entertainment news latest just social media trends and just say nkomo bi e ko so showbiz industry anything na menam so de men say mrekwa na wo twi de me so me ho ayefe na nkomo no so de mu ye homa nkasa nti ye ntwa ye homra sesia Yembon rem yen kejengwa se den I me matter se me se compliment mo kakasa ma na ho aye fe ade pa wo fie ye hu sa ya mo ntoda mo ntomo boase na yen kente bi ahini mei na te say ya wa mamra ye fenti mo ma yen toto na se kra na watwi de ma be de na ma ba yen hia se yen waste time kra na watwi e ye Ghana man ti ma hye da pese me promote Ghana funum to for showbiz entertainers so ko ba say one project awoye say ye album say ye single anything concerning our artists and our actors and our actresses me pese me promoting na watwi me pese me de wo femu Ghana funum to for one drop e albums one so ye hwenim so de one albums betudwa one drop some music video bi I say start e catch fire kakran say nkofo di twa won na ase ne nyina bebo won di na say ya bon abaso say won so won te ya na mu so akokopɛ project bi no so wonya bi etie say ye stream no anything you do to support them na wa support you na ye hya ase de e shatter wale in the year 2022 mbekaya na eye album Gift of God nyetie na ye die ti de bia me banko ma o so akaka na we release ye akaka na we release ye ehun komo de ebe ye beja me nko honom but fans of Shatterwale SM movement Shatter movement mun twa ma akoma to mo yem kra ya the album for France we in the year 2023 a friend Mali IMAALI unye binte ya no bomode ne wetie it's a 10-track album and Vibes Cartel e was subi and Shatterwale na nkasa na nyomi die emuye hwama nkasa na mafukeka se Shatter we die wo die ade esie yen kwa won se we yakwa to say the last time ye nyam beka so ye de beba ye befa be de beba no hindrance ne hu ane se Shatterwale e ka so odi album ba betudwa ye wo ha yen se we release wa drop it yan se de hu se media to bi na find ko se mafuchema Shatter album no de betudwa ne de eye de aye masa musamoni ya te say eye Vibes Cartel on Vibes Cartel nyumi a Vibes Cartel so ogusuda eye banko prison bi but Shatterwale ene ni wonyum ene na esemfu say eye very big news cause what's one Beyonce aye nyum no obi kwa po asanso that prison ko na aye nyum aye say enye mo size na say mo no one door for just agenda there muri jayo ayo number 7 bisa say Shatterwale eye new album ya to di Mali no nye wan ene your favorite track me dey track 1 and at track 3 and me very favorite and of course the very last track with a Vibes Cartel and no so emuye hwama kasa nti wunye bi mpe ya no wanye bi apena me hu say asen kofo pese we create agenda bi wo eye social media me kwati a we say na album no so and na then am say sometimes see obi babo odin akọ studio Shatterwale ankasa na produce ne ho eye ne mixes ne ade all these things is doing it no abom odin na the project are too hon ma nti wunya ne fana e bia wo other side that no akomo you know it's allowed ye din at na ho na sa agenda no mo pese mo create me wo se benum se sresro ba shatan so anfa anche mo so no mo call head on aka so se na mo ye ne ye dey o se sebio eye nkrasesem nti Shatawale album na ba betudwa no mafo keka nti wonya bi ntie ya na obo mo de na wonya bi etie na ye hwe nim se nanso eda ye nim Shatawale betumi aye promotion bi kakra se be ye media to obi ana se ne but even without the tour the streams na egusu koso nti mo de na mo ye the moon streamy no obi ba kon so a odi eye album eba betudwa eye Stone Boy and Beam Nation for ya to eye album you di Fifth Dimension na album no says promotion so internationally locally oh eyefe ade de eyefe anoma ye dem aka say eyefe Stone Boy abon homodin pa no wo say project here Stone Boy ba be release so no mema o details album na 17 track album ai no mako 17 na we pie gu so na chese ase skirmishes bi ka create anim no oba be release album cover no chese hu se nyama ko mo ya anticipation mo look forward the bebe se dia ba betudwa album cover fe Stone Boy akasa na eda so na hu se picture ba ko bi na ase ne nsanka wa bebre diamonds bi ni ade na ne tini so one style man fe ne hu se eye fankasa na emu de wo feature eye Angelina Kidjo ono so ewo so na adam for very own Davido eno so ewo so nti activate ai no so say me sha dance spoil fa me say me bubo bi kirem nti wa wunya eye album ni bi ni nti eye say woko eye Stone Boy ni social media pages are why adverts bebre afa hom na mafo chema this is going to be a very big project nti Beam Nation for say na mo kan we say we dey eye ne awode kwan fa ni bia ne awode ko eye Grammys nti Fifth Dimension album no dey enyom na woso na doso nti bomode ana pebite na eye Nigeria ntunu eye Davido hu se take some break bi me be se me kan mo ya tama ne be film ewo in October no take break se de o se or the album ba betudwa no so de betudwa no eye 17 track pepe no se ase Davido Timeless any Stone Boy Fifth Dimension ni na eye 17 ase relation bi won but unu sa akofo de one activate wo feature eye Davido wo so eye Stone Boy na asemi na make nti this week the music lovers bubenya nyumpa bebre etie na meka eye won workers wo the album abetudwa na make sense so abo eye medical din planning and plotting who said you release single back or if so Cold and Trophies no official sister Deborah no no so mugusu ye who promotion na what she the me say medical all your media rounds bebre you know in ahead of the planning and plotting nti na me kan ye Ghana man ye support ye own nti won say ya mama yenye in anticipation nyom ne drop kwa one drop album no kwa na ye hu dede because we've seen other people do it they be amaka so Nigeria this is what we have to do so because we be release project when say be afa na we ka so be munje na promote my yes ye njije hu kakra na make an album ni mense na media to dwan shatter den there be to dwa na ne ye hwe ni me say beba medical the planning and plotting and na Stone Boy Fifth Dimension now young guy be a friend Olive the Boy I also know so the any project be about to dwa no your friend Havana na uko social media ni Havana is coming na sa young boy ni de me kan me ni Olive the Boy who was some exceptional talent. What's in the voice? I say, hey, Benum Champo as a voice now. I just say Nigeria for about Munim and Papa demo person Toma Nigeria for your garden to won't say out boy. No back be the bed to jet I or yes, some new Karma Black Stars, Zinina, a money bobo inti a Olive the Boy so the project babe to defend Havana and Tiaba onya momo de na moon stream na mo te voice am say eh akwa so na o she hosa young boy kramen Canada na ye fi albums so no me fi honoma na mo man kan wan drop singles at say wo di a video attachi Kwame Eugene of Links Entertainment a cryptocurrency new feature a routine I video now be to just say there's a new video in town from Links Entertainment so na unye being share no more than me my video no right it looks different it's not like you know the regular ones na ya hu me nka say regular say we won bomb mo de mpamocho mo ntima mo twema anu sibone Ghana man me be hand be condemn me de if unya cryptocurrency a video ni being share no more than no akọ YouTube o search Kwame Eugene cryptocurrency ubenye bi ahwe na Kofi Mole any kwasiata e de numfufo bi abetudwa wo friend ni win we're releasing music video no so call YouTube I'll benye biashe the rap was okay the music video was equally good it's mumbo madiana mumpebi na ye kan oba ya san so a rap goddess eno baroni enso ede a new project be ababetuja a new single this has just been some few weeks old na no know what to do only ja na onim say eno baroni de a VGMA's nomination when the betuja do akasa ne ho akasa ne tinu wo say etisanka wo nominating wo last week na me betuja so say ono kra a rap performance of the year next nominating hip hop song, hip hop artist, she deserve to be part of it. Now, one nominating it, those I quite to say as a need to more yen in a broad brain, a man for entry the in but I know so I won't him the doubt and ye never become. And yet, VJ so a moment never validation. Ye can gun any room to me rap parties and anwato. Ye, you top 3 as in a biaokan. Ye to me, Bonnet and Faudin County. I know in my way, Bua Bemo, Coswana a day. Koswana koso na yeka eye VGMA ya musem na one of the artists on song category if any Maya Blue no so links entertainment on Mr. Ju Apana almost say omu de num fufu bia beto your show into one TV and wako body and wako YouTube and also enye a music video but it's a new single a danceable tune bi na now what trade me person me promote Ghana for nyum to phone tie bia sa afa mani so near be artist be a releasing no be and I say project be na some mamba where they more fan chemi kwa but say na media can there are new releases there are new songs out there and I make a Kelvin Boy and also at the project out to no so if any say be like that now no near me dama me ten me born be say being and say be a crown and me fisu kotenyum foforo na video no so kama anti Kelvin Boy new one be like that no e da se boko nti pebi dia yeden pebi netie na what we don say be immune sem nyina abrew make an artist a wo project they be to say be just news about them it's about time so you say throw more light onto the project that mo say ye EP say ye album say na ye den o no na ye ka ho asem ti me di mu nkyeremu nyina abrew Message more kwaba enkomo on GhanaWeb TV and I just say when you go so ama broni me dey mu nsem nyina me kyerɛkyerɛ ase na me bie be nsɛn na me bie nya me ni kyerɛw na unse say me pese me bɔ ahemia aso me bɔ aba so cause tama ya makukure gu me nka so ewe mi na me nim sɛ saa na ati boy ya to aso dia eye na watchi na US Vice President United States of America Kamala Harris edin ni kyerɛ Ghana ha say no of the 33 African countries Ghana na air first odin ni ofi ha say odin ni kyerɛ Tanzania ofi oko Zambia na ni nyina mu US omo pese omo build one relationship with these African countries na to say one influence on the African continent in mu bia on so we na say why but wa nim ne wo mu dedawo na Kamala Harris edin ni kyerɛ Ghana ha say ne say omo je na wa to entertainers bebre so ehunu Black Cherry one of the meetings no so I see Idris Elba na yes I'm dinner bi omo with the president in attendance crown na fia nectar no to kotunum de real and so performance kama on say yem de worry show fake na oba na o release some playlist be of African songs na mensa feature wom ai na amare no so hobby young musician Herman Sweet no was so yen rapper Sakode no so na afen so Black Sheriff no so ejina so others so ka ho nti se unya Kamala Harris ni playlist of African songs and obomode an wetie bi na emu so de Ghana for say ye feature wo mzene no an ye no aye ndimo na Kamala Harris edi ni chere Ghana ha say na da no oroko no sada na comedian Michael Blanks no so de ni chere Ghana no chirema o se tema wo be si Kotoka International Airport na wonya information bi so Kamala enso wo around nti won so spend room for an extra 1 hour onu no see for any Ankofukana bia it was due to security reason. Kamala Harris ni chire kroma say na security na very tight. Baby obekọ bia say mo hwehwe say bibia de da ko na zo Ghana dey a very peaceful country. But him say be one of the national be for foreign so they had to make sure that security was what on point. It say there Kamala Harris if krom has say na me say it created an opportunity or our entertainers ebinum so hia no ekohu no interaction. So you are just hoping memfo chema hu obehu ye man pay na do dan Kwaku Fadron. One abashen kaka to say the son was so many my thing. What is kind of better to Tony Memunat as BBI again. See, can say Kamala Harris, you knew that you were enjoyed. But me Nimo, say Ghana Jollof, you're near Bidiana. Now what she I am to Moses okay. I or yeah interview be Power FM, not in some breed to drop. Ochemo no tamana no si so no ko pen ho kafo no as obi awaren na on pen me bi ochirima samia no bu won say we very busy won to me nya kwankora mehwe fie won to me nya kwantene fie de bia on duty eye wo say eye soldier for police for doctors nurses so na samia no bu won say won nya time nti na wo hwehwem eye obi a aye ne ho kafo no oyi na ni fi one side kwa no ba no bom pipe nyakopon so ombomode ano mpa obi a obetumi atena so obi on hawa adwen obi a okase otena se na watena se obi a tese nyamesro woni mu tese ama broni dibi aware nyakopon tie ni mpa ebo na eja o ma ne lecture bi no tese ono no so ware ware fe kama na Moses okay ya de nsemi tutudwa na ochire ma Kristo ni de Kristo ni nyakopon ti mu wo kan wo Bible wo ko wa so ru tia wo tight de and sense what I say secular music as a we as nyom you tie bi o se na ka wo de ka we as nyom kra fa ho ben ya say bia say wo ko praise bia wo de wo him ahim na say wo tie and then na say wo bom pai na de wo di twa wona say na aye say we as fu nyom no ne ade no say and sense fata o se no yo Christian good Christian papa ni benye motor monjo enye no bi no ka o say good Christian de wontie secular music na o de say me betu na say eh na asema wo ken ye be ye den na be fine na be sin but wow you Christian wa ni se nyame bi wo no wo se mfatamo enyame na mabeka ba wa wo hwe na wo fele se bia wutie wo wi aso nyomutumi bo obra ye papa dia na de wa anka se de wanim na wa ye ne ye de betumi aboa ayo na se ye to aso de ye na hema amanya meche opoko atakra ai na watwi de me bia keka nkosi nka meya mefra enye endafem na makase ye ko Paula Bruni na de bi elubi beka ho na watwi me release eye Monsen Kados new one kra na ye hwete se couples ai wan wa ware a obanya maaye se na wo betumi ahande koso no se pressure na is getting worse wo ware na se ebusuafo na wo ilo da be na wo be wo na fine ne kosi budi twetwa nkofo aso keke munim ye wo mu ha couples da mo obi ambone bra koso ni otinija ho na many merry being and etnas AS Master Nexon and Thomas Dude Labig Amanquado. They discussing it. So the same break to dra and see a latest episode of Moons and Cados of GhanaWeb TV. So when you be share dear, but modern pan and you be share. Near you sounds to divert take a kind of share a year. So on your baby on your euro on your baby bone and you could say or baby ma. Some because unplanned pregnancy na so unplanned pregnancy eba say na mo beye we because mo ba ko ye egu so ma ko ye mo beje ba no because maybe brave obi na say be on pen but nyin se na ko ba ne de na say ye don o worry ntini nyina mu se na betoto onya meye na be ya be plan no life ye se na be ya nku san sam nyina mba ni nyina na ya chechira ye discuss e wo ye Monsen Kados nti wunye bi nhwa ko ye YouTube GhanaWeb TV na be nya bi ahwe kama kwa na bi wi a be ma me feedback.
I think my wife and I we made a lot of things clear to both parents. We have visited my parents and they've passed the comment and shut them up. We visited her parents. They've made a comment and she shuts them up. Because prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it will take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
You understand?
Yeah. Ya guso di nkomo na last year me call Shatawale ni medical show Freedom Wave concert and me ko share young singer photocopy I unim na photocopy die he's a very young talented musician otunyum kama na me ko share no kwa me ni interview na watch ya photocopy din sembi betudwa o hodi a concert one at the children's park na ba ko ewoka so very successful for a young guy dem ko fose o ya de wo se ne papa na managing into ono so modimbo bia obono na mwe bi obode bo na ba no se esu ani akasa na photocopy ahead of when na oye interview bi no chirema o se o hate kwam you just on penasem hate the mafochema is a very strong word for abofraketwa to use but or no edina no disem to just say ensem bi akwam eka kire no enka enye nyame na ebe mu a anka bebu na ben ebi kwa bo na anka wantumi antwa so anturu num o se ensem no kwam Eugene ka kire no when did for almost like 3 days no say hey I no kware asem na okay boy bono no kan yentumi ka so boya na se yensu ni yenjina ho na se betu na so oh kwame ada na abofra ketwa utumi kan asem ebu na bem sensem so na etene so na okan se wanko me ne wona ye ngina ho na binum eka kwame anim potopoto binum so kiremo eye photocopy ese ne managers for na ehwe na tese nsem bi betu dwa na dem so mokofo ka se na abofra na utumi ka se wutan obi de otan de sanka ya de kesio but eye kwame Eugene eso at the side of the story aba betu dwa kwame kirema enye sa na ete o se no no kwa not eye Links Entertainment Rich Mensa na mame restaurant na na no didi na photocopy ne papa buy no so ne photocopy papa de so ni minute da and also me beni nu na pese me no ye feature collaborating kakra no so no de sa de be ye de ne ese home management but kwa me say who say de wa photocopy papa onim no na akakoye ne so wo de me mi uni pant ya fe na de ma be fa rich be de ma fa management na nka ye nkoye ni ma o se nya sa net nti enuam keke sa say rejection or the ma won at that time so won go through right channels enu na nyi na akokofa sa so na ba kwa me chemo se ade abro na adwe ne nti aseso no so o se sa da na asem ni sini kwa o de mo twitwa pictures they vibed into until as says the man sa betwem na abofre kwotena ase kase na fa ne kosi o so no de on fan share ni mu bebu ni say abofra de onum se to bia ontumi kasa ye nti ono de onye ne target on ka se we bia say so no de oni hweka but emu nchiremu e no de abetudwa na what we are Rob celebrity photographer Rob photography on Instagram abe say twitwa pictures fine uko big event shows last year December GhanaWeb mu say cover December in Ghana show most of the shows are make me who so no so gina say twitwa pictures e become kama na what we are no dini birthday nti ya kan say Rob photography unuma padi e say dey bebre who can celebrities are pictures obi otwitwa won pictures and oko grace big events e be ka say Rob nti e ma wo affect what can say awoda pa yakopon hia no ma ho ne se dwuma wo ye nyina eno so enye den enko animma na answer na me sorry so no mama me fa story last one in between na what we dey anti asem dey emfi Nigeria na dwani sinsi ni twene yo odochi ayon na yere May na wo se one first son aka baby na wo se na uka last year wo say you akwakọ fa obi afoforo aware ne na wo ba ne fan ne kosi na meyi nkofo hye ne nkura so enye hwe nya bonu do tutu dwa se ono de wamba ware so aba polygamous marriage na enye sa ne net nti ne kunu ye na anye ne de na nsem ye wo ho no ma but obi fi asem de unu se wo ka na wa ye de wonya abotanti ye de ese ye de nsem ye kwakogu na ye that's what I will say one first child you and May one be you no say we dey asefem be ni na won say na watwe dem kofu bebre dey arechichen sem enu kwanhye sem dey ama awufi no wachi ma nyame na ema na nyame na eje but etoribu asa nyame na ema nyame na eje na yaw pa mafuchi ma Nigeria for entertainers bebre won wa hwe won ba. Last year was the video. This year so ye odochi but no so woody. Send eba no ni beba send eba star eba de bia na eba but ne kan ne say awufu ye ade atoni ye ma mo hyede pa na watwe de amabroni say na me di kan no it was just promotion of our artists won ma pa wo ye nti album eda apaso Shatawale di malidi say wunya bi nti ya odofo pomodi anetie bi na munjai sa negative attitude meni nyi hu SM fan makasa na Stone Boy and a medical award album ba betudwanti but modi ana pebina no sutie new releases songs videos music videos are newer this week by ni namdin na bro instead of what we say American de bia me mani die chi mission ye koso social media trends ba beef celebrity news entertainers bia amdin na bro ntinda se ne na what we da ye ni mama broni mesan so ani motion se na ye kan Ghana man mo koso amundin ye ndwan mo nsentare ni ade ye de match kwakogui ne se bia de akwakogu ntina ni ne sa na ti o debi mo mo de na mo promote yen culture kwame befa so bia odofo bo mo de na fa so na ye mayen da se ne ye besan so ahia makramo
ye bibi na say unim say you are the best at it na so biba no more concepts be and fall within your scope idea nim go say bit ma brewa and this kind of thing koje so why would he be explaining things e ko yi an ko ba be kire say the clients concept or develop here na nya ne de it wouldn't go so excuse my language gibberish.
How embarrassing is the stage?
For me, I saw it as if you are nursery phobia on my stage on my what day on my recitals and I started a mom so mundinaso.
Beyond the return, and a friend is a year of return. We saw number of foreigners a troop in call this friend is saying this tourist sites, which at the end of the day boost the economy. No? And now we have the US Vice President on Waba. It has added a certain huge
clouds,
yes, to the industry.
If a district is identified to be a district that is smuggling our cocoa out of our country, that district is not going to continue enjoying the benefits Cocoa Board has been providing to farmers. Water region, the cocoa that we bought this year, if you compare to last year, which was our lowest in recent years, it is not even up to 10% of what we did last year.
Seriously?
Yes. So we asked the farmers, if you say that Cote d'Ivoire is paying slightly better amount than Ghana, and you prefer to be paid the same amount of money, do we now cancel all these interventions and give the money to you?
Okay.
And you take care of it? The farmer said, no, we don't want it.
So they want to eat their cakes and have it.
Now, oh, back canoe crane. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
With the assistance of the Maltese government, who seconded the Maltese official, Mr. William Francis Brennan, to Ghana to help set up our lottery institution. This was at the request of Ghana's first president, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, after a delegation of Ghanaians who visited there realized that there was a game that was raising revenue for the people of Malta and assisted them in so many ways. The Maltese government responded to the call of Osajifo and gave us the first Maltese official to assist us in setting up this institution over 60 years ago. Unfortunately, the NLA had not been there to say thank you for over 60 years that the Maltese government did help us to set up what we have today as the NLA. We could not have held this program without the blessing of our mother authority in Malta. Therefore, in November 2022, the board granted approval for some board members and management team to visit Valletta, Malta, to invite the Maltese government and the Malta Gaming Authority to the Grand Deba of our 60th anniversary. Let me pay glowing tribute to the assistance offered to the NLA in getting our Maltese friends back. With this, we want to say a big thank you to the Maltese High Commissioner to Ghana, His Excellency Jean-Claude Malia, and Ghana's High Commissioner to Malta, Her Excellency Barbara Akoko-Benisa. These two diplomats facilitated our trip together with the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, Madame Shelley Ayoko-Botwe, and granted us safe passage to meet with our mother authority in Malta. Again, in Malta, we're blessed to also have a conversation with the Honorable Speaker of the Maltese House of Representatives, Honorable Anglu Faruja, who handed over the 1962 Act of the Maltese Parliament that gave the Maltese government and granted approval for the establishment of the DNL in Ghana. Today, we have the very original copy back at the NLA, and we're preparing our museum to also host all these important historical facts. The Maltese government again also sent representatives to attend the Grand Deba and presented once again to the NLA the original and the first appointment letter of Mr. William Francis Brennan, who was seconded as a Maltese public official and our first Director General of NLA, detailing how much he will be paid, what he's entitled to, and how much the Maltese people will be investing in him as he set out to set up this beautiful and strong authority. To deepen these ties, the Maltese Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade visited the NLA during a visit to Ghana. And again, this was early part of this year. So after 60 years, Ghana finally reconnected to Malta and the NLA to its mother authority through games. This has renewed the ties between our two authorities, and the NLA is seeking to benefit from the wealth of experience of our Maltese counterpart, who have been operating for the past 100 years as an authority. Again, we hosted the conference, as I spoke about earlier, the seminar on responsible gaming, and we had several booths for some exhibitors to display their wares, their products and services. The seminar brought together leaders and guests from over 20 lottery bodies across Africa, Europe, and North America to Ghana. And as I also stated earlier, the 4-day event that took place between the 7th of December 2022 to the 10th of December included all these events, the seminar, the Grand Deba, and all the unwinding in the capital city of Accra. Our Grand Deba was attended by the Honorable Chief of Staff, Madam Akosia Frima Osei-Opare, His Honor Justice Yoni Kolendi, who represented His Lordship, the Chief Justice of the Republic, Justice Kwesi Eni-Yeboah, the Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Members of Parliament, our revered chiefs, our partner banks, our lotto marketing companies, our private lotto operators, our third-party collaborators, stakeholders, our well-wishers, our African and World Lottery Association guests. We are also privileged to have His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, as our special guest of honor to press the knob for the first winning number, allowing history to repeat itself after 60 years, when the then Prime Minister of Ghana, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, also pressed the first winning number that gave a proud Ghanaian £5,000 that very day. Hosting the ALA seminar in Ghana did not only bring over 100 global leaders of lottery to our country, most of whom were experiencing Ghana for the first time. By in doing so, we also contributed to revenue, tourism, and the hospitality industry. It is instructive to note that when His Excellency the President posted myself and my deputy to the NLA, we had some few challenges. We met a rising debt of over 15 million of unpaid wins on the assumption of office. As of now, we have cleared a greater part of the debt, and we continue to make efforts together with my very competent and solid management team to clear the outstanding debt. We have now developed the instant pay, which is a *389 *1000 hash for players to instantly redeem their wins of up to 1,200 cedis after every evening draw. In partnership with our corporate lotto marketing companies, LMCs, we call them, we have also instituted the prize payment centers in our regional offices nationwide for wins up to 12,000 Ghana cedis. Again, when we got to the NLA, as I said, when His Excellency posted me and my deputy there, we had to also, together with the board, renegotiate some deals that were already existing. For instance, the KGL group, as at 2021, were paying 25 million cedis to the NLA as our share of the revenue, and for them as our online partner. After several months of renegotiation, and for the avoidance of doubt, per the earlier arrangement, the KGL was supposed to continue paying 30 million in 2022, 35 million in 2023, and so on. But we renegotiated it to start from 50 million cedis in 2022, with 3 million cedis in addition for stabilization fund of our LMCs, and 2 million cedis as their support for good causes, since lottery is all about good causes. Someone may ask, what is stabilization fund in the NLA's architecture? We believe that technology and digitalization has adversely affected our old partners, LMCs, who used to sit in the kiosk and who sit in the kiosk. To cushion them in this age of digitalization and for them to also remain competitive, we continue to also support them from our online partner as a share of their contribution towards cushioning them. In addition, and again this year, the governing board, together with the management, we also renegotiated the KGL deal in a 10-year license for them to start with 65 million cedis revenue to NLA this year. We have been aggressive in exporting our games to other countries and for royalties. With a typical example I gave you earlier of the Nigerian experience, where for over 25 years they were playing our games and our numbers for free, where they pirate our numbers to pay wins in Abuja, Lagos, and across the Republic of Nigeria. We told our African brothers that we are happy that they continue to enjoy our games, but these games did not arrive by sudden flight. It had to take our management team, our staff, to develop this game. So Nigeria, to start with, will be paying the NLA through their partnership with KGL. They'll be paying 18 million cedis to the NLA as additional revenue to the NLA this year. And same with La Côte d'Ivoire, who also continue to also pirate our numbers. And in Ivory Coast, they call it Loto Ghanaian. The Ivorians, also through their partnership with our online partner, will be paying 13 million cedis to the NLA. This means that this year, the NLA, from our renegotiated deal with the KGL, will be paying 92 million cedis as their revenue share to the NLA. This is a major improvement and a major boost from what we inherited some 18 months ago. We have also begun engagements with Burkina Faso. And let me also state that some few months ago, we happened to also host another African Lottery Association conference in Marrakesh, Morocco, where we began negotiations and discussion with Burkina Faso and Niger to trade our games and collaborate with them. We believe that when all these also should go through, NLA can also rein in additional revenue to support national development. Licensing of private lotto operators. To sanitize the lottery space and aggressively deal with the activities of the axis of evil of illegal operators, the NLA started the process under my previous colleague, my predecessor, together with the board to license these operators annually. Again this year, those who picked forms and are currently undergoing the scrutiny of the board paid 1.5 million cedis to enjoy our games. And also, if they also want to have a bite of the Veterans Administration Ghana's game, that's the VAG Lotto, they're also paying additional 500,000 cedis. This is so because the NLA operates the VAG game on behalf of the veterans of Ghana. And we also owe it as an obligation to support them on a monthly basis for their upkeep. The NLA, as part of the collaboration with the military, We support our veterans in terms of their medical coverage, in terms of their participation in international veterans activities, and also just last year also presented them with a brand new 4x4 vehicle to aid the running of the Office of the Veterans Administration in Ghana. Again, the PLOs are required to also pay a fixed figure to support our Good Causes Foundation. We signed on new collaborators as well. And these third-party collaborators, we are seeking to bring in more revenue and some innovative and exciting games. We currently have Zeta Technology, Blue Star High Tech, Fortune Synergy, among others. It is our considered belief that in the next 2 to 3 months, we will have Zeta, Fortune Synergy, and the rest also going live to develop a non-590 game for the Ghanaian public. Blue Star High Tech is also one of our TSPs, signed on by the board and also licensed as a PLO to also provide an end-to-end solution to also help us to combat the activities of the illegal operators. It is also important to note that our existing technical service providers of LOT and SIMNET also continue to support our operations by also offering terminals and supporting our LMCs to be able to sell our game. Our trip to the Caribbean nation of Jamaica last year, after paying a visit to their lottery operator and discussion with the biggest lottery operator in the Caribbean, the Supreme Ventures Limited, together with their local partner of Game Park Limited, I'm happy to inform you might also yield some very good results in the next few weeks. What we seek to do will be to introduce new games together with our partners from Jamaica. I'm sure it'll be exciting to play and watch a Jamaican game. Also, the NLA's machine that you see on your screen, we normally refer to it as our godmother machine, will be 26-year-old this year. And we believe that they have spent enough time drawing the numbers. We expect to receive new draw machines within the next 2 weeks, which will meet the WLA and the African Lottery Association standards. We are expected to launch our multiple draws by the first week of May. These multiple draws will also be seeking to also support the many players and also to bring in more revenue for the NLA and government. We are hoping that the Corporate Affairs Department in the coming weeks will also inform the public on the new times when agreed with our partner media houses. We continue to hold community draws to demystify the myths surrounding the draw process, since almost on a daily basis, the teaming public continue to harass my management and staff of winning numbers. The reality is none of them can provide you with a winning number. In our estimation, it's clearly and solely a game of chance. So, in demystifying these unfortunate thinking or the narrative and mentality of society, we host these community draws to bring the draw process closer to the community, to the people, and to the chiefs. We are hoping that when the times are agreed upon on the multiple draws, which is morning, afternoon, and evening, this will also augment what we're already doing. Revitalizing our Caritas Lottery Platform and Good Causes Foundation. The Caritas Lottery Platform, which is our engagement with third-party corporate Ghana and institutions, was established in 2012 to regulate consumer promotion, games of chance, raffles or draws by companies, individuals, and well-meaning Ghanaians. Having lost its verve after a few years of its launch, we decided to relaunch this brand, which will also bring us closer to corporate Ghana and help in the post-COVID rebuilding of our corporate institutions. This relaunch was performed by the Honorable Chief of Staff, the Honorable Akusia Frema Osei-Opare, on the 20th of October 2021 when I assumed office. Also in accordance with the advice of the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice in August 2022, after our legal department and our team of lawyers petitioned the Attorney General to intervene in the encroachment of our territory by our colleagues from Gaming Commission. The NLA, through the advice and opinion offered by the Office of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, again regained the lost control as the sole statutory body to the exclusion of all others to regulate all consumer promotional schemes with elements of chance, that's raffles, draws, point-based selection criteria, etc. This landmark opinion, in our view, brings finality to the age-long tussle between us and the Gaming Commission as to who has the sole mandate to regulate consumer promotion that has raffles, draws, point-based selection criteria as a format. Using the Caritas Lottery platform brings credibility to a company's brand. And again, I'm happy to state that the proceeds from the Caritas Lottery platform go in to support our Good Causes project. We have many companies on board now, FMCGs, banks, private companies, some of which, but a few, are Gino, EcoBank, Fidelity Bank, Bolt Ghana, Bell Beverages, Casa Precon, Farm Milk, FBM Bank, Visa International, Rana Motors, Engbox, Melcom, among others. Airtel Tigo, and many other telecommunication giants as well. The Good Causes Foundation was also launched on 20th October 2021. It is the charity arm of the authority, spearheading our corporate social responsibility. Again, Section 2(3) of the National Lotto Act stipulates that conduct as part of the operation of National Lotto, a lottery to provide care and protection for the physically or mentally afflicted, the needy, the aged, orphans, and destitute children. The foundation aims to develop, implement, and maintain a structure based on 4 main pillars approved by the NLA Governing Board. These pillars include health, education, youth and sports development, arts and culture. Let me at this point also pay a glowing tribute and say a big thank you on behalf of the Governing Board, management, and staff of the NLA to our friends and colleagues from Ivory Coast who gave us $60,000 in 2021 to set up the NLA's Good Causes Foundation. Since then, we have undertaken many projects under the various pillars. Medical outreach in communities, donation of medical equipment to several hospitals across the country, refurbishment of recovery wards in Koforidua and the Central Hospital as well, and also that of the Tetekwashi Hospital. Also the support for the aged, the Wager Leprosarium, the psychiatric hospitals, support to individuals with medical ailments, among others. We have also, as part of our support to education, built smart labs for Bostal Institute, provided brilliant but needy students support with scholarship, refurbishing of schools across many communities, and establishing an IT lab in collaboration with Ask Ghana for schools in the Aguna West municipality. Again, we have also distributed many educational materials and equipment for our remote schools. Let me commend the head and the officials of the Good Causes Foundation for their untiring effort and also for coming to the aid of the Ghanaian public when it matters most. Again, under youth and sports development, the NLA supported government's effort for the Youth Start program with 10 million cedis last year, with a promise of another 10 million cedis as our contribution towards government's effort in resolving youth unemployment. We also partnered with the Edumasa Hema through the Nana Sewa Braka II Humanitarian Fund, Bees Making and Dressmaking Support and Industry. We supported female football groups, including the Hazakes Ladies. Under arts and culture, we continue to support our chiefs and people through festivals, and again, bringing our community draws closer to them. The celebration of our culture through festivals and our community draws also took us to many communities. Also, sometimes I don't know whether to put the Kwewu Easter as a religious festival or culture. But let me say religious to cultural festival of the chiefs and people of Kwewu. Then again, for the people of the Anwolo traditional area, the NLA was live during the Hogbechocho to support the chiefs and people through cash donations and community draws. We were in Ogwa for the Fetua Fashe Festival, doing same, and also to celebrate with the chiefs and people of Nsaoma Dwedri when they had their Ojra Festival, and provided support for Homowo and many others. Again, together with CTFM, we partnered them for the Heritage Month, the Heritage Caravan, which took place in the month of March. But there are some serious cases sometimes which do not form or come under any of these pillars. And when it matters most, the NLA comes to the aid of these people and communities. For instance, when we're called upon to support the people of Apiati during their unfortunate explosion, the construction of corn mill facility for the Gontin community, donation of office equipment and logistics to support some of the district and divisional offices of the Ghana Police Service, the support to the National Council on Persons with Disability, construction of mechanized boreholes and toilet facilities across the country. Simply put, we invest in these projects to fulfill our statutory obligation and giving back to communities in which we operate. And let our patrons know that when you do not win, because you won't always win, and when you do not win, your money supports national development. Honorable Deputy Minister, Madam Deputy Director General, distinguished friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, our three most significant achievements form part of all the effort by both management, the board, and staff to shape the narrative, give the NLA a new image and branding, and arrive at this point. They have helped us achieve the following through our collective effort: revenue improvement, rebuilding the image and the brand of the authority through the Good Causes Foundation, regular interaction with our media friends, better engagement with internal and external stakeholders, better cohesion between staff and management, and between management and board, thereby creating industrial peace. Again, we believe that these engagements that we continue on periodic basis to have with our LMCs and PLOs also have contributed greatly towards the NLA's new image out there. Let me state that we still have challenges, but that's why we appoint leaders and we appoint heads to also manage these institutions. In as much as we continue to confront the activities of illegal operators on a daily basis, I must also state that we are also resolute in our resolve to partner government and the security agencies to also weed out the activities of these illegal operators. And I am confident that the NLA next year will also chalk more success, and we should be able to also give a better account of what we did in 2023. Thank you so much for having us, Madam Deputy Minister.
DG, that was so masterfully delivered. Okay, please. Thank you for that very insightful presentation, Director General, and also showcasing all the wonderful things that the NLA has achieved under the Good Causes Foundation. If this is 2 years, imagine 60 years of good causes. I'm just overwhelmed that I believe the next 60 years at NLA will definitely be better and brighter than the ones before. I was also particularly impressed about the fact that in the face of digital revolution, the NLA really knows its market, that although they have traditional patrons, even though they are unable to migrate everybody to the new era, you still have this fund, which you mentioned about the stabilization fund, to be able to carry the older generation or older patrons along. And I'm also impressed about the fact that you are trying as much as possible to clear the legacy debts in terms of wins. You mentioned that out of 15 million Ghana cedis, substantial amount of that has already been cleared. I believe that is so important because it will help restore the integrity of your draws, and people know that when I win big, I'm getting some big amount within the shortest possible time. And it was also so refreshing that you mentioned that through exports to neighboring countries, you are expecting that in 2023, you get some 80 million Ghana cedis from Nigeria and 30 million Ghana cedis from Ivory Coast. That is so impressive, and especially when I watch the video of the Good Causes Foundation, I am more than convinced that a win for NLA is a win for Ghana, because you use your proceeds to help deprived communities and to help a lot of people. There's been times I've seen NLA post videos or pictures about boreholes, some facilities in rural communities, and then people just trivialize it. Maybe if you are in Accra and you can afford a bottled water, you don't know the value of some of these interventions. But if you go to rural Ghana, as we are all aware, we don't have 100% coverage in terms of access to water. People still need these facilities. They need the school buildings, they need the water, they need all the resources that will help them perform better in sports, arts and culture. They need the training, they need the libraries. So thank you so much for the thoughtfulness and learning the best practices from around the world, so that you will use the revenue to help the ordinary Ghanaian. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite your questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. If you show your hand, you mention your name and affiliation, and then proceed to ask your question. John? Okay. And Agnes and Atta? Okay.
Thank you. Atta Mensah from Ghana News Agency. Yeah, I was also impressed with the Good Causes Foundation, some of the projects that you are undertaking across the country. I want to find out how much you have spent so far in implementing these laudable projects. Then two, you said when you went to Cote d'Ivoire, you learned, even though they learned lottery from Ghana, but they are making more profit or they are getting more proceeds. What good lessons you learned that you want to replicate them in Ghana so that we can also do more? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Agnes.
Hello, sir. You indicated that...
Please, your name and affiliation so that you can address.
My name is Agnes. I report for the Chronicle. So you said that you have a lot to gain from being certified for responsible gaming. So I'd like you to outline some of these benefits that you stand to gain. And then also, I want to know what conditions you need to fulfill in order to be certified, and if you have fulfilled these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. We'll take the third and then go to... okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Benin from Onia TV. Director General, thank you very much for your speech. But I want to find out just a simple question. Nigerians, for the past 60 years, they have not been able to pay these royalties. But I think NLA, we have previous Director General in there. But why you? What is the secret that you use to convince such Nigerian people, and now they start paying us the royalties? What is the secret? What did you do to change all these board games?
Thank you for the question. John?
Yes, my name is John Awuni. I represent Kesvin. I have some two quick questions. First one has to do with the illegal lotto operators. What is the DG doing to stop that? And secondly, some industry players have concerns regarding the commission they receive. They say 35% is what they are currently receiving, and some legal and illegal lotto operators are currently paying between 38 to 40%. What is the Director General doing about the percentage of commission that the operators receive? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take Hanan for this round, and then, okay, there's another hand at the back. Okay.
Abdul Hanan from GH1 TV. DJ, I'd like to find out from you revenue generated for year 2022. I was hoping to hear that, and if you could kindly clarify. I heard the minister mention cedis. These amounts that you've mentioned, 80 million and 30 million and 90 million, is it in cedis or is it in? I just want clarification on that. Thank you.
So we'll take the last question for this round.
My name is Stephen Zuri from mynewsgh.com. If you look in today's daily guide, you see NLA staff busted for fraud. It has to do with some staff of the NLA, the IT department. Can he confirm or deny to us? And number two, can he go into detail and let us know how much these suspected criminals have been making off the NLA, and when was this detected? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. I will invite DG back for his responses, but before that, I would like to acknowledge our media partners. We are live on GTV, Asase Radio, MX24, Net2 TV. On Facebook, we are streaming at Ministry of Information and also at Ocheman TV. Thank you so much for the questions. I will invite DG for his responses, and if possible, we will come back for follow-ups.
Our wonderful Deputy Minister, you did cut short our enjoyment in terms of our video, because we only gave you that of the education. And these are short videos. So we have one on health as well. So maybe after these answers, we can have that one through it. Then I'll come back for the next round. So on the question of how much we spent on good causes last year, touching lives, the board approved for the NLA management to spend up to 20 million cedis in touching lives. And with this, clearly, we believe that lottery is also all about good causes. For the year 2022, the World Lottery Association estimates that member bodies and countries, as part of good causes worldwide, contributed $94 billion towards good causes. And out of this $94 billion that the WLA, through its member authorities and associations, contributed to spreading cheers around the world, the NLA's contribution was 20 million cedis. I also got a question from a good friend on what we are learning from Ivory Coast. You know, I think one thing that I've observed with the Francophone countries is discipline. They are very rigid when it comes to their laws. The Ivorian Director General was telling me that when he assumed office, the illegal operators had about 60% of the market. Today, through their laws, through their swoops, they've been able to reduce the 60% market that definitely had the illegals controlling down to 9%. And I believe that's significant. So one of the strategies will be for us to also have multiple draws, partner the security agencies to conduct swoops. And I can confirm that last year and early this year, our partnership with the security agencies and apparatus, the National Security and the National Signals Bureau, led to many of these fraudsters and illegal operators also being busted. Ohim asked the question about Nigeria and how we've been able to also get them to pay. You know, if it was Ghana playing the Nigerian game, they wouldn't have allowed us to play for 25 years. They would have collected their money that day. So we needed to also have a very good discussion with them. I'm just trying to choose the words well. So through this engagement, through diplomatic effort, and through strategic partnership and collaboration, we also encourage Nigeria to also have their own national game, and then they can have the Ghanaian game as an aside. So last year, somewhere on the 12th of July, an NLA team, we were in Abuja to also help Nigeria launch its new game, which is a 649 game or so. The NLA's very old game, which is very popular on the African continent, we call it 590. That's 5 balls drawn out of 90 balls as you normally see it on the screen. And it's the most popular within the sub-region. So clearly, we assisted Nigeria to have their own game. We also told them that in developing this game, the NLA goes through a lot. We pay our partners who carry it live. And then again as well, the draw panel is always represented by someone from the Ministry of Finance, representing the Finance Minister, one person representing the Chief Justice and the Judiciary, and myself, the Director General, either myself or my deputy or any of my directors or management members sitting to represent the Director General. So we go through a lot to develop these games. And I think my predecessor started the process. Some way, somehow, it did not end up with the NLA getting its fair share. But when we assumed office, together with my Director Legal and the former Director of Operations for the NLA, we embarked on this journey once again. We engaged and we also involved the government of Nigeria that if they want to continue enjoying our games, they must be willing to also pay their fair share. On the issue of commission, let me state that Ghana, we have the highest commission payment, which is 20%. In Malta, where the game originated from, they pay 7%. If you go to the United States and the United Kingdom, they pay 6%. If you go to Ivory Coast, they pay 9% on the commission. And then if you go to Jamaica, they pay 3% commission. In Ghana, we pay 20%, making it the highest in the world. The World Lottery Association, on several occasions, they've warned us to be very careful with the way we keep increasing this commission rate. The commission rate simply means that for our lotto marketing companies who are selling these tickets on our behalf, when let's say they sell tickets worth 100 cedis, they get 20% out of it. But as I stated, across the globe, ours is one of the highest. But we also have extraordinary circumstances, and we continue to also dialogue with our stakeholders and partners. We do not charge 35%. Anybody charging 35% commission is illegal, and I think that is what has fed into the public within the illegal space. Last year alone, the World Lottery Association estimates that the global body lost $1.3 trillion through illegal lottery activities. And we are hoping that this year the story will be different. And that is why we've been very serious at engaging the state security agencies. And in the coming weeks, the National Security and the National Signals Bureau will be operating undercover to make sure that we arrest all persons who are engaged in illegal lottery. On how much revenue the NLA raised, the NLA, through its online and on the POS, for our own revenue, we raised almost 290 million in total, and together with our collaborators as well. Last but not the least, we believe that when it comes to good causes, we owe it as a responsibility to the World Lottery Association, to the African Lottery Association standards, to the government of Ghana, and to the people of Ghana. Madam Minister, if briefly we can have the video on our health. I hope that. Then there was a last question on the, sorry, Madam. Which one? So, the benefits of it, you mean? Well, it's a very interesting question. The truth of the matter is, Ghana is currently certified as, we are on level 1. Level 1 simply means like no level. And clearly that means there are some key ingredients that you must have to be able to go beyond level 1. And they gave us stringent measures for us to have an advisory bureau, to have a center where we advise people on responsible gaming, and then we must also ensure that for 18 years and above. And even in the liquidation of the wins, we must ensure that if you are playing our game, you are 18 years and above. And then we also ensure that you don't spend more than some 2-3 hours just fixated on playing the game. So being certified for responsible gaming means, 1, you are responsible. 2, the World Lottery Association then recognizes you as a very serious lottery body. And then again, when it comes to some exchange programs, and then and investors as well, also coming in to support you. Last but not the least, every summit, every conference, you are also recognized as a member that we can deal with, and you are used as an example amongst your colleagues. Currently in Africa, we have that of Morocco and Ivory Coast being on level 4 for responsible gaming, and Ghana continues to be on level 1, which we've been on that level for the last 10 years. My sister is asking why. The why means that's what we are working towards, moving from class 1 to class 3 at least. On the, I'm sure there was a question on there was a question on the swoop and the arrest of some staff, as you spoke about today. I read it also in one of the tabloids. But basically, sometime last year, management realized that we had some unusual transactions on our system where, and within the standards of the WLA and the African Lottery Association, a classical example is if you have 1,000 people playing your game, an example, and let's say 200 people are successful and they win. About 7 to 10% of these 200 will not liquidate their wins. When the ticket is soiled, when the ticket is torn, when the ticket is damaged, when the ticket gets lost, you cannot liquidate the wins. But at the end of the day, sometime last year, I realized that almost every day there's 100% liquidation of our wins, which cannot be. So management, together with board, we set out to find out more. And internally we tried. We're not too successful. So something happened late last year, which triggered us to have a second look at it. And together with our team from legal, we petitioned the National Signals Bureau to try and monitor these activities. 2 of these people were arrested in some remote parts of the country. And upon further interrogation, they also named their collaborator, who happened to be a staff of the National Lottery Authority. So the security apparatus subsequently apprehended that staff, and the staff is in custody and assisting with investigation. And we believe that as we also try to clear our lines and bring to the fore the activities of these illegal operators and people who are bent on sabotaging the efforts of the board and management, we are determined to also collaborate with the security agencies. Over the last few weeks, I have been on leave, but my understanding is that we've had the National Signals Bureau also visiting our offices frequently as they continue with the investigation. The board subsequently also granted the National Signals Bureau the approval to dig deeper, and almost all the issues that leads to revenue losses should be investigated from end to end. Thank you. I'm sure I answered yours. Okay. Okay. Minister, is that okay? Okay.
Okay, so please, we will take the last set of questions. Priority to those who haven't asked. And if we still have slot, I'll call you 1, 2, 3 years. Okay, I can see 2 other hands at the back. So, Nana, please.
Yeah. Good morning, Honorable Director General. I have 2 questions for you. You did mention
please,
that.
your name and affiliation.
My name is Nana Poku from Daily Searchlight.
Okay.
You did mention that you met a legacy debt of 15 million Ghana cedis. You have paid substantial amount. We want to know how much you have paid and how much is remaining. And do you intend to clear all the arrears before you leave the scene? My second question, you did mention that you have some corporate social responsibility for the aged and PWDs, people with disabilities. What is the criterion? What is the modality? What must one do to access this facility or support?
Thank you for the questions. Okay, Paul.
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Paul Nyojedalafu, and I report for the Daily Statesman. DG, in your presentation, as you continue to mention some of the support you've given to some rural areas, most especially I realized that they were centered in the southern area. I don't know whether you have done something in the northern part. And my next question is, do you consider any move to actually decentralize the activities of NLA? For instance, building some of your offices in the regions. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay.
So I'm Ebenezer Kufian with the Daily Guide. DG, mine is a quick follow-up. I think someone asked, but wasn't answered, how much you are losing to these illegal operators. You made mention that you've actually embarked on some series of programs to arrest these perpetrators, but we want to know how much you're losing to them over the years.
Thank you for the question. I saw one hand.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Francis Chamantin Okofigo. Yeah, DG, where you straight, maybe some customers, you know. Since I started to see since 1962, amount it the same amount no mutual bepemonde. When we were more ama with customers, so if we have more prices because we have if we did that in Ucha were 10 cities, amount are near 2,400. Into the when we were may increase in and I'm more banker to bankers now, or mutual or drinking sports and as if for more help when we sooner. Thank you
for the question. There was one last hand at the back. Okay, if it's been asked, okay, then I'll give the opportunity to those who have follow-up questions.
Yeah, thank you. As the DJ rightly said, that the NLA is making effort to demystify the perception about lottery in Ghana. Yet there are people, especially Christians, that when they see you going to stake for lotto, they look at you with different eyes, as in quote, as a sinner, like that. Yeah, they see you as a sinner going to stake lottery. And so, apart from you conducting community draws, what other communication strategy are you embarking on to demystify this perception that sinners stake lotto? Thank you.
Okay, we take the last question.
All right, thank you. DJ, congratulations. You said NLA is now West Africa Lottery Association member. My follow-up, my question Busa DJ, and he said, a year Morocco seminar for the first time, Omo hosted gaming, no. Obey me, I can't check Ghana for. Sikado do say na moti start here mu ure mu wie ens no yenya bibi kakra efremu ahe ene yenya fremu.
Thank you for the questions. I take that to be the last question, but after the presser, if you have any follow-up questions, you can call or talk to the PRO of NLA, Mr. Goodfellow Ofe, or the Director Corporate Affairs, Mame Kesua Dolphine. And also, if you have any further questions on good causes, you can reach out to Ms. Amafre. Thank you. So I will invite DG back for his responses.
So, first of all, the NLA is not a member of the West African Lottery. We continue to be a member of the WLA and ALA. We don't have West Africa Lottery Association. We have African Lottery Association, for which we are now a member in good standing. And your question as to what we derived or what we got from the hosting of the Seminar on Responsible Gaming, as I indicated earlier, we hosted over 100 global leaders and players within the lottery space, some from the tech space and some from the very end-to-end solution of the game and its development. And again, they contributed significantly by also once again showcasing Ghana to these guests, many of whom had not been to Africa and Ghana before. And the good news too is that in terms of our hospitality industry, they also benefited greatly. Some also had the opportunity of visiting our slave castles and the World Heritage designated sites that we have in Ghana. Many thanks to the CEO for the Ghana Museums and Monument Board who is here. His outfit supported us and facilitated the trip of the World Lottery Leadership and the African Lottery Leadership. For many who have heard of the story of the slave castles, the slave trade, the dungeons, to also get to witness what happened during that dark period of our existence. Also, my brother from Statesman also did ask a question as to why the NLA's good causes is centered more in the South. It's actually not. And I think the subsequent videos would have played, but we have some few technical hitches. If you go to WA like this, the Bahas Foundation, which is a home for the mentally afflicted, also benefited from our support and our generosity. If there's a famous case of baby Selena, who had more of a brain tumor, and the NLA had to come to the aid of the poor family. Several things that we've also done in Tamale and also across the northern parts of our country. Also, the WA School for the Blind, they've also received some support from the NLA. This year, the board is also giving us indication that the NLA for the next 2 years aggressively will be embarking on the digging and the construction of more mechanized boreholes and toilet facilities as our support to the society, to the poor, and to the very weak, and for those who may not have access to good quality and potable drinking water. And just as the Honorable Deputy Minister said, if you're only in a car, you may not really understand what people go through in our rural areas. For some of us who have had the unique opportunity of traveling around the country, almost every city and every village in the country, sometimes you come face to face with the misery that our people go through. For them, what you see here as normal, to them is luxury. And so you may not understand. And when people try to also make fun that, sometime back we posted a picture of mechanized boreholes that we had embarked upon and dug for the people of Abutechi down within the eastern region. For many years, the people were drinking from a running stream. And if we show you the pictures and its attendant health effect, you will not understand. And that is why it was not for nothing that the chiefs decided to write to the NLA Good Causes Foundation to support them. Today, at least, they also have the benefits of potable drinking water. I think what caused the stir, in my estimation, was not the borehole, but the mischief that people attached to it that I think the poor decorator in that community who decided to put balloons and ribbons on the borehole, fine, but that is not even the point. The point I'm trying to make is it comes with a job. So if you have 5, 6 pictures and somebody decides to pick the one with the ribbons, and so Good Causes Foundation, going for it, stop dressing the poly tanks and the boreholes. You let it stay as it is, so that some of us too can sleep in peace. I was trying to help amplify the work you're doing. It's your boy, I'll say, boom. They gave it to me proper. So now I'll look at the pictures and take the ones without the ribbons and the balloons when I'm posting. Lastly, what is the NLA doing to stop the activities of illegal lottery operators? As we have one journalist asking. I did indicate that it's a strong collaboration between us and the national security apparatus. And this time, we believe that we are going to be more aggressive. Because many of them will be plain clothes, they'll be able to integrate into the society and get accurate information before they conduct the arrest. Kofi asked the question of how much we pay the players and the winners. For now, we haven't reviewed it, and the price format and pay structure remains the same. But I quite remember you called me on one Sunday asking of what were the winning numbers the day before. Called very early in the morning. I'm sure that time, eyes clear, money finish, reality setting. So basically, what the NLA is seeking to do is to complement the efforts of government per our act, create moments of hope and exciting times, and to also support the citizenry through our good causes. You asked a question of how people can assess. I'll come to that. So the Good Causes Foundation, let me take the latter part and I'll come to the debt matter. The Good Causes Foundation, we have our doors open, but we have limited funds. It's only when we are lucky that the house wins that we use our share of our profit to support good causes. By convention, the NLA staff and management, we do not participate in the games. Because I'm sure if any of you should see any of my management members trying even our luck, you think that once the DG or this management member is trying, that this will be the winning numbers. You have people sometimes seeing you in time, so, car number, and when I don't even know the car number sometimes. So we do not participate in the games. But for you to assess the proceeds of lottery, the people normally write to the Director General, or sometimes when our attention is drawn to a situation, we go to support. Currently, for the judiciary, we are supporting them to build a police post for the judges as well to also help improve upon their security. And yes. Then the first part of your question was on the debt of the unpaid wins. I think the unpaid wins when we came was around 15 million. And then so far we've cleared more than 60% of that. So we're looking forward to also clearing the rest. But every day you have people winning. So every day you have debt. That's how it is. So as we clear the backlog, we are also remaining competitive by paying wins. If you cannot also say no, you want to pause and clear the backlog, and then you have the daily wins also piling up. So as much as possible, we want to create that balance. But for those that we've been unable to clear this, you have our assurance and our resolve that we are determined to play our role and to reward accordingly. As you ask that, am I going to clear all these before I leave? I cannot clear the one on the last day of my exit, because that will have to be paid by another person. But we'll continue to make the effort to clear majority of it. Quite a colossal amount. So sometime as of 2021, we had about almost 65% of our market in the hands of the illegal operators. But now it's somewhere around 40% in the hands of the illegal operators. And we keep working hard to make sure that this number is reduced significantly. And that is why we keep encouraging the public that if you play the game with an unlicensed operator, you are setting yourself up for tragedy. Because when there's a big win, they will close their doors and they'll run away. And that becomes very detrimental to the little that you had in your pocket to try your luck. So we are encouraging you, go with the brand, go with the NLA or our accredited private lotto operators. Yes, sir. On the stabilization. The decentralization, we have offices in 10 out of the 16 regions of Ghana. And then we also do have some offices that we are spreading across. For instance, we're looking at opening a branch in Asankregwa in the western region. We're looking forward to one in Kaswa as well. We're also looking forward to one at Manfi in the eastern region. And we continue to also open our doors to areas where the markets are developing. That of the Ashanti region, we are taking a closer look at it, and part of the Bono region as well. So we are there, but this is not the civil service where you need to have an office in every district. So as much as possible, we look at the market and we spread ourselves accordingly. It is our hope that within the next 2 years, we can be in all the administrative regions of Ghana. But once again, we look at the market, and then we know what we're doing. The 20%. Okay. Yes. Demystifying the lottery. That now we have multiple channels, and that is why for our customers and players, from the comfort of their homes, they can enjoy it on their mobile phone. And then for those who also be willing to also walk to our very cherished writers and retailers in the kiosk, they are also free to do that. But the reality is, the online, so what makes the situation more critical is that the online operations of the NLA is just about 17%. And if online alone this year is going to fetch us a colossal amount of 92 million, then if the online develops, it can rake in more. But strangely, the terminals, that's the one sold on the point of sale terminals, is the one that is supposed to bring us the hundreds and millions of cedis. But the activities of these axes of evil, these illegal operators, seem to have disabled our capacity. And that is why we have sought the assistance of the national security apparatus to partner us in ridding the system of illegal operators. And as I said earlier, the difference between Ghana and the Francophone countries, to be specific, Ivory Coast, Benin, Senegal, and Togo, and the rest is the discipline. Here, when you arrest somebody who is engaged in an illegal operation, you will have sometimes chiefs, sometimes very prominent people, and coming in and giving you politicians as well. My former colleagues, politicians. So, and it makes the work very difficult. But if we can all say that, look, wrong is wrong, and you partner the NLA, we can generate more revenue to even assist. Last year, we started discussion in supporting the Ghana Journalists Association with some scholarship support as part of our good causes, something moderate to start. And this year, we're looking forward to honoring that promise that we made to the GJA when they visited us. At least something small to also build the capacity of our journalists and our media friends. For those who will be likely to benefit from the NLA's Good Causes Foundation, we believe that you become an ambassador for the Ghanaian people and also support us in trumpeting the fact that it's better you play with us and not with the illegal people. Someone asked about our expenditure on the NLA at 60. The NLA at 60 was interwoven with the Allah Conference on Responsible Gaming, and the Allah sponsored its guest. So we tied our anniversary along the Allah event, which brought WLA, which brought Allah officials. So they paid for their own accommodation, paid for everything in relation to that. And the association committed in over $200,000 towards hosting their own event. What the NLA needed to do as our support was to make sure that that day everybody was there, get some small drink and food to chop. And That's our contribution. But if the media would like to also support us as part of their CSR, we are always willing to welcome it. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you so much.
DG, in fact, I'm so excited that you made it here personally, but I believe this presentation has also been an eye-opener. Beyond the draws and the numbers, I don't think people know much about all the other wonderful things that you do at NLA. So it is my prayer that this will not be a once-off activity, but you continue to use our platform to educate the public and also to increase the number of patrons, especially among my generation and those after us. So thank you so much. On behalf of my minister, management and staff here at the Ministry of Information, I would like to express our profound gratitude to you, your deputy, and your able team. Yes, and to thank you for supporting ISD and our PROs this year. Without your generous contribution, we wouldn't have been able to do our annual training and peer review. So we are most grateful for the support that we receive from NLA. And we hope that in the coming years, we'll be receiving more support. So thank you so much for making time for today. And also to the press, as always, you have the platforms, and we believe you will use it to educate the public and let them know all the wonderful things that are happening at NLA. I would also like to use this opportunity to once again acknowledge and thank our media partners, GTV, Net2 TV, MX24, Asasi Radio, MOI Facebook team, Ochiman TV. Thank you all for carrying this presser live. Good morning.
If a district is identified to be a district that is smuggling our cocoa out of our country, that district is not going to continue enjoying the benefits Cocoa Board has been providing to farmers. Water region, the cocoa that we bought this year, if you compare to last year, which was our lowest in recent years, it is not even up to 10% of what we did last year.
Seriously?
Yes. So we asked the farmers, if you say that Cote d'Ivoire is paying slightly better amount than Ghana, and you prefer to be paid the same amount of money, do we now cancel all these interventions and give the money to you?
Okay.
And you take care of it? The farmer said, no, we don't want it.
So they want to eat their cakes and have it.
This week on E-Forum.
See, who you be na say, who say you are the best at it. Na so be ba no more concepts be and fall within your scope. I didn't go to my brewa. And this kind of thing kwaje. So why would he be explaining things? Eko yan go ba be tire say the clients concept or develop here na nya ne de. It wouldn't go so excuse my language, gibberish.
How embarrassing is the stage?
For me, I saw it as if you are nursery phobia on my stage on my wadi, on my recitals, and I started a mom so mundinaso.
Beyond the return, and a friend is a year of return. We saw number of foreigners a troop in this friend is saying the storage sites, which at the end of the day boost the economy. No? And now we have the US Vice President on Swaba. It has added a certain huge
clouds,
yes, to the industry.
want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
When you go to Volta region, it's the worst of all. Volta region, the cocoa that we bought this year, if you compare to last year, which was our lowest in recent years, it is not even up to 10% of what we did last year.
Hi, welcome to another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. Now, Ghana prides itself as the second largest producer of cocoa in the world. Together with Ivory Coast, the two countries provide and produce more than 60% of the world's cocoa needs. But Ghana is facing an existential threat to its cocoa production, mainly because of the activities of illegal small-scale miners, popularly known as galamsey. The issue has been compounded by recent news reports that smugglers are smuggling Ghana's cocoa out of our country to neighboring African countries. Today, we have a conversation with the regulator and the head of the Public Affairs Unit of Ghana Cocoa Board in terms of what they are doing to solve the problem that is really threatening Ghana's cocoa production. My name is Daniel Odro. You're welcome to The Lowdown. My guest is Fifi Boafo. He's left the journalism field for us, now doing public affairs at Cocoa Board. Senior, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
It's been a long time.
Well,
we speak on phone, but we've never met in a long time.
I'm hanging in here. The pressure is just real every day.
I can imagine.
You have to juggle between things, but hey, we are here to serve.
I know. Yeah. Let's delve right into it. So these days, what are the burning issues for you? There's been a lot of Cocoa Board stories in the news, mainly about the task force and the ability to arrest some smugglers smuggling Ghana's cocoa out of the country. Is that the burning topic for Cocoa Board at the moment?
It's one of the very critical issues we are dealing with because despite all the effort you put in producing the cocoa, if you're unable to put them together and then trade it to the international partners and then of course the trade houses, the companies, you're unable to realize anything. So we are at a point where there's the need for us to ensure that the cocoa produced, we are able to account for it and then also sell it. Beginning of the season, there were some concerns as to whether or not some farmers would want to sell their cocoa to us or help these smugglers to get it across our borders. But we've realized midstream that the problem is not really with the farmers. Of course, yes, there are some farmers who are aiding them, but there are people who have come into the system and then realized that there's an opportunity for them to make some money at the expense of the farmers and also Cocoa Board in Ghana. So these are the people who are the beneficiaries of this scheme that is in place at the moment. Of course, it's occupying our time and our attention because there's every reason for us to make sure that the cocoa produced is accounted for. If we do not account for, just as I indicated, the farmer loses out. Cocoa Board will also lose out, and the country will not benefit. So, for example, Cocoa Board at the beginning of every cocoa farm will provide seedlings for the cocoa farmer. We'll have extension officers who Cocoa Board is financing to help the farmer do the line and pegging to get the farm established. When the farm is established, the cocoa which is being smuggled, Cocoa Board is actually paying for chemicals to protect the cocoa beans. When that is formed, all the other costs within the value chain is provided for by Cocoa Board. In fact, sometimes the road that is used to transport the Cocoa Board is paying for it. And then someone takes it and then smuggles it out of our country. It means that Cocoa Board has lost it. One thing that is going to happen going forward is that if a district is identified to be a district that is smuggling our cocoa out of our country, the decision that has been taken is that that district is not going to continue enjoying the benefits Cocoa Board has been providing to farmers. We are spending a huge amount of money rehabilitating farms in western region along the Alubo enclave. If you go to Western North, that is happening. Sadly, you have cocoa being smuggled along these lines. When you go to Volta region, it's the worst of all. Volta region, the cocoa that we bought this year, if you compare to last year, which was our lowest in recent years, it is not even up to 10% of what we did last year.
Seriously?
Yes, the cocoa in the Volta region is going to Togo.
It's because of the proximity to Togo.
Proximity to Togo. What we've also identified is that there are some foreigners, unfortunately, who are in this business. They facilitate it along the borders and then they get it out of, when it gets to Togo, they get it out of the African system and they export it.
Wow.
So it is a concern for us.
It's like a cartel.
It is. The arrest that was made recently, which the media has thankfully given us some publicity, the people who are involved, some of them are not even Ghanaians. There are some from other African countries who are the beneficiaries of this scheme. So if this is happening, the farmer is losing out, and the country is also losing out.
Right.
And we think that there's every reason for us to ensure that we deal with this problem.
But this punitive measure about the district not benefiting, I mean, what is it supposed to solve? Is it supposed to ensure that the farmers would report when they see these smugglers doing their business, or what is it supposed to solve exactly? Because some may be participating, others may not be. And so if you are going to punish all of them as a district, then that becomes a problem.
Yes, so it works in two ways.
Okay.
The farmer who is directly supporting this scheme, it serves as a deterrent to such a farmer. Of course, even though we admit that the beneficiaries are not the farmers, there are some farmers who are also facilitating this business.
Okay.
If you go to part of Western South along the borders, we have evidence of them using canoe to move along the border to go and sell it. So for such a farmer, if we are rehabilitating your farm at a very expensive cost to the country, and you choose to send your cocoa to a country that is not contributing anything to your business, then such a punitive measure will remind you that continuing that action would also deprive you of the benefit Cocoa Board is giving you. But apart from that, if you also look on as a farmer and have these people undertake this activity, then you will lose out because you have also looked on unconcern for this activity to happen.
Okay.
So such a farmer would police it and will also make report to the security agencies and our staff, and they will be able to apprehend such persons. There are some license buying companies who are involved. Indeed, some of them, the recent arrest, some of the officers have been arrested. The decision, I have been told, is that such license companies risk losing their licenses because you are not supposed to do that. And immediately you do that, then you are going against the law, and there are punitive measures that will have to apply.
Okay.
And that would also be done. But you see, it is only licensed buying companies that are supposed to buy cocoa from cocoa farmers. So in a situation where you have a farmer who is also selling his or her cocoa to someone who is not a licensed buying company representative, then use that farmer you are also helping that to happen.
But the cocoa farmers do know that they need to sell to only licensed.
Oh yes, I think to a very large extent the farmers know. In fact,
so this is not out of ignorance. What they are doing is deliberate.
Sometimes they may say it is out of convenience, but that convenience comes at a cost.
Okay.
The farmers do know very well. In fact, there are some license buying companies who undertake some illegal act where they move to the farmers to buy the cocoa from them, which they call the mobile purchases. It is even wrong. You have to take your cocoa to the station and sell. And when you do that, that is when we are able to check. You see, another thing which we're doing at the moment is to also reduce license buying companies cheating the farmers.
Okay.
So we brought in scales that you cannot tamper with.
Right.
At the weighing centers where we refer to as the shed. So if you allow people to just come to you with any weighing scale, you give yourself up for cheating.
Okay.
And there's the reason for you to go there. So if you allow people to just come to you and then you sell to them, then you are allowing yourself to be cheated, and also the possibility of the people smuggling it out of our system.
Okay, but let's talk about the convenience issue that these farmers talk about. How do we ensure that that problem is fixed so that they don't make that as an excuse, so that they don't necessarily have to drive out of their district to go to a far away place to go and have their cocoa weighed and bought by these license companies? How do we get closer to the farmers?
In fact, because of competition, now most of the license buying companies have, to a large extent, set up in our local communities.
Okay.
So the distance between where the farmer is producing the cocoa and where the shed is, it is not like moving from one district or even going to the district capital. No.
So then a convenience excuse is not really...
Well, it's a bit lame, but of course someone may say that, okay, well, I will have to probably do a 1 mile or 2 before I get it to the shed. So, well, if somebody is coming to me, it is easier, it takes away that cost. But that cost could cost you actually more if you allow yourself for that to happen.
Okay. So let's talk about the motive. You've done some arrests. Are you seeing a pattern, or are you getting some intel? Obviously, I don't expect you to give me all the information, but are you seeing a pattern emerge in terms of the way these smugglers are operating?
Beginning, they used to carry it in smaller trucks.
Okay.
The pattern now is they are using bigger trucks.
Wow. They are becoming bold.
They have been emboldened in a way, you could say, and that is troubling. Usually when they get the cocoa, they take it from the sacks, the recognized sacks, the one we all know, put them in either polythene bags or containers that you find it difficult to identify it to be cocoa. So that is how they operate. So they take it from one center, go to a different location, repackage them or rebag them into something different, and then they get it out of our environment. So sure, we have been able to identify exactly how they are operating, and that is also the reason why we are able to make the arrest, which is also happening. We have people who are given tip-off, very important, and they are also motivated to do so, because if, for example, Drew should identify, someone has 100 bags of cocoa and is smuggling, you stand to be a man with some good cash in your pocket. Because immediately you alert us and an arrest is made. The people who helped in arresting that cocoa, you gain 2/3 of the amount. So 100 should give you about 800,000, and 2/3 of it is yours.
Wow.
Straight away. That money is given to you. So people who know, the security officers who are aware that this is available to you, they take advantage of it and then they help in arresting them. So I think to a very large extent, it has also motivated. Just before this interview, I was in a meeting where we were discussing this topic. And the head of our intelligence was telling us that there was a particular place they went to give the people their 2/3 of the amount. A day later, they made an arrest again.
So they know the people?
Yeah,
they are their friends, they are their colleagues.
They are the people. But Charlie, when there's money on the table, people will throw brothers under the bus.
Anyway, this is the lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. We're having a very serious conversation about Ghana's cocoa production. As you know, the government is trying to raise revenue as much as possible. But Ghana's cocoa, which is one of the biggest revenue earners for the country, is being smuggled out of the country. This has also become important because already the cocoa production sector is struggling with galamsey and all its attendant problems. There's climate change to also talk about, and so the smuggling has really compounded the problems of our cocoa sector. Ghana stands to lose its ranking as the second producer of cocoa if immediate steps are not taken to address all these challenges that are affecting the cocoa sector. We'll go for our first break. When we return, we'll continue with the conversation with Fifi Boafo, the head of the Public Affairs Unit of the Ghana Cocoa Board. Stay with us. We're back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is still the lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odo. Cocoa is a big subject for us on today's edition of the lowdown. Fifi, so lastly on the smuggling, we've heard a lot of people say Cocoa Board is to blame because the moment Ivory Coast pays more in terms of the per unit or per ton price, this is going to happen. It's inevitable. People are greedy. People are naturally going to want to benefit more. Is that the problem? If that is the problem, what are we doing about it? Can't we at every point in time match the rates that Ivory Coast is giving?
The last 5 years, Ghana has paid more than Cote d'Ivoire, the last 5 years. But is the story that because Ghana was paying more, we're having smuggling from Cote d'Ivoire into Ghana? The answer is no.
So if we are paying more and they don't smuggle, so their farmers who are doing the right things?
Well, it's the entire system. The farmers, the security agencies, the people within the country realizing it. And of course, the aggressive nature the security agencies, I think, operate along their borders also so very deterrent. Yes. But apart from that, recently, there was a meeting in Kumasi where we met all districts and regional chief farmers to discuss the system of payment to farmers. Because in these countries, or neighboring countries, there's nothing like free seedlings. There's nothing like chemicals. There's nothing like all the support we provide.
That we give to our farmers.
No, there's nothing like that. It doesn't exist. And they are able to get away with it because there's a huge part of their farming environment as we have people who are doing large-scale farming. And when someone is into large-scale farming, there are things they can easily do. In Ghana, we have a number of smallholder farmers. The large-scale farming is very, very small. So these smallholder farmers will require some support. And if the support is non-existent, it is difficult for them to stay in business. So that is the reason why you have some amount of money which you should readily pay to the farmer going into these interventions and support programs for the farmers. So we ask the farmers, if you say that Cote d'Ivoire this time round after 5 years is paying slightly better amount than Ghana, and you prefer to be paid the same amount of money, do we now cancel all these interventions and give the money to you and you take care of it? The farmer says, no, we don't want it.
So they want to eat their cakes and have it. But
so
that's not fair.
That's the situation we find ourselves in. And that's the more reason why we are letting everybody know that if it continues, then Cocoa Board will have to take a decision. Because if you spend all the amount of money buying fertilizers, buying insecticides and all that to support the farmers, and it is smuggled out of the system, where would you be able,
differential.
Yes, where would you be able to have the money to pay for all these services? Because day in, day out, you have farmers making demands legitimate. And sometimes, of course, out of expectations that we want this done for us. How would that services be paid for?
Yeah.
It will be paid for out of revenue from the industry. But if revenue from the industry is now going into different countries, then it will be difficult for us to support them in this regard. So yes, we are mindful. Yes, it is our wish to be able to pay how much our neighboring countries are paying and pay them more, just like we've done over the years. But it should not be a justification that, well, because at this time around someone is paying you more, it justifies it's for them to smuggle it. It comes at a cost, and the cost is not one I'm sure we've all agreed that that is the way to go.
Okay. But do you think in the next few months we should be at par or even start paying better than Ivory Coast, that like we have done the last 5 years, like you mentioned?
I wouldn't want to usurp the powers of a very important committee, that is the Producer Price Review Committee. What is chaired by the Minister of Agri. We have farmers and all industry players who are part of this committee. They take the decision as to how much farmers are supposed to be paid. As we speak, that committee has not met. And I will only wait when there's a signal, then I can speak to you about it. But of course, the concern has come up. People are discussing it, that if you do the cost-benefit analysis, what should be the way to go? But we are not there yet, so I will not be able to speak to that.
Okay. So away from smuggling, Kalamse, climate change. So a few days ago, I was in a climate change training. Very big topic, and it looks like we're overlooking it. But how much impact is climate change having on our cocoa production?
It's huge. Very huge. The impact of climate change is huge because if you look at production trends, it has changed. In fact, now our research wing is even developing a manual on how we even do our farmer education and sensitization. Over the years, we know, like, okay, between this period to that period, that's when you have the rainfall pattern. You have the rain at a point. You have Hamatan at this season. These days, you sometimes have rainfall during December. And June, July, where you have rainfall, you have dry spell. So even when you are supposed to apply the fertilizers, because if you apply the fertilizers, the granular fertilizer, you need rainfall for them to melt in order to get into the soil to get production. Your expectation is that you have rainfall within the period. You apply it, there's no rainfall. It affects your production. So its effect is huge. And I think the period where you have the cocoa also flowering. So the reason why we have the light crop and then the main crop is that the main crop beans meets the rainfall. So when the cocoa flowers and there's a huge rainfall, it helps with pod development. This time round, we are having incidents of dry spell within the period where you're supposed to have the rainfall. So there will be there will be flowering, but then it will not meet the rainfall, so you don't even get your cocoa.
Meanwhile, you've spent money too.
You spend money. You've prepared, you've done your pruning, you've sprayed your chemicals that is supposed to help with pod flowering, flowering inducers. But because it doesn't meet the rainfall, it affects your production. For someone who is sitting just criticizing, the person will say that, oh, because you have not invested into the industry, that is why you are not having results. But the point is that it did not meet the raining season, for which reason you've lost out.
Wow.
So, and that is just to give you an idea of the impact or the effect climate change is having on our industry. Unfortunately, we rely on rain-fed agriculture as a country, and we are not there yet. At present, Cocoa Board is piloting. In fact, we've done the pilot to a state where we are supposed to roll out fully irrigation. The cost involved so far, those that we have tried, is a little bit on the higher side, so there's the need for us to find one that the farmers will be convinced that indeed it serves the purpose. because yes, it's about the mathematics. You need to do the cost-benefit analysis. So yes, the effect of climate change is one that is telling on our industry.
But what are the scientists saying? We have the Cocoa Research Institute, no?
Yes, Cocoa Research Institute.
What are they saying? Is it something that we can do to reverse this, or this is out of our hands and is up to nature and we have to just study the pattern and realign? We
need to protect our environment. It is critical. It is critical to protect our environment because if we look at the geography of our country, cocoa production is within our forest zones. And our forest zones, that is how the rainfall pattern is better. In a situation where we are cutting our forest and doing illegal mining, definitely it will have effect on our production as a country. So if we are able to deal with that, it helps. One problem which we've also even identified, and it's even the major problem when it comes to irrigation, is the galamsey, where the river bodies, which we are supposed to use for irrigation. Now the color
is polluted.
Yes, hugely polluted. So you're unable to use it, and it's even adding to the cost of the irrigation system we are trying to introduce. Because you have to then use boreholes, so sinking the boreholes and all that. And sometimes the water quality and the water levels, the quantity you'll be able to get for the purpose is also problematic. So it adds to our cost. So yes, we have a challenge. The scientists are still exploring. They've made some recommendations. They are not sufficient yet, but there's still the need for us to explore further. Yes, their initial proposal is for us to go irrigation. But with irrigation, how do you use the polluted water to irrigate? As we speak, I've even said this on radio before, farmers who are supposed to spray their farms, the water they need to spray their farms, they will have to carry it from home to the farm because the river bodies have been polluted and they're unable to use it.
So the fight against illegal small-scale mining it goes beyond the fact that it's polluting the water bodies and a threat to our, if you like, the supply of water in the coming years. But it's also affecting our cocoa production.
It's huge.
Wow.
The fight against illegal mining, for us, it's at the heart of the survival of the cocoa industry. I say so because I've talked about the water bodies being polluted. I've also spoken about the weather pattern in this area. Another thing is also increasing the costs of farming. Because if the farmers will have to carry water from home to the farm, obviously that is a cost to the farmer which hitherto he wouldn't have to deal with. Another thing is that now even access to labor is difficult for the farmers.
They prefer to go and do galamsey.
Yes.
Wow.
I was talking to a cousin who, she's a lady, a cocoa farmer doing very well. She's unable to even harvest the pods alone. She will need farm hands to do that. But this is a very galamsey endemic area. So the young boys are at the galamsey site. So it's even difficult to get people to help you harvest, not to talk of help you maintain your farm. So that's an additional cost. The other thing that illegal mining is also, the effect is also having on cocoa farming is that they use force in taking their farms from them. They induce them into selling it. And those who refuse to sell, what they do is that they wash the tailings from a nearby farm or a nearby site into the cocoa farmer's farm.
Destroy it.
And destroy the fertility of the land, and the farmer is forced to give it out. So for us, we believe that the fight against illegal mining is one thing that goes straight into the hearts of the survival of the cocoa industry. Failure to deal with it, it will have a huge impact on the cocoa industry.
So I'm sure we know the scale of work that we need to do as a country if we want to maintain our standing and even become the world's leading producer of cocoa. the problems are multifaceted and it needs a multidimensional approach to try and arrest it. We'll end our first part of the interview here, and then the part 2 will focus on what COCOBOD is doing in terms of their scholarship schemes, their roads network that they are building and all of that, and what Ghana wants to do in terms of refining its cocoa or making finished products of its cocoa beans in the second part of our interview. So thank you very much, Fifi, for your time. We'll continue the part 2 of this interview next week. So stay with us. We're back with part 2 of this interview. My name is Daniel Ojo. This has been another edition of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV.
This week on E-Forum.
Unim say you are the best at it. That's what we ban normal concepts here and follow within your scope. I didn't go to bit my brewer. And this kind of thing, so why would he be explaining things? Echo young about the say the clients concept or develop here, It wouldn't go into excuse my language, gibberish.
How embarrassing is the stage?
For me, I saw it as if you are nursery phobia on my stage on my what day, on my recitals, and
beyond the return, and a friend is a year of return. We saw number of foreigners trooping in this friend is saying this storage sites, which at the end of the day boosted the economy. And now we have the US Vice President on Waba. It has added a certain huge
clouds,
yes, to the industry.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Hello and welcome to yet another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholimega. On this week's edition, I have here with me Genevieve Chinyere, and she's the founder and president of Dream West Africa. She will be talking about one of her projects, which is so dear to her heart. Genevieve, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you too. Many thanks for also making the time here.
It's a pleasure.
So Genevieve, can you tell us about Dream West Africa and your journey as an entrepreneur?
Where do I begin? So I've had the opportunity to live in different countries. I'm originally born in London, raised in Africa for a while, Sierra Leone to be specific. And then later on I experienced the war in Sierra Leone, and later on continued my education in America. I was able to work in several countries. After a while, I kind of got tired of working in America. At the time, I was working and living off of Wall Street, and I felt unfulfilled. And I had the need, the yearning rather, to go back to Africa, Sierra Leone to be more specific, because my family had already planted seeds there and due to my experiences there. And so I made the transition. I think my experience with the war and everything is actually what gave me that feeling that, hey, I need to go back and give back to the country, not just because I knew that Africa as a continent was the next emerging market, and being able to set up SOPs in virgin countries would make all the difference in terms of trade and increasing the GDP in those African countries, but also just being able to give back be due to the atrocities that I saw.
Just to briefly go back, you mentioned your experience from the war. What was that one key thing that you saw that, because most entrepreneurs are change makers, what was that one thing that you saw that you thought could like spark just your entrepreneurial drive?
Oh, that's it's a sensitive topic,
Okay.
really.
Yeah.
I saw quite a lot in the war at a young age. I was 9 going on 10, so it's a very sensitive topic.
It's totally
I
fine.
think in totality, everything I experienced, everything I saw, being able to, I think, now that I think about it, being able to survive, being able to have opportunities that other people didn't have would be something that I say changed things for me, because I was quite fortunate to be able to leave Africa. I left on one of the last evacuation ships out.
Wow.
And I had the, you know, the blessings to be able to leave and have other opportunities. I was able to get therapy. I mean, so many
everything
people
that you have to been through,
yeah, I mean, so many people
Very
left back
traumatic
in Africa
experience,
with
yeah.
those traumatic experiences didn't get that opportunity. They're there today. They didn't disappear. The war didn't, you know, stop. The children, rebels, and all of this that were forced to kill their families and stuff, they're still in society today. The people that were now amputees and disabled because of the war, they're still here today.
Experiencing the same things, yeah.
They're still living. There are a lot
Yeah.
of people, my housemaid, you know, every day there are people that have their own stories and have seen things and continue to stay there during the war when I had been taken away to safety. So it's always a blessing to be mindful every day of what you were able to overcome, and also be able to see that there are people around us that we need to try and impact and change the narrative.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome.
So now let's move to Dream West Africa, which you
Yes.
own, and what was what went into the idea of setting up this establishment, and what do you guys specifically do?
Well, it started with my journey in Sierra Leone. I first, one of the businesses that I did was I managed a logistics company, and I managed 197 people. From there,
That's quite a lot.
Yes. It was a crash course experience, and that was due to my family, but I later on branched out and I went on to jump into the hospitality industry. I helped to do the soft opening of Radisson and build their database.
That's the hotel?
Yes, Radisson
Okay.
Mamioko.
Okay.
And later on, after when we had Ebola, I then went and I started up my own company, which we then were giving. Luckily, it became a cash and carry business, so I took advantage of that, and I was able to do supplies and procurement for a company called ATS, which was then supplying the mining companies at the time, and that was to my benefit. I also came up with tricky. So I think being in Africa, you just have to think outside the box.
you
So
always
I
have to
found
be
my own niche, and I was able to start being the first distributor without a warehouse for Coca-Cola in Sierra Leone.
Without a warehouse?
Yes.
That's very
It was a
interesting.
concept that I came up with, and I
Okay.
know that the MD at the time, Israel, he was quite interested, like, where did you come up with this? You know? And at that time, I told him, Nigeria, not the carry last. You know? So I always kind of try and think outside the box in terms of the terrain at the time and adapt accordingly. And the reason why I even came up with a distributor without the warehouse was at the time, if you think about it, sometimes more is more headache. So I eliminated having to have a warehouse. I eliminated having to deal with logistics.
You didn't want to have all those...
I don't have to deal with it. Demurrage. What about late delivery? All I have to do now is follow my purchase order and my delivery order. That's it. And then I know what I'm making. So it was very simple and straightforward, and something that you're able to do remotely with less headache and less overhead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So you've been doing this for quite some time
Yes.
now. I'm sure you've had a lot of challenges along the way, paying taxes and paying people and all of that. What was that one key thing for you that has shaped your journey in terms of the challenges that you've been through over the years?
Honestly, I'm very blessed to have the support of amazing staff and amazing people that have followed me on my journey. From when I was smaller to now, as I'm still growing, but they're still there with me today. And some of my staff, and they've all become like family for me. Some of them have been there for even 7 years plus. And I appreciate them so much. So for me, I wouldn't say that there were any major hiccups, because I can say that staff that were there from my growing time times to now. And even as I continue to grow, I continue to get amazing people that believe in me, and we are able to establish relationships. I believe that relationships is what carries on the business. Integrity and kindness. Where in Africa, someone that's your security can become your minister tomorrow. So always stay humble and always try and give kindness to everyone.
Lovely. So we'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Okay.
I've been speaking with Genevieve Chinyere, and she's the president and founder of Dream West Africa, which is a visionary entrepreneurship firm. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with Genevieve Chinyere, and she is the president and founder of Dream West Africa. We are yet to talk about some of her projects that they've been undertaking. Genevieve, it's been a very interesting conversation, learning so much about you as a person. Now let's move to Dream West Africa and some of the projects. I understand you have some really interesting projects that you guys are undertaking. So kindly share that with us.
Okay, so I think we're talking more about the foundation, right?
Yes, the foundation.
So the foundation focuses on our corporate social responsibility. This started with a small, once again, sowing seeds in Sierra Leone. I believe that wherever we put our foot, we should also be able to plant seeds. And so gradually I started branching out into different sectors, which were medical, feeding, education, and women empowerment. I'll come back into Ghana now because we can always elaborate on that another time. But with Ghana, our main focus will be running a program that's parallel to each other. And it will be with women empowerment and gender equality. For the women, we're looking to bring tech into business, and the same thing applies to bringing tech into school. So with the students, we're looking to have a program where we give out an award to at least 2 students now. So I'll be running a pilot this year. It will be over the course of a year. And we hope that by the end of the school year, we would have picked 2 students where we actually award them and help them with a startup business. Meanwhile, we're going to be showing them how to use different tools. So you have tools like Canva. You know, we have a lot of programs where we have people that come in and they speak to the kids. It's enough of talking. What comes? It's time to do practicals. It's time to implement.
Theory is too much. The books and the reading is quite.
So how do you want to know if they have gotten the idea or they've gotten the concept? They need to be equipped and have a full understanding of what they can achieve if given the right tools. And I feel like we don't have enough information that's shared with our students today, both for even for helping them with learning tools that are free and available to them.
Even the basic ones.
Yes. So even now, if you know about Canva, I think we all know about Canva. So I think it would be nice to have a program where, for example, we're now taking the kids through creating their own brand identity, creating their own logo, and all of this can be done absolutely free.
And they can actually become graphic designers
of their own as well. In their own capacity. So there's that, and then the same thing applies to the women entrepreneurship. We want to be able to help them with brand visibility, developing their brand, helping them get mentorship, helping them identify, giving them that network. So I'm very strong with networking, both in Africa and outside. Luckily, we have traction with a lot of organizations that are supporting my initiative in other countries and now are open to supporting the initiative out here. So we want to be able to build up on that and help these women in terms of funding, in terms of materials, in terms of education, and be there as an ongoing support for them. So certain women as well will get grants as well that will be injected into their business, and they will get to help with more structure. There will also be travel experiences involved for our women entrepreneurs. And for our students, we're going to be doing programs where we give back to them as well. So we also want to try and attach them to paid internship during the holidays so they can also get a work experience.
It becomes meaningful as well.
So I mean, a lot of times we have students that are going to school and maybe funding is not as much. So it's nice to be able to give them a platform where they're getting a reward for the work experience that they're putting in. I think it's it develops a mindset for them to actually want to go out there and get and hunger for more. So this is the idea.
Okay, you made mention of something, funding, which is very, very key for most entrepreneurs. in our side of Africa here, we tend to struggle with access to markets, access to even funding and all of that. From your point of view and your expertise, how best do you think the continent can ensure that entrepreneurs are well equipped for the markets out there?
You know, I think it's a good question. I think I'm going to sound a bit Nigerian when I say that it all comes down to packaging. But it also comes down to being able to have accessibility to information, being able to carry out due diligence. I find that going through a lot of countries, and my passion is to help ECOWAS. I'm an ECOWAS baby. I feel that there are a lot of funding that's available that we don't take advantage of. One, because we haven't even taken the time to research and see what's available to us, so we often miss the deadline. Or B, when we do get it, we don't understand properly how to go about obtaining those funds, so once again we miss the opportunity. So I want to be able to broaden the spectrum and bring knowledge and shed light onto opportunities that they have that are now available for ECOWAS, but also outside of ECOWAS, companies that are looking to collaborate. There's a huge women's initiative going around in Sierra Leone. We just passed something through Parliament that adheres to women, gender equality, and women in leadership. So I mean, things like this people should be able to take advantage of, but if they're not privy to the information or they're unaware and they're closed off, then how do they take advantage of it? Also, we talk about identity. When you talk about entrepreneurship, there are lots of women that have the capacity, but once again, they don't identify themselves visually as being an entrepreneur. So when we talk about brand visibility, we want to be able to show women that, look, if you see a woman in a suit or you see a woman at the market side, we want her to know that she too is an entrepreneur in her own right, and she too can be a woman leader of maybe even the community by inspiring other women like her to, for example, have a cooking stall or have a soap making business or have a candle making business. Whatever it is that's your niche, you can also empower other women and be a leader in your own right.
Great. So still on the project, how long will the pilot run? And at the end of it all, what's the, I know you say you want to take some of the girls out and also offer opportunities. What's the whole gain for you?
Okay, I think there were two questions in there. And I will go first with the first bit, which is the time is going to take 1 year. Okay, and we look to launch somewhere in the May-June period where we'll start ongoing and rolling out the program properly. For now, we're bringing awareness and trying to go through profiling who are going to be the girls and the women that, so schools that we're collaborating with, government bodies and institutions that we'll need to collaborate with.
Apply?
Yes, of course. Especially when it comes to women entrepreneurs, anyone can apply. There will be a channel that you can also be able to, we'll give you some information where you can also share out on your platform so that if there are any interested women that are having their own startup business and need guidance, we're open to taking them on board. It will take 1 year, and this 1 year will be a pilot because what we want to do is develop a system where there's consistency. And in order to have a continuity of this program, we have to be able to meet expectations and have deliverables that are out this year so we can have the measurables for the following consecutive year. And what do I plan to achieve from it personally? I just want to see more women that are empowered. I want to be able to use myself as a figure. Before, I always hide in the shadows and I don't really feel like maybe I can be that person that inspires other women, but I'm seeing that the narrative has changed, and I believe that from the feedback that I've gotten from women in different countries where they're like, hey Jen, I'm looking up to you. Sometimes you're called to be a leader, and if I can be that one that inspires and lifts my sisters up, then I want to be that person, that vessel.
Lovely. So finally, we're wrapping up. What's your advice to any young woman out there that wants to be an entrepreneur or wants to join this initiative?
My advice is, if you're hungry and you want it, go after it. Don't listen to the naysayers. Do your due diligence, do your research. If you're a part of us, just know that we're going to be pushing you, so be ready to be pushed. But if you're not ready for it, please allow somebody that is ready to actually step up and take the mantle. We're here to encourage people, but also this is Africa, and I know that sometimes we have people that will say they want something, but they're looking, it's not going to be easy. No one said the journey would be easy, but we'll be there to give you that support. So it comes with a lot of discipline and dedication. And of course, I don't know everyone's religion, but always put God first. And I believe that that's been a rock for me. So I always like to make reference to that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I've been speaking with Genevieve Chinyere, and she's the founder and president of Dream West Africa, and we've been talking about one of their salient projects, which is expected to take place somewhere in June this year, which is going to be a pilot offering women various opportunities. She's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.ghanaweb.com. Don't forget to also follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the Ghana Web, and our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholimega. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome to Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella J. Jomsugli. To our first story, the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana has increased the policy rate to 29.5% from an earlier 28% announced in January this year. The decision comes after the central bank held its second meeting for 2023 to review economic developments in the country. The governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, explained that the hike is due to rising inflationary shocks, which are expected to persist as Ghana waits an IMF-supported program.
Headline inflation has declined marginally for 2 consecutive months, but continues to remain relatively high compared to the medium-term target of 8 plus or minus 2%. To place the economy firmly on the path of stability and reinforce the pace of disinflation, it is important that the monetary policy stance be tuned further to re-anchor inflation expectations towards the medium-term target. Given these considerations, the MPC decided to increase the monetary policy rate by 150 basis points to 29.5%.
Still on the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison has said that an agreement has been finalized with the Ministry of Finance on the modalities towards an MOU for zero financing of the 2023 budget. According to him, the MOU is expected to be signed by both parties soon as Ghana awaits an IMF program which is expected to restore macroeconomic stability, among others. Speaking at the 111th Monetary Policy Committee press briefing on March 27, Dr. Addison emphasized that the decision falls under the staff-level agreements reached with the IMF.
The domestic debt exchange, new revenue measures, and structural fiscal reforms will provide significant reduction of debt service and help create fiscal space. The fiscal outlook is contingent on financing of the budget and will require the conclusion of the domestic debt exchange program, as well as securing the requisite financing assurances from bilateral donors. Indications are that these discussions are proceeding well. Based on the above, it is imperative that Parliament prioritizes the passage of the revenue bills currently before it. Under the staff-level agreement with the IMF, the Bank of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance have finalized a memorandum of understanding on zero financing to the budget, which will be signed shortly.
Government secured 2.44 billion from the sale of treasury bills in its latest auction on March 24, 2023. The auction saw an undersubscription of 764.6 million Ghana cedis. This will be the first time this year that treasury bills have been undersubscribed. The government set the target at 3.21 billion to finance the payment of maturities for the first quarter. Meanwhile, the rates have remained quite stable in the past 2 weeks after dropping to an average of between 18.87% to 25.66%. The Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, has disclosed her government's intention to deploy a resident advisor to Ghana to help solve the country's economic crisis. Kamala Harris made this known when she arrived in Ghana on March 26, 2023. She said the resident advisor will assist the Ministry of Finance to develop and execute medium to long-term reforms to improve its debt sustainability program. Kamala Harris noted that the projects form part of its Department of Treasury's Office of Technical Assistance, OTA, to engage and strengthen public financial management across sub-Saharan Africa. Banks with a capital adequacy ratio of less than 10% of their assets have been asked by the Bank of Ghana to submit plans for recapitalization. The ratio, a principal financial soundness indicator, demonstrates banks' ability to finance their long-term capital expenditures and ventures, and was reduced from 13 to 10% in December 2022 as part of a slew of measures aimed at mitigating the domestic debt exchange program's impact on banks, as they were overexposed to the Treasury instruments, holding a third of all outstanding CD-denominated bonds. Responding to questions about bank solvency at the end of the 111th ordinary meeting of the Central Bank's Monetary Policy Committee, Governor Addison stated that the regulator had met with operators of the banks whose capital has been impacted to submit plans for a fresh injection of bonds. Consumers of petroleum products are expected to witness a significant drop in the prices of fuel from April 1, 2023. According to the Institute for Energy Security, fuel prices will likely drop between 2% and 9%. Liquefied petroleum gas, which is a key for many households, will experience a drop also in prices. The IES explained that prices of petrol and diesel will drop between 2% and 5% respectively, while LPG will decline by about 9%. Thank you so much for watching Best Headlines this week. For more of our news stories, do log on to our website at www.GhanaWeb.com. Also on YouTube at GhanaWeb TV. Follow us on our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb. My name is Stella J. Jomsogli. Do have a lovely weekend.
Baby, na say, wouldn't say you are the best at it. Na so be no concepts be and fall within your scope. I didn't go to my brewer. And this kind of thing, so why would he be explaining things? Echo young go back say the clients concept or develop here, na It wouldn't go so excuse my language, gibberish.
How embarrassing is the stage?
For me, I saw it as if you are nursery phobia on my stage on my what day, on my recitals, and I beyond
the return, and a friend is a year of return. We saw number of foreigners trooping in this friend is saying this tourist sites, which at the end of the day boosted the economy. And now we have the US Vice President on us. It has added a certain huge
clouds,
yes, to the industry.
President Akufo-Addo's response to a question posed on LGBTQ by the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, on Monday has brought up a whole lot of conversations on the matter. Now we are out here asking people that what do you think the president's response exactly should have been? Do you think he should have been more assertive to tell the vice president that no or yes, Ghana is going to accept LGBT? Let's quickly go on and find out from the people.
The bill is in Parliament, and I believe it's a duty of the parliamentarians to work on it. And he's saying that maybe after when a bill is passed, maybe he will see what he can do. And I don't think he has anything to do when the bill is passed. If it's against the LGBTQ. And I watched the interview. I think he said, I think maybe ahead of maybe intervening in it, right? Yes. So like that particular way, that intervening, I think I don't agree with Mr. President. Because first of all, he said the bill is at the parliament, right? They are debating on it. And so when they are debating on it, when the bill is done, when you intervene, so you are intervening us in a negative perspective or in a positive perspective, they get it, because those are the parliament, they are matured enough to know what is right and wrong. They get it. So after their decision, I think it will favor the whole Ghana. That's why they've taken that decision. They get it. So when you are saying you intervene as in, do you get it? So with that, I think I don't make I'm nowhere in the century, Mr. President.
They should not accept it. Me, myself, I'm not agreed. If there's any question. Is it good as a Christian can adopt that, useless things like this in this Ghana? Christian country like this, we will not accept it. That is my point. That is my point of view.
Okay, so what do you think the president should do?
He should withdraw. He should withdraw from it. Yes.
You no penny president awaba omenu. Nkrofo abako. Na yebisa saa nipa na abetena konwa so da se. Saa sema abe nei. On adwen ne sen, on kire won se ha eyibusuo ma yen enti ye mpe. Enti ehwa na on pa ko on am nko. Enti so no nkrofo hu na adwen enti na ma nkrofo bi ebo ho. Ekoye saa de call parliament because on hu se ayade a na nije ho. Na oman ye chiri nti ena ma on ye saa. Enti metumi no hu se on no pe. O so yan adwen ahwe na mu enye yi. Don't find us in Menen and Yadrin. I just a president, no, I and Adrian said, or Besor just had in the tomb, or my Memo Yachiri. And one on Courtney baby.
So basically, what he's saying is that the push of the president suggests that he wants LGBTQ to be approved in Ghana. And as a Ghanaian, he doesn't think that is the right way to go, and he does not agree with the president saying we should wait for parliament to discuss or deliberate on the bill and see what will come out of the passage.
Sir, asem we dey ya na ne kan ayetin. To say yan ya tie tire a ye ni aban mu no. Ya dwen ye different from omo aban mu no. Let's say omo nim dodo sen ye. So what you say? Omunim dodo say the president no matter commenter. Onim baby free. What you say? I don't think a parliament or minority and then majority. And so I say enjoy parliament na omun discussing here. I think that there is nothing wrong with it. And I mean sure say the parliament discussing here. Me van say dodo no kopene so. Say law no yem pass. Krana esan se dodo no apne so nti president ntimi approve but let's wait so say parliament be approve na yen see the president and I don't think say the president will be allow sir adem it is a based on the president ne can you say be judge am say be wrong
BBC no we simple me ebema me bra we so ebema o yo ba onyonko ba ho o se na won ya akono yi mintimi me fa o se mintimi me fa me bra peni se me ne ko yesa ade no ntu we nice guy say bia abena ma be so pe wo no fo to mintimi no amengo all right ba mintimi ko fa be ma se me ne be ma ko se obeji atum na sika be ba o man ni mu no man ho enkyere ne nko ade a me de mefo aso onjintum ojitum a omo ombe no before no nkofo ye deda anamboa nkofo ye deda nti opa onjintum se scam be ba ma oman no ye won hianya ye de a e okay onjintum ojitum o wanjantum meme nkofa be ma sem ne koda wati ase na so be so na open na ba akofo ba so ni be lobi dia mama sem Me be ma zimi din ko fam nyonko semi de dem be ma tumba we be ma oni no fo we kama hyemenu ma e fi hu sa me da ko fo be ma say da bi sika nim na ya umba chu ye dia ye hia and ye kayanga se ba betu no flat house ye ni na enko yi kra ohun ye yi.
So what he's also saying is that he doesn't have any problem with people wanting to be gay, lesbian, or part of the LGBT community. As for him, he will not be part of LGBT. But if the president thinks that accepting the LGBTQ in Ghana will make Ghana better or bring more foreign aid to Ghana, then he agrees. But if it doesn't, then he doesn't think that it should be accepted. So after speaking to a number of people, they believe that the president should have just gone ahead to tell the Vice President of America that Ghana will not accept LGBTQ. Others also believe that what he said was right. He wants to leave it to Parliament to make the decision. Some others also believe that if accepting LGBTQ will bring some good money or foreign aid to Ghana, then why not? My name is Stella J. Jomsogli for GhanaWeb TV.
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabra yan Tedeshe. And let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
How embarrassing is the stage?
For me, I saw it as if you are nursery phobia on the stage on my what day, on my recitals, and I had in a moment of Mundinaso.
Thanks for joining us on eForum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. We've met again for another discussion, another conversation on issues relating to the arts and entertainment with a touch of weight. Today on the show, we'll be focusing on gospel musicians and publicity stunts. I'm sure who Brother Samini and the Sopoku videos be out. Brother Sami Dieni and the Sopoku na and the Sopoku Tibebi Onenkof be ahead of his program. And Brother Sami Baho, I say, a luta BSC woho, more Kumasin the American luta Motiase, I say, Tawantawa BSC woho. And before this video, there had been some confrontations. Brother Sami and the Sopoku Gachan is a Nimna so Sine anniversary event Nasia or Ninu that was and the Sopoku celebrating 20 years in the industry. So we'll talk about that. And as Nebio on a radio interview or in a radio interview, I say Girl Biaman Girl Biaman lollipop. So some people are asking questions. Is this for publicity or it is real? And we're asking, if it's publicity, what is really wrong with that for gospel musicians to stage stunts? Later on, we'll focus on American Vice President's visit to Ghana, her meeting with the creatives, her visit to the Cape Coast Castle, and the LGBTQ plus comment that has actually caused controversy. Today on the show, I have Martinez, who is an entertainment pundit and a movie producer. Martinez Akwaba.
You know, boss.
Yeah, fine.
Oh, Nyamiadum.
Nice
one.
one.
I mean, say Ghana I find there, you say.
Ghana I find ma.
Say Ghana I find there, you say I find.
Okay. Any hypothesis. Wa Romeo Ghana I find ma.
Yeah, idiot. Yeah, idiot.
Yeah, idiot. Ghana I find. Magduna Nani Asari, aka Romeo, is an event organizer. Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. He's an actor. He's a poet. He's everything showbiz. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Abrantia.
If you were managing a gospel musician, would you engage in publicity stunts of any sort?
Business in terms of propaganda marketing and any move to popularize your products, you're welcome. But you see, gospel is good news. It's not something that's need to be diluted. Say ABR, Ube Nyamon be just to promote it. As an analysis, oh, she's scafe and the gospel. But we your gospel, you see, go ye into the world and preach the gospel. Until you don't have to pull stunts to win souls for Christ. As now you are defeating the purpose or the rationale behind your gospel. Make us say gospel and not a gospel no yeah, to win souls. But if you're looking at the business aspect, anything announcing across social media then abba. So we me popularize, we me market to Unyama just for people to see the good works you have, even through events in Asifono. Ebo okra airplay ni this friend saying internet friend saying sources here platforms here good to inti or avenues to popularize whatever acts and as a content aware then but to come to create or to raise eyebrow to bait followership there, I feel it's almost defeated the purpose of the gospel. A secular artist in every right in his capacity can do that, and wait me I am free to do that. But as a gospel artist, no, you don't have that. Then you are not a gospel musician. And yes, someone would argue say about business, but the gospel aspect is the focal point. The business and it will survive. What I say, in America they are diluting it. It is a new gospel in the area. Then we look at the business aspect. Propaganda marketing is welcome. I know that this has stance but Shatawale in as for but Shatawale in gospel artist. It is on or stage BB or police stance be just to bait followership and as a popularity. You and a Sopoku and I say Dan Hamilton and I a friend saying Joe Metal. You have no business in pulling stunts. What I say? For me, it's a no-no in that area.
Martinez, you have a different view on that?
Yeah, it's about showbiz. And for me, I always say, you know, gospel musicians now, Oma Betias here. So it's not just about kingdom, business, and blah, blah, but it's about showbiz. I was saying, brand and to me, a building, you need that sustainability. And when in account, mind you, they have, most of them have their lives they live before entering into the music business or the music scene as gospel musicians. It be a honor and a strength. And that's the gospel. But on one a different figure. Just that most of them, they do things behind the scene because of criticism, like said Romeo can always say into anyone say, oh yes, sir. But in Bimo almost will be pa. And for me, I always say there's nothing wrong, so yes, there's nothing wrong. It's your life. It's about a message you are putting across. But a personal life, and you have to be real. And see, it's like they feel when it comes to showbiz, it shouldn't be about a secular phone. There are ways and means to actually get a certain clause. Like there are war schemes, there are things to be done for you to be recognized and even win the ultimate Artist of the Year. And Osha, so far, Jometone than Hamilton winning and Utumunze, the gospel fraternity, they were so happy. Sadly, it's almost so a bit more free on my camp with me. But at the other than for more Adrian Corner, say a game no more a player. You need to play the game. We can say, oh, Nyamijuma can to Tonyo na we a C. No, CCR, they've come to understand that stunts anyway in our county.
But being who is strictly for ministry. So if it's ministry, why pull a stunt to get the attention of the public?
So Omo real, Omo better game. They've come to understand that when it comes to showbiz, it's business. Like Romeo said, if say one of the area there, no one criticizing them. But me, I see nothing wrong with it, because at the end of the day, it's about getting your brand very active, getting a certain kind of image out there, being powerful. And to say when we say a farmer, why not? And for me, I believe that gospel musicians are fake, they really struggle in the game. Because if you are to charge for a show and you feel like Nyamijuma na me in charge, then you come back later and complain, say, yeah, moko program ni ama fanta ni cook and you are complaining bitterly. This is why now, because you need to charge in order to sustain the brand. And sustaining the brand, they feel some of these things as parts. And see, well, adults, they understand what they are doing, whether it is real or it's not real. But we need to game no.
Yeah. The issue here is that so a good contenter, usually you don't need stunts. I'm saying so because
you may not, or you
may not.
Okay.
PSA study. And you're not releasing here, no. Even in the within the fray of the gospel fraternity, no, they are even pushing say on winning artist of the year, because naturally was subdue obia with that kind of release. In their quality, it doesn't matter who you're competing with. Your competitors would even end up marketing you, so you don't need stunts. Today, can I say? Because Enosopoku is a fine artist, or like good songs or voice and a whole lot. So what he owes us is something good to be able to bait even the sleeping ones. Say, hey, Kokujesi should come back with a big bang, and I say, yeah, Joby Chem with a big bang. He wouldn't need a stance, because he would only have to garnish what he used to give us in the past until I don't. So it becomes easy to reconnect. But pulling up unnecessary stance, especially with that unwholesome stance of say, yeah, BJ or Basmo, it's ungodly. Like, why that time? Why?
What's in that?
And at that time, I will promote a new man, promote programmer. Was that the appropriate time? You want to say, a stance just to pull the focus. Now, traffic, no,
so how
we are Christians, grandpa, and follow.
How are people easily concluding, say, a stand with what happened between Enesopoku and Brother Sammy and his interview? No, can say, or baby, or a man, BJ or Kemuno. How do you conclude, say, a stand?
A stand in the discussion. There's a notion, there's a perception. Until so I catch they say yes stands.
Oh, so I say yes stand.
Oh, but yes, we read between the lines in him say them for a pulling yama, especially saying can be on releasing and only any on the verge of releasing any track and also any project be
it's the 20th anniversary.
And I'm just a project be under the name and BBC and there you could say one of those things. But there's a project, a celebration of his 20th anniversary. It has to do with him, his brand. Until say focus in Ayoko PC, so I has to do something. Say yeah, any better than so. But in the wrong way. And can you say and it's Opoku why donation go baby and I say will be a kidney transplant be ni untiminti and say like something godly. Over I pulley that kind of stage stance, you know, in a positive manner, but not in the manner of pulling. No, other brother Sammy stage I don't me. Yes, one of those who has a banter me police for the Samiechi. As a baby, often I say to young ways to you. For me, I feel it's a shred in a positive sense. That performance, no, but other friends and components they account uncalled for.
Martinez, does it appear to you as though we seem to be putting the gospel musicians in a box on what they can do and what they cannot do, or wafa gospel na to hono so no de maybe actually you should actually stay off.
So me follow 2 ways.
Okay.
But one on my boxium, and the other one, Yanson, ya boxium. Me, what I believe in is that you have to be yourself. You don't need to be fake. And the reason why I say America's hand is that most of the gospel musicians, Obia when the life are no live, as an maybe or the gospel music.
That I say Obi ba Christo mo anu aya body of fro. Na ne madada ni nyina twem. Ti say wo was our life na. Say no na twem. I say utimi adapt it to the Christian life. And
you see, upon you, when you're 3 years, I was on a year. Maybe when you're doing now, we're training Yame, and it's every bonsam. The life he wants to live, or she wants to live, or not, choose or the right to live the way he or she wants, except say, is against the constitutions of our land. And you veteran as well, and I said, yeah, you facing some punishment. But apart from that, you know, or you're adults. Gospel music, you know, the reality is a lot of them does that for business. So what is it? It's not as if say yeah. Gonna do this and you say musra. No. It's about understanding the game, knowing how to write good lyrics, knowing how to compose, and that is it. They say, I'm sure saying some way somehow you share Bimo one-on-one. They have their life they live. Those who chooses to come real, I know mobile real.
But all stand to be or high out time. I will hear stand who say, the way there is not well scripted. Or my nanke.
And Bakuni they are discussing.
Yeah. How best could they have done it? Because who believe in instant? What is wrong with what they came out with?
It looks like they were acting, and when the actor is not on point, I won't. Because how our brother Sami drew and so sorry, I mean, it's like it's been scripted.
It was expected.
It doesn't make sense. It's a stunt, all right, but say always and they come on to them. They are because I said they are not used to those stuff. Because there are certain stunts be our own. You got to say stunt crowd. And later, what to say the parties involved, no. Come out clear say what we did was actually stand as a DC and in your life. You'll be surprised. It didn't look so real.
Me trying to know. To say that lumba ni friends a gospel artist way. Ampon. See as Ampon will show. Na say ebia o ma patch abna on aware. Na that lumba Ampon to na microphone be a sound they will crowd na say that lumba be pure stage so. Obia who say tailored stance. If he say natural, just to prove to the public, say, oh, they are no longer a beefing. Which has meanwhile a bit my stance behind the scenes. So a bit my orchestrated in a manner like people will be in doubt. We say nicer, but when it's become glaring, it's boring.
So I mean, every stand to be our consequences. Until once you are doing it, you should know say, who's so bad. Or say ufisi. I mean, it's you need to understand. It's so we see you say there. No idea. Say the who's so never. I know they say you get by we there no. It looks so fake.
What will be the consequence? We there no.
Me, I don't see any problem with it. Okay. But I've been a Romeo kind. Majority will see a problem with it and feel like we are gospel musicians. You are not supposed to get at each other like that. So even more, you don't believe what you preach. It will go against them, especially with their and the Sopoku about BJ. It tells you said they also have BJ in their bedrooms. We put in a bedroom. And you worry them. Okay, we move and they are enjoying life, Pepe. So what I saw, no, maybe I'm not being the Kanawaka thing. I mean,
no, they need your bass.
Yeah. Some time ago. When they see on Nayas.
Yeah.
So it tells you say no because they're passionate.
But the fact is more talent we bring, more challenges. Say immoral and discipline. In some of these things we pardon, but you don't put it at the fore. Like you don't make it say obian what talent into una be ka say obian say dem mbuade obetimi de wano aka sa but actions and conversation just oh guy we your talent but mbuade but men for no here dem be ka say me minim say me here dem mbuade that's what he did.
Right, so that's the discussion on the publicity stunts our gospel musicians Ebimu Epuli. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about the US Vice President and her visit to Ghana, as well as how its influence on the arts will be. See Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. I'm doing this with Martinez. He's a movie producer, entertainment pundit, and McDonald Naneo Asari, aka Ambassador Romeo. He is an event organizer, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. So next is U.S. Vice President's visit to Ghana. First, now me bono Kamala Harris, and then Matis will be say, "Ano, last any year silent." Kamala Harris. Me boy na na matumebo because Arne Elne woman. So we'll do a course a discussion on that. I don't know where my panelists would want to take it from. So from the airport, the stage that was mounted for her, the comments she passed, the LGBTQ comments. Remember, some of our celebrities have been talking about LGBTQ plus, KNUST, UDS, so we'll talk about that as well, and then her visit to a recording studio, her engagement with people in the arts. Let me read her statement on the LGBTQ plus. She says, "I feel very strongly about the importance of supporting the freedom and supporting the fighting and fighting for equality among all people, and that all people be treated equally. I will also say that this is an issue that we consider, and I consider to be human rights issue, and that will not change." So those were her comments, kind of urging us. And of the reason she came to Ghana or Africa was to push for the LGBTQ plus. So first off, let's begin from the airport, the stage. Nayanka with her meeting with the stars and then the LGBTQ. Romeo, let me begin.
The stage in the honestly speaking, one embarrassment. Omano, in terms of a country of so much, a country of so much creativity, so much brilliance. No say you're welcome, you share this kind of stage. Like I said,
how embarrassing is the stage?
For me, I saw it as if a nursery phobia on the stage on my wadi, on my recitals, and I started a mom from Mundinaso. Because honestly speaking, I didn't get the concept behind it. Over knowledge, and I say I don't get it. For me, it was a bad spectacle, and we could have done something unique, something like, even if Oba Kramudi Abedia, it's a palm front. As a Ozana, no my yama in the Chikra, Rubicran Amudi, Sawi for friends and cram for the Homo, sound run away. No, it will be him say, yeah, send some traditional signal, so Waba Africa. We are upholding our vegetation.
Was the kente not symbolic enough?
The symbolism of the kente at that time with its usage was wrong. She stayed there kente nabo. What was its essence? Stage one kaza as Abrantipa as an individual. What went into your mind? Like then a call wajum, then about wajum. Then I would dream and say your creative people we do your mind in him. Now I'm going to advise this way. That's the first question I made them. I say, until when I suggest this way, and I want to promote this way, because it was an embarrassment, honestly speaking. And on any platform, sure as a Nigeria form for causing this would be sort of a banter. I'll motivate TV and say, you know, opportunity to say, share a DBI. It wasn't.
Will we not be the same people to have complained if we had mounted a glamorous stage and roping in difficulties in terms of finances? Stage.
I dare you say budget stage. Upa me say exorbitant. Budget. So it has nothing to do with the exorbitance of dignity or so we have to give it our best shots. Mind you, Orban or the Crawford by OTS, BET for Grammy for actresses, actors, directors, so they're also looking at a level of creativity. And when you chance American Vice President, now why a best stage can take the almost your problem through the American embassy. Easy. But do something. Come up with a concept. And KBI, active at golden stool. And I cover no, and OTH and Quebec and this signal. People start reading about the golden stool. Now, so I raise discussions. What's the concept behind this best stage?
So this was per the post that Nabil Alassane made on Facebook. Any company, and for him, he didn't go with his design. It is the design from his client. So he did what the client wanted. Because people were bashing him, and he had made some posts on Facebook about the fact that
to understand, okay, but as a professional, it's wrong. Once you're a professional, and you have standards. Now say Obi wants you to skew off your standards. It's not just about the money. What you say, until you're doing it at this way, then you're not the on pay with for. But if come, so whatever blame comes on J. Because so be Aquaba say, or live band on performing. Just standard. And you can be man offshore no standard why then was set. TV over negotiate on this because of live band crowd or feel okay so be performing live band or better so much in the pocket for my be by force. See who you be na say who say you are the best at it. Na so be ba normal concepts be and follow within your scope. I didn't go say bit my brewa. And this kind of thing kwaje. So why would he be explaining things? Eko yi and go ba be kire say the clients concept or develop here na nya ne there. It wouldn't go so excuse my language gibberish.
About how yes,
okay, so comment.
Me too, I didn't like it.
You don't like
it? Area.
Okay.
But I remember say how to keep say stage now I can say I no need there then.
A number of people have commented on it. Nana Banamwade, when she saw the picture, her comment was A+ also says it's Subribi Village Square and that we could have done better. And so that's the reason, and for those who may not be aware, this falls within the arts when it comes to stage decor so even if the celebrities have not spoken, we still would have. Romeo, you want to say something?
Yeah, my problem is that in this country obia within a domain, so Jumayiba na follow be within Nipano jurisdiction as a professional or per se odi hu sika ntino or be sublet am obi. Meanwhile, so far professional, not professional, no.
Oh, but Nabil is a professional.
And I'm sure say Nipa no di Ejuma man Nabil. Nipa no concept no dey buy. Nipa no equal to Nabil. Nipa no professional. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I get it now.
Inti say nyewe Ejuma. Give it to who deserves it. Inti say query Nipa no baby anka Nipa no lusu Ejuma. You be fired because it's an embarrassment, it's a national disaster. Inti say no lusu Ejuma then you won't say there is sort of an integrity at work. Until next time, BBC Ebane who they see your microphone and say, Yabane is about to be who are. And your president, you go be saying, who they will do Ejima.
Meeting with the arts and then
yeah, no, because
we have 5 minutes.
So the point is, Nabil didn't have any say in this. He actually followed directives there, the man.
Yes. Let's move away from the stage. Let's talk about her meeting with the creatives in a recording studio, her visit to the Cape Coast Castle where, the slavery actually went on back in the day. And let's talk about the LGBTQ. I hope we are able to do this within the 5 minutes. Mami, starting from Martinez.
Yeah, when it comes to the creative, I think it's good. I saw a couple of lists of artists Omo Ebe Rouse, Sarkondi, and Hema Swede. who is a very young artist, and I was happy for that boy in particular. It's good. It will add up to our status as a country. Visiting the Cape Coast Castle, yes, but added value as well to our tourism sector. And so the Romeo Kine, she didn't come alone. She came with a team. And going forward, we don't know the discussion, of course, between the creative sector and the team. No? But I believe, sir, as a nation, if we are very smart, we can tap into this opportunity to raise the flag of the country very high. If the U.S. Vice President has come here, has been able to visit the Cape Coast Castle, I mean, that's a huge platform.
How do we capitalize on it?
Ah, come on. Advert be anywhere same way. Yes. Advert, unless we are not smart. But if we as well, I mean, beyond the return, and a friend is a year of return, we saw number of foreigners trooping in this friend is saying this tourist sites, which at the end of the day boost the economy. No? And now we have the US Vice President on Swaba. It has added a certain huge
clouds,
yes, to the industry, which we should take a very good advantage of it. Ludacris,
he's still here.
I'm sure he's still around.
Okay.
So it tells you,
Lee is also here.
Yes, it tells you this particular year, no. I mean, like, it's a brighter year for our country with regards to entertainment. So this is on our laps as an industry, the creative art industry. We should be able to, in fact, documentary. Of course, I'm sure you're taking videos and photos of this documentary, which at the end of the day, you bet to me, the engineers they are build it for the future generation. You bet to me, there are actually more foreigners to come in. It should create that easy accessibility between our artists and the foreign artists, American artists, like the BET awards and all of that. It should be able to put us there. I don't know communication I have aside the LGBT, no. I don't know the communication course, so especially on creative art. But I believe that in the university, the creative arts department shouldn't lose at all from it. It will be surprising. In fact, to me, but you don't know. It's a plus for Omo Mudinichi as an artist.
Okay. Quickly, LGBTQ plus.
First and foremost question, response I'm going to say. The first gentleman and the first lady, second lady of the American people. Obia wo Bema wo yere, Obano so okuno. It's a statement. It's a God bless America. Ginti na mu top hierarchy no. Bema no worry Bema ye vice president no worry oba. Oba so di ni kunu ne ba you. Wamfa oba as ni partner and about the Bema as the partner ne ba ye. And within our cultural jurisdiction, you tolerate in our culture. If you're frowning on polygamy, you can't push it down their throat. You should stop pushing it down our throats. And our presidency should be straightforward in dealing with them. Say the President Kufuor Muni Akameosmo dealt with them straightforward. Most many of Uganda on plane, I'm really way no kind or catch say what they practice there, we don't push them. We don't push it against them. We don't blame them. We don't criticize them. They should allow us also to practice what satisfies us. Until they shouldn't push anything down our throats. You are not against anyone's right. LGBTQ we be am fan share cage mu and yanchi obi a why transgender be am fan share people be aseni akase impede on human rights. Ya wonra okrum ha. The same way say me call them ko wari mi ni be jeli me. If we are talking business, we should talk business. Our leaders should be bold enough to draw the distinction between sympathy just for favors and also being real. Because we are real with them and they know this is, you don't like it, they don't push down your truth. Even Ubet Menya support from the Arab world, if you get that stance now who say you are taking yourself away from it, Uganda will struggle, but people will come to their aid if they need it. Till let's yes be yes. You guys will be right, will be all right. But say me more right, also all right. But right behind then our limitation. Now one aspect of it for me, me said me I'm transnational. me feel say me Canadian. And say me feel say me Canadian, dear.
Me here visa.
And me here visa. Me found me bag and me go Canada. That's how I feel. So allow me. But they won't allow you. But you want to push things down our throat. So because say me Bema me feel say me oba. O see engine too. Now you young get one at the end of the day like a whole lot of issues also. And a promo your washrooms me no. Say you male female. You need third room. So how do we deal with those people? It's not part of our setting. It's a no-no right on arrival.
Martinez, concluding your
Boss, as a nation, you and Drew baby ever have this hard discussion. I'm for pedocnudi. Amen. To say the way system now, no. So what to say, be more useful formation be 001. It be crabo 000.
Some George in the buy.
Aha. Sure. America near those developed countries. Imagine how many years they have developed. Maybe on my need dream. And to say almost dreams and maybe say so almost they have that conducive environment. Yeah, in Ghana, I 65 years, and I say we are too young to discuss some of these things. And to me, we want to say we should rather discuss more pressing issue, more important issue. Now, if I way and don't change.
All right, that's Martinez. He's a movie producer, entertainment pundit. McDonald and Asareki, Ambassador Romeo is an event organizer, artist manager, Madina, social welfare assemblyman, and Chebia Nebani the
Anfield. We did the first birthday.
First birthday.
Yeah, we be man.
So what the Anfield there? So what you
Okay.
Wow, open Liverpool.
Okay.
So I represent Ghana month. So our outfit we promise me push am.
We wish you the very best. Happy birthday to you. Nina Beye Penimpa. Yeah, Bidi Opapana Moechi. He's been very instrumental in the creative arts. Right from our first encounter was on the University of Ghana campus. Why BBAB in terms of the arts, were acting, were shooting, why were grooming pageants, name Yapon, your friend Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
This first meeting of the third session of the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic. In spite of the shocks we had during this meeting, I urge you all to still continue to give thanks to the Almighty God, because that is His will. I will also call on the Office of the Official Report to capture the entirety of my closing remarks. But it's important I mention some of the things we went through, and we are still trying to come together. We have really endeared ourselves, particularly the leaders, my deputies, to try and build more consensus. But we've had some rather sometimes inexplicable U-turns, and that really sometimes saddens me. I hope in the next meeting we'll not go through this experience again. You have shown, like tonight, that you prepared to work and to work hard. So are some of the ministers, particularly this meeting. The Minister of Health has always been with us. He's come around to give us some briefs on many issues. We have had to extend the perimeters of the pre-laying consultations by the Electoral Commission to a very elastic end. And today, we managed to put a position together. I hope and pray that we'll maintain that position. I launched the 30 years of Ghana's Fourth Republican Parliament under the theme 30 Years of Parliamentary Democracy in the Fourth Republic, the journey thus far. We'll be organizing a number of activities. We'll be urging all of you to participate. But let me thank the members, and particularly the chair of the organizing committee, the Honorable Member for Abuakwa South, Honorable Samuel Atachia. He's done very, very well. The coordinator, the clerk to Parliament himself, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Insian, and other members. During the course of the recess, in spite of the pressure on you, because I know you are all lacing your boots, apart from a few, to recontest your seats. The minority will be taking the lead, but about 4 or 5 of them have decided to call it a day and not to go back through this stressful experience. We will do all we can through prayers and through whatever means to support you. But please, your record is there to be used by your constituents. And these days, Parliament is a focus, and that's why sometimes I try to call on you to focus on the business of the House. But a lot of you think that Ghanaians could still be taken for granted. Please, let's be more serious than we are. But let me end by expressing my gratitude to the 2 deputy speakers for always stepping in to preside over the business of the House anytime I call on them. My gratitude also goes to the leadership of both sides. As I said, we've tried many, many times to come to some consensus before the Parliament sits. Sometimes we'll not be able to carry that through, but I pray and hope that we will improve on it. I also want to thank the clerk and his deputies and all members of Parliament for what we have achieved so far. I cannot leave out my friends in the Parliamentary Press Corps who regularly bring citizens up to speed on proceedings in the House. We have, as exhibited, been working together to make Parliament more responsive to the needs of the people, to ensure that government, particularly the executive, is more transparent and accountable, and to make this House more effective in the discharge of its duties. I am proud of the progress we've made so far, and I'm confident that this Parliament will continue to grow and improve in the years to come. Honourable members, as you travel to your constituencies to reconnect with your constituents, I can only wish you travel mercies. One of the incidents we experienced today was an accident involving a member on his way to this House. An accident. And that is why I'm drawing your attention to this. Please value your lives, take good care of yourselves, and make sure that we all come back to meet in our next meeting in good health and with great hope for this country. We know how the economy is, but there are signs of recovery. It's for all of us to try and support the efforts, because Ghana first. I end by thanking all of you, particularly for the support you have given me and for the love and respect you have shown. I assure you I will continue to improve on my performance, and together we will make Ghanaians proud of their nation. With this, I declare the Parliament adjourned sine die.
I believe that it should serve as the launch pad for us to do serious introspection about how far we've traveled, the difficulties and challenges that we faced, some of which relate to our standing orders, which the Speaker still remain outstanding, the review of, and of course, some of them also ensue from the 1992 Republican Constitution. I guess and trust that we use the occasion to also reflect on the Constitution to see what amendments to proffer to strengthen parliamentary democracy and also strengthen Parliament as an institution. The Speaker, we had occasion to approve of justices nominated by the President and also of members of Parliament nominated by the President to serve as ministers, the Minister of State and Deputy Minister. There have been instances where we have cooperated. Unfortunately, there have been instances where cooperation has become difficult. Mr. Speaker, what I've written out here is really to provide a historical account of what we've been able to do thus far, beginning the 7th of February, when this House began its first meeting of the third session of this 8th Parliament. Speaker, is quite a lot. Now I entreat the House Department to capture the entirety of the document as having been read into the Hansard. Speaker, just as the minority leader has indicated, that's to stress that we are adjourning to celebrate the Easter holidays with our compatriots. As Christians, we do believe that the Easter provides the symbolism for the reconciliation that Jesus Christ established between humankind and God, our Creator. And I want to believe that it will serve as a platform for us to come together in a much more reconciliatory manner than we have done. Taking positions, especially positions that are foisted by political parties from outside, will not help to grow our Parliament. And what we are seeing increasingly, Mr. Speaker, will poison the atmosphere for us in this House. It will not serve us any good. Let us use this occasion to reflect on what has happened thus far and resolve to do much, much better than what we have done. My colleagues who have assumed leadership of the minority are new in leadership, and I believe they will need some time to grow, and all of us should be very supportive of that cause. I hope and pray that some forces from outside will liberate them, to let them work for the good of this House. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is alluding to some forces of darkness. I haven't said so. But let's resolve to improve the working relationship in the House, to really reposition Parliament. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, let me once again also congratulate you and your able deputies for the efforts that spent in promoting the cause of Parliament. The clerk and the staff, the media, and of course, to also extend profound gratitude to the new leadership for thus far what we've been able to achieve, even though I hope for a much, much better working relationship. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, let me end on this note that we are still in negotiations with the IMF to assist us. And if Parliament does anything, would you suggest that we are spending what support the IMF and World Bank wants to give to us and turn around to go and negotiate with them? It will not be good for the image of this country. And that is why I pray that when we come back, we'll have a reconsideration of these agreements before us in order to reposition the country. It doesn't serve any purpose when you say that this assistance that's being offered, very low rates being given to you, you don't want it. But then you go to them that they should assist you. But, Mr. Speaker, how do you reconcile the positions? How do you reconcile the positions? And how are we empowering the finance minister and his team to go and negotiate further with the IMF? I think we should reflect on what we do here. That's why I'm saying that we should liberate ourselves from the clutches of the forces of darkness from outside this house. I think it's important that I clear this, because the Speaker, in announcing the transition of our colleague, that is, he announced from the chair that the colleague had collapsed. I think it was taken on face value and made to appear as if the man had collapsed in Parliament. And so all news coverage was to the effect that the Honorable Baswa had collapsed in Parliament. Nothing could be further away from that. And indeed, the day when we heard, and some people were suggesting that if he was stable enough, perhaps we could ferry him to the presence of Parliament to be counted among those who will be voting. I insisted that, not knowing the exact condition, it would be risky to do that, because if we brought him and anything happened, it would be attributed to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we didn't do that. And it's good that we didn't, go on that path. If we had, and the man had transitioned the following day, I shudder to think what would have happened in this house. It would have been disastrous for the image of Parliament that we forced him to come, and then the health status declined, which led to his death. I'm saying nothing of that sort happened. Mr. Speaker, isn't it ironical? Isn't it ironical that when we first came to this house in 1997, the first person who represented the constituency on the ticket of MPP, was one Honorable Baswa, who at a critical time when we had to vote, had to be ferried from 37 military hospital to this house to participate in the voting. Not too long thereafter, the Honorable Baswa transitioned. There was a by-election which Yanabo Yabawon, and came to Parliament. Then another Baswa comes to replace Yaba, and that Baswa also transitions midstream the performance of his duties in this House. The Speaker, that is perhaps a paradox that may be difficult to unravel.
Susu sang pine bi a wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
The Tuta Gogotepong, and it's a village you must visit whenever you are here in Benin. I'm taking you along. I'm going to have a good time. I'm going to have a bubble bath with the clay. Here is very healthy for the skin. I'm also going to have local lunch. I'm also going to experience the mangroves and everything to learn here. So yeah, let's go guys. I'm super excited. I can't wait for you all to see. Let's go guys. In a village called Gogotepong, it's a beautiful lodge you have to visit whenever you are in Benin. So yeah, we are leaving the Gogotepong junction to the village. Yay! It happens that we are both wearing white. Before getting to this place, you will need a boat ride, which will be arranged on your arrival. Got a motorbike from the Gogotepong junction, which cost us 1,000 CFA. So yeah, we are finally here about to take the boat to the village. So yeah, you're coming along with us. Let's go guys.
My name is Gustav, I said. Yeah. And I'm the tour guide here. The name of this lake is Aime. It's longer as 20 kilometers. And in this river, there's many fishing. Inside you have the water forest. And we used to call it mangrove. So in the mangrove to do their reproduction. And also why they decide to do their reproduction there is because the stream of the water is not so strong there. When they leave the eggs here, the movement of the stream destroy the eggs. So they can become fish. So it's more safe there, inside there. And then they leave their eggs there and become elite fish. And then when they are growing, they move to find the deeper water.
Just as he said, the mangroves are not supposed to be cut here. If you do cut them, there's a punishment for you according to the spirits here. So yeah, it's beautiful. After 15 minutes of the boat ride and explaining how things work here, we are finally here. So we are joined by other tourists. So let's go guys.
C'est un reportage,
So this is a welcome juice, which is coconut, and yeah, so you're all invited. This is a wooden straw. Guys, Mr. Diodone, say hi.
Hi, hello.
He's the owner of this resort, this village here, and he's going to tell us a bit about this place. So.
Happy I am to say just a small thing for you. I'll continue in French, please. Nous sommes bienvenus ici sur l'îlot au bio-bonheur de Gogo-Tepon, au sud Bénin. Un spa naturel. Spa avec ce que les Anglais appellent les clés baffes. Vous prenez donc un bain d'argile, une extraction du lac à aimer. Vous faites la balade dans cet écosystème particulier de mangrove pour découvrir le paysage, les oiseaux, les pêcheurs. Dans un écosystème, comme vous voyez, tout naturel, le bain d'argile après, vous passez à un autre atelier, c'est le massage au beurre de karité et à l'huile de coco pour renforcer, pour améliorer la relaxation commencée déjà par l'observation, le silence dans la nature ici. Et donc, le bain d'argile, le massage au beurre de karité ou à l'huile de coco, le repos, le silence et un exercice important. Nous disons souvent que dans un écosystème comme ça, de mangrove, de palétuvier, il faut apprendre à respirer. Envoyer l'air, sortir l'air et accompagner du petit sourire, c'est important. Bye bye.
Bye. So yeah, for all my French speaking friends, there you go, you have it there. We also have Ludu. While we wait for our massage, they served us with rice water, and yeah, you're all invited. So I'm going to share this with Abigail. Abigail, let's have it. So yeah. Yeah, it's really cute. Yeah, and it came in very hot. So no matter, yeah, it's very hot with sugar. Yeah, without milk. Apparently, it's a snack to boost your energy for massage and also all the water activities here. So I'm very happy. You're all invited. Merci. So our lunch is here, and this is how it looks like. And let's see Abigail's own. Oh, lovely. Look at the water. The water came in this cute spot. So refreshing. So I'm going to try the dakwe. It's called dakwe here in Benin. I'm going to try it for the first time since we are going to share. Let's try this. It's nice. It's like gari mixed with soup. Gari mixed with light soup. It's really good. Yes, we are currently going to have the mud bath and also a massage. I forgot to mention that there's also a lodge here. It's a very cute lodge, and yeah, so this is like a balcony where you can take a swim here. So yeah, you can also come here and camp. Yeah. So this is where all the mud bath is going to take place. And
watch your foot to adapt your body to a clay cold.
Okay, and we are already dressed in our bikini, so she is washing our feet with water so the clay can get stuck to our body. So yeah, we are ready. We are going to have a clay bath here at the village, and I'm super happy, and I know you all are coming along. So guys, this is the clay. This is how it looks like. Yeah. So yeah, we are ready.
The clay, the small one.
And she says that the clay, they get the clay from the lake and they add it with other clay, and it's very good for your skin. It exfoliates your skin. So coming here and experiencing this is a must. This is really relaxing. It's nice. I like the feel. It's so smooth. This is how it looks like. So smooth, very. And it smells like just like sand or like a little bit of charcoal. You add charcoal? Oh, it's natural. Okay.
Natural.
This is exclusive from the village, and yeah, I have here my marks on my face. I really like the way it feels on my skin. And yeah, this is how Abigail and I look like. Abigail, say hi.
Hi, feeling
yeah.
good.
So we are going to wait for like 15-20 minutes for our clay to dry on our skin so that it can exfoliate all the dead skin on our skin. I'm sure we will leave Benin fresh. To take a dip in the lake, and yeah, you're coming with us.
I'm super excited.
I feel cool, like
I feel super
yeah,
good.
like the way it dries on your skin, right?
Yeah.
It has a different feeling. It makes you feel like you feel fresh. You feel like you have just taken some dirt off your skin. So let's go, guys. So the next activity is to go zip lining, and Abigail is about to start. Yes. The lake really feels so warm. Wow, this is therapy. So guys, I just took a cold shower right behind me and I feel so fresh. The next thing is a massage before we leave here. So yeah, let's go for a quick massage. Abigail, are you ready? Meditate, and also you can also have lunch here. Having lunch here with a beautiful view. We just ended our massage. I just had a feet and a hand massage because that's where I wanted concentration. You had what?
I had my back and my waist.
How do you feel?
I feel good, like
yeah, so I recommend this place hands down for you to come for relaxation, for more activities and a good time. All too soon, we are ending all activities here at the village. We are heading back to where we started from. It's back to the city, back to my hotel. And I got a souvenir, which is the clay for my face when I go back home. So yeah, if you want some, let me know in the comment section. I can organize some for you, so my friend from Benin can organize it to Ghana for you. This was a gift. He gave it to me for free, but he sells it here depending on the quantity you want. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. The whole experience, including lunch, massage, cost 15,000 CFA per person. So here it includes the boat ride, the massage, the lunch, activities here, swimming in the lake, and yeah, massage. So yeah, until next time, I want to say I love you all. More videos still here in Benin. I love you all. Mwah. It's time to go. We're leaving. The boat is here. a clay bath from the sacred lake in Benin? Let me know your thoughts.
I think it's important that I clear this, because the Speaker, in announcing the transition of our colleague, that is, he announced from the chair that the colleague had collapsed. I think it was taken on face value and made to appear as if the man had collapsed in Parliament. And so all news coverage was to the effect that the Honorable Baswa had collapsed in Parliament. Nothing could be further away from that. And indeed, the day when we heard, and some people were suggesting that if he was stable enough, perhaps we could ferry him to the presence of Parliament to be counted among those who will be voting. I insisted that, not knowing the exact condition, it would be risky to do that, because if we brought him and anything happened, it would be attributed to Parliament. The Speaker, we didn't do that. And it's good that we didn't, go on that path. If we had, and the man had transitioned the following day, I shudder to think what would have happened in this house. It would have been disastrous for the image of Parliament that we forced him to come, and then the health status declined, which led to his death. I'm saying nothing of that sort happened. The Speaker, isn't it ironical? Isn't it ironical that when we first came to this house in 1997, the first person who represented the constituency on the ticket of MPP, was one Honorable Baswa, who at a critical time when we had to vote, had to be ferried from 37 military hospital to this house to participate in the voting. Not too long thereafter, the Honorable Baswa transitioned. There was a by-election which the Honorable Yaba won and came to Parliament. Then another Baswa comes to replace Yaba, and that Baswa also transitions midstream the performance of his duties in this house. The Speaker, that is perhaps a paradox that may be difficult to unravel. Speaker, I believe that it should serve as the launch pad for us to do serious introspection about how far we've traveled, the difficulties and challenges that we faced, some of which relate to our standing orders, which, Speaker, still remain outstanding, the review of, and of course, some of them also ensue from the 1992 Republican Constitution. I guess and trust that we use the occasion to also reflect on the Constitution to see what amendments to proffer to strengthen parliamentary democracy and also strengthen Parliament as an institution. Speaker, we had occasion to approve of justices nominated by the President and also of members of Parliament nominated by the President to serve as ministers, the Minister of State and Deputy Minister. There have been instances where we have cooperated. Unfortunately, there have been instances where cooperation has become difficult. Mr. Speaker, what I've written out here is really to provide a historical account of what we've been able to do thus far, beginning the 7th of February, when this House began its first meeting of the third session of this 8th Parliament. Speaker, is quite a lot, and I entreat the House Department to capture the entirety of the document as having been read into the Hansard. Speaker, just as the minority leader has indicated, that's to stress that we are adjourning to celebrate the Easter holidays with our compatriots. As Christians, we do believe that the Easter provides the symbolism for the reconciliation that Jesus Christ established between humankind and God, our Creator. And I want to believe that it will serve as a platform for us to come together in a much more reconciliatory manner than we have done. Taking possessions, especially possessions that are foisted by political parties from outside, will not help to grow our Parliament. And what we are seeing increasingly, Mr. Speaker, will poison the atmosphere for us in this House. It will not serve us any good. Let us use this occasion to reflect on what has happened thus far and resolve to do much, much better than what we have done. My colleagues who have assumed leadership of the minority are new in leadership, and I believe they will need some time to grow, and all of us should be very supportive of that cause. I hope and pray that some forces from outside will liberate them to let them work for the good of this House. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is alluding to some forces of darkness. I haven't said so. But let's resolve to improve the working relationship in the House, to really reposition Parliament. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, let me once again also congratulate you and your able deputies for the efforts that spent in promoting the cause of Parliament. The clerk and the staff, the media, and of course, to also extend profound gratitude to the new leadership for thus far what we've been able to achieve, even though I hope for a much, much better working relationship. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, let me end on this note that we are still in negotiations with the IMF to assist us. And if Parliament does anything, would you suggest that we are spending what support the IMF and World Bank wants to give to us and turn around to go and negotiate with them, it will not be good for the image of this country. And that is why I pray that when we come back, we'll have a reconsideration of these agreements before us in order to reposition the country. It doesn't serve any purpose when you say that this assistance that's being offered, very low rates being given to you, you don't want it. But then you go to them that they should assist you. But, Mr. Speaker, how do you reconcile the positions? How do you reconcile the positions? And how are we empowering the finance minister and his team to go and negotiate further with the IMF? I think we should reflect on what we do here. That's why I'm saying that we should liberate ourselves from the clutches of the forces of darkness from outside this house.
Mommy, you fish can see my cocoa. Me boga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian, tell the shit, and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
The GOAT debate, you know, so
how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo.
To the woman who boss, Julia Stewart, is a broadcaster with Super Sports International. She's our guest on Sports Check. Julia, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
How was your stay?
It's been amazing to be here, getting used to the heat.
Oh, goodness.
But yeah, I'm really loving Ghana. I was not expecting anything when I arrived here, just to be part of Women of Valor. And my trip has given me so much. It's been amazing. Thank you.
Have you tried any of our foods yet?
Yeah, of course I have. Everyone's always going on about Ghana versus Nigeria.
Jollof.
So I definitely had to have some jollof rice. Plenty, actually.
But have you tried Nigeria and jollof? And if you're going to rate, you haven't tried?
No, I haven't. So it's 1-0 to Ghana at the moment.
Energy. Great. So Julia is a studio anchor and a pitchside reporter with Super Sports International. If you don't know, she's doing amazing stuff. She's a big inspiration to millions of people worldwide, including women. Now, Julia, we know that, okay, so the light, sound, camera, action, and then we see you on set, you're talking and all that. How do you handle bad days?
Yeah, if I'm having a bad day, personally, you won't see that on screen.
Great.
You can't, because people pay a lot of money for DSTV subscription. And they don't care about how you feel if you're having a terrible hair day or you don't like the place you're in, or then none of that's got to matter. It's part of being the consummate professional to be able to fake it till you make it.
Exactly.
Right? That's what it's all about. So I think personally, if I am having a bad day, I don't think you would be able to know.
Great.
And that's part of learning how to deal with your emotions and how to manage, and knowing when you have to step up and step out, and like you said, lights, camera, action.
We go. Great. Now, you've been a big inspiration to a lot of people, women. I also love what you do. I watch you, I'm like, oh God, you've got it. did you always like, was it always the thing that you wanted to be a media personality when you were young? Was that what you wanted to do?
No, I had no clue. I actually had to take a gap year after matric because I didn't know what I wanted to study. I just didn't know. And I studied film and media production. So it wasn't a journalism course. It wasn't with the intention of going to super sport. I kind of just found my way. And you know, I'm a firm believer of if something is meant for you, it will find you. It was not easy. It was not easy. But it was a path that I am very grateful to have been able to navigate in my own way. And I think the journalism base that I have, having started as a print reporter, understanding how to construct news stories, understanding how to construct arguments from my university days, I think that I've tried to carry that into my presentation in the way I ask questions, in the way you have to be brave to ask tough questions in the face of sometimes a defeat. You know, a coach has just lost a game and he doesn't necessarily want to answer, or there's a red card or a penalty that wasn't given. Those are difficult. So I always go back to the basic principles of journalism and carry that into my presentation. But I definitely did not think I would be a super sport presenter or land in Ghana and people would know who I am. Unbelievable scenes.
That's
Come
crazy.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, you got big fans and all that. I remember one scene, was it last year, the gentleman said he wanted to take a picture with you. At you have a lot of fans everywhere scattered.
But you know what the thing is? Negativity is louder. So the people who feel entitled, who want to say horrible things about you, they always make sure you know, and they do that on social media regularly. So when I do get a nice message, or when there is an incident like happened at the Cape Town 6 game, that's my hometown, by the way, Cape Town. Okay. So a fan had written on the board that he wants to take a picture. That was amazing. But, you know, big love from the people out in Ghana. We're on billboards here, by the way, because of Women of Valor.
Great.
I landed and I was like, hey, is that me? Wow.
Your face all over.
Yeah, but I've received a lot of love. And you know what? I appreciate it. I don't take that for granted. For someone to come up to you and say, I like what you do. You give me encouragement to also try and do better. I want to follow in your footsteps. I always tell people to make their own path, though. But to see that and to hear that in a country where you've only been for a couple of days is remarkable.
It's a big deal. You, as I stated, I'm not going to lie. I'm also a young journalist, and then I love what you do. When I put down the people that inspire me, your name is definitely on there. Yeah, great. You're doing amazing.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
So for a young girl who says she wants to be like Julia, she wants to be on the big screens. Of course, you've been through it all. What would your advice be to that woman or that young girl?
So when I was growing up, there was no one who looked like me on TV doing sports. So it's not something I thought was possible or something I wanted to do, or one day I'm going to be there. It's not. I came into it because of my hard work, and the more I worked, the more I found opportunities. And I've always said, it doesn't matter your connections. It doesn't matter how you get into a place. The only way you're going to stay and make a name for yourself is through work ethic. And it doesn't matter. I don't care about being the prettiest or looking the nicest or sounding the best or having the best clothes. I care about being the hardest worker in the room. And that is what has got me to where I am today. So whether you want to be a journalist, or you want to be an actor, or you want to be, just thinking about the women who were at Women of Valor yesterday, you want to be a lawyer or whatever, you're not going to get anywhere without putting in the hours. Because nothing worth having will come easy. And you maybe it's not about studying or working hours. Maybe it's about the thinking that you do about what you want to do, or maybe it's you're putting in effort, whatever that is, and there'll be hours and hours of perfecting what you want to do. And then also just be open, you know, change path if things are not working for you, or be true to yourself. Because if you want to be a journalist, or you want to be a presenter in sport because there's space and there's more space, they need more women, but you don't love sport, you'll be found out very quickly. So yeah, you know, follow your passions and all of that advice that we always get, follow your passions. But just put in the work. There's no substitute for it.
So you mentioned of work ethics, you have to like what you want, and then building the long hours that you have to put in before, because it's not rosy. Some people, I'm sure some people hit your DM like, oh, I want to be like you, I want to mentor you. I don't know if you get more of that, but then for popular personalities here in Ghana, they always talk about women hit their DMs, like direct messages, and like, I want you to be. Sometimes it's just overwhelming. It's a lot. You cannot attend to all of them at the same time. But then for you, for someone who might watch this interview, what are the values that one must possess as a woman who is really destined? You want to get into this career, you want to get into this space, whether male-dominated or not.
So the one thing I'll tell you is women hit up my DMs. What did you study? What must I study? Where must I study? Please, people, I'm not Google. Go and look it up. Go and do your own research. You have to, anything you want to do, you have to be educate yourself on the subject matter, right? So that's the first thing.
Right.
I'm also not a recruiter for universities. I don't know what the options are, where you can study, what your grades are like. So I can never answer that. But what gets me every time is women saying, so must I really study the whole 4 years? Or isn't there another way? Do I have to study?
There's no shortcut.
Well, we live in an age of instant gratification. I think the idea that you're going to make it because you're pretty, pretty lasts for like 5 minutes on TV, and then what else do you have? So you have to have substance, you have to have passion for this thing, because we work on weekends. I work at 9 to 5. I work weekends, we travel, holidays, people are working. We are working here, So you have to be really passionate, because if you don't love it, you will resent those hours. You won't like it. Your camera ladies are standing in the sun on what day is today? Wednesday morning. They'd rather be in the pool.
Exactly.
But it's not always pleasant. The things you see on Instagram that we post, the interviews, or I went on a drive with a Formula E driver in a Porsche up Table Mountain. Amazing. But hey, that's not every day. So understand that it's not all glamour. And if you want glitz and glamour, then maybe this is not the best place for you. It's not the best industry. You have to be prepared. That is the most important thing. Because as women, unfortunately, we have to work twice as hard for people to think we are half as good as men. Even though people know you and they think, oh, she's good for a woman, or she's the best woman, or she's the nicest woman to look at. It's always going to be like that for us, unfortunately. Just accept it, but make sure you represent. Because if they're giving you a chance as a woman, there are like thousands of other women who also love to get the chance. So you have to represent, you have to do well, so that the next time there's a woman, they won't hesitate to give her an opportunity.
Great.
Yeah.
Now, but just because you said that, you've been in the space, you've owned the space, what has been some of your greatest challenge in the, you talking sports, being in what they term as a male-dominated area?
I think, firstly, I was saying this at Women of Valor yesterday. I think everything is male-dominated. Okay, the world is run by men, unfortunately. Unfortunately, because we are not leading the world. Maybe just the beauty industry is female-dominated. So
even with now, there are a lot of men getting in there. Yeah.
So I think that the words that I say, or the advice that I have, based on my experiences, I'm finding that it's not just restricted to sports. Women in corporate, women in politics, we all experience the same thing. So just accept that this system was not designed for you, right? So that's the first thing. And I think you have to understand that you are different and you're going to be different. So some of my highlights have sometimes come because I'm a woman. And I don't mean because I look nice today. I mean, I think about the interview with Coach Pitso Mosimane. That was an iconic interview. They were playing Wydad Casablanca. He was the coach of Sundowns at the time. And there was some stuff going on off air. And they were making some racist comments. And we didn't really pick that up on camera. So while I was doing my interview with him, Sundowns won, by the way. And one of the guys from Wydad Casablanca came and stood by the camera and was having a proper go at him and saying really ugly things. And he lashed out. They called the interview "Sort Him Out" because that's what he was shouting. Hey, sort him out. And I'm standing there with our microphone while everything is happening. We're live. And that was one of my greatest moments, because I think, firstly, I understood that I have to take control of the situation or they'll go to break.
Great.
Right. And I'll lose it. Secondly, actually, this is number one. I was thinking, oh, I'm going to become a meme. I'm going to become a joke on the internet. I'm going to trend for being ridiculous. I have to take control of the situation. And I did. I stepped up and I explained what was happening. All adrenaline based that you can't plan for something. You can never plan for live TV. But afterwards, when he calmed down, the empathy that I had, I think as a woman, naturally,
you have a lot
made it a little bit easier for him to calm down and come back to the moment and answer the question. Sometimes you find that coaches as well are you're more asking the human side of things because you're a woman and they're more likely to be a little bit more open. We have that natural nurturing thing which makes our interviews a little bit different to how our male counterparts would conduct them. Yeah, I think we can be a combination of strong and hard-hitting, but also empathetic.
We're all three sisters. We can do all the things.
Yeah.
You talked about when you want to own your space. Someone says, "Oh, I want to be like Julia." You have to really have knowledge of what you're doing. So when you're talking sports, you know what you're talking. You'll be found wanting if you just think it's just a pretty face and all that. So I just want to find out from you, how did the passion for sports develop? Was it from your dad? Because with me, I kind of started from home. My dad was watching football and all that.
Yeah.
How did yours develop?
Yeah, same. Just having something in common with my dad, something to talk to my dad about, going to live matches in Cape Town, watching Premier League games in Cape Town, where I grew up. And then the sport is, the more you know, the more you want to know. And so, you become obsessed because now it's opened up a whole new group of people that you chat to. The boys at school. I was always the only girl, the only Arsenal fan at school, able to talk to them. And yeah, I think I cannot believe that someone is paying me to watch football. Like my bum is in the butter. How did I get so lucky? Yeah.
I see. Great. We're still talking to Julia. We'll take a quick break. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm Paula Amaboni. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm seated with Julia Stewart. Julia, I was going through your Instagram and I chanced upon a post like the best advice you received. Just stay in your lane. Comparison is the thief of joy. Does that still remain like one of your favorite advice?
Yeah. People will try and say, "Oh, did you see what? Hey, Paula, did you see what your colleague is doing? Hey, Paula, did you see your colleague's got this and that's happening?" And you'll see on Instagram, "Oh, this one got to go to this game, or this one got to interview that, or she owns this item of clothing, or she has this kind of bag." And you'll spend your whole day miserable. Like, it's so important to understand. I've said this in the earlier part of the interview. The things that are meant for you won't possible. It's the hardest thing to know and to believe. How come someone's getting this right? When is my turn? The things that are meant for you will come for you. And the older I get, the more I work in this industry, I think back to things I missed out on. Oh, why didn't I get to work on that tournament? But other things have come and maybe better suited to me. I saw an interview recently with Letitia Wright from Black Panther.
Yeah.
And I love this. She said, it's not rejection, it's redirection. And when you feel rejected or something that you wanted maybe isn't happening for you, it's very easy to compare yourself. But like the quote says, it's the thief of joy. You won't enjoy where you are right now.
Just stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane, honey. It's nice here. There's no traffic. You can drive however fast or slow you want to. Yeah, it's great.
It's still one of the best advice. I also love to say whatever got my name on it is not going to pass me by. It's something I say, but yeah, I love that you also said it too.
You have to be your own competition. When I started, those words, people will say, this one, did you see what this one is doing? Oh, how come this one? And it's always women. They divide and conquer is the way people try and deal with women. We also do it ourselves. We try and internalize it ourselves. But why? Can we also form a girls' club? Can we also change the culture from within? Can we also start to understand that things that are mine will be mine?
Exactly.
And maybe that's meant for me in that moment. Maybe something else wasn't meant for me.
Great.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah. So, Julia, coming from South Africa, going to the World Stage Super Sports International, would you say that the space is big enough to accommodate other women?
Yeah, 100%. There is so much space for everyone to shine, whether that be here in Ghana, Accra sports scene. I met so many TV broadcasters yesterday, so I know that there are a lot of women in sports in the city, let alone this country. And we make a mistake. We think that there's only space for one woman to do well, but that's not true. There's space for everyone, and some people might be online, some people might be on TV, some people might be radio, some people might specialize in pitch side reporting, some people might specialize in studio anchoring, some might be great with podcasts. You just have to find what works for you and what you love.
Great. So, who are some of the well-known female broadcasters? In Ghana, we say we have Juliet Bewa.
Yes, I know Juliet Bewa.
Juliet.
I was with her at the World Cup.
Yeah.
She was also doing some work for Supersport there. My friend Chisom Mbono Ezuke, she's from Nigeria. She is amazing, and what I love about her, she's so passionate about telling stories, and she is really passionate about telling Nigerian football stories. She produces as well, so I think she's brilliant. She's one I really look up to, her storytelling ability. And then I know that cricket isn't big here, but Cass Naidu is a powerhouse of a woman. She's South African.
Okay.
She works cricket on Supersport, and she does tours and stuff for Sky as well. Cass runs a foundation and a set of women's awards called the G Sports for Girls Awards, and she is phenomenal. The way she started the website to tell women's sports stories, women in sports, the way she started the awards, and it grows year on year. I actually hosted it last year.
Okay.
I don't know how she does it because she has a family and she does this job herself, by the way, and then she still runs a foundation and does all these amazing things that highlights and bring the profile of women's sport more into the spotlight. So I really look up to her, not because she's a fantastic broadcaster, which she is, but because she's using her power for good to help others come up, to mentor others, and also to put women's sport on the map.
Great. So there are a lot of women who are also in sports, doing things that would also, more of encourage young people who want to get into the field. Now, I know, let's talk more of women football. You've covered the FIFA Women's Cup and all that. It's a big deal and all that. But I just want to find out, do you think how possible, because some people, I'm not even going to say some people, I would testify that when it comes to the Men's World Cup, there's a lot of eyeballs and all that. There's a whole lot, everybody want to know what is going on. What can we do to also ensure that when it gets to the FIFA Women's World Cup, we get a lot of attention and all the euphoria that it is, like, do better?
I do think that the FIFA Women's World Cup was fantastic the last time around, and I think the fallback from that, we saw Spain promising to put more money into their local league. And I know that in China as well, in the USA, they were going to put more money into it because the FIFA Women's World Cup were getting the highest number of TV viewers that they ever had before. The Women's Euros final was sold out at Wembley last year. I think there is improvement. Sponsors are stepping up to the plate. It's not even about equality. Although teams like this American women's team deserve to get the same amount, if not more, money than the men's team.
I saw that
because
news.
they won multiple World Cups. Last time, I know the US was back at the World Cup at Qatar 2022, but before that, they didn't even qualify. So in those cases, yes, they need to be rewarded. It's definitely about sponsorship and TV. And how it works is the more women in leadership roles in sponsorship can decide where the money goes. The more women in leadership roles in TV can decide where the money goes, where the rights go, what they're going to show. And I was pleasantly surprised at the number of men who messaged me to say, loved your work on the FIFA Women's World Cup semi-final or fast. Like, great that they're watching. I think we're changing it, not even slowly anymore. I think female athletes are becoming household names, already, not just because there's a daughter in the house who plays football. But I want to say that the ICC Women's T20 Cricket World Cup in South Africa was just completed. sold out stadiums.
Great.
Sold out stadiums.
Making
and that is all
progress.
about the marketing.
Great.
That is also all about the ICC as a sporting body saying we need sellouts. And they've managed it. It was phenomenal. There was obviously a lot of celebration, a lot of hype, a lot of excitement because South Africa reached the final, the Momentum Proteas. They lost, unfortunately, but it was their first ever final. So, you know, if we can repeat that, if we can replicate that in football, mind you, Barcelona was reaching record crowds for their Women's Champions League matches. And so I think we're getting there. I don't think women's football, maybe in Africa, the mentality is still busy changing.
Yeah,
maybe that's what you mean. But I think worldwide,
Great.
we are getting there, girl.
Great. For the international, I think we are getting there and all that. But then locally on our continent, what can we do to get more eyeballs and all that?
We need to get women in power, in positions of power. And the women who are in positions of power need to back women. Because sometimes you find that it's harder. Like coming up, I was having this discussion with Nana Aba Anwar, and she said to me, the people who have helped her in her career, when she thinks back, it's been a lot of men, like giving her a show, giving her a space, or encouraging her. Then I thought back to my own career. Robert Marawa. That's the person who said to me, be on my show. That's the first chance I got on TV. That's when people first saw me. My first news editors were men.
Wow.
So why are we not changing that in this day and age? You know, the people who've made my life difficult at work, unfortunately, have been women. So why are women not helping other women and women's sports? The people who are big sponsors. At CAF, we have women who are involved. Why are they not doing more? In my own country, I have to say, women's teams, every professional team does not have a women's team as well. And that's long past time for that to happen, you know? Mamelodi Sundowns doing so well in the CAF Women's Champions League. They won it, they were in the final. They represent, but not every team in our professional league has a women's team.
We have to do better. If it's starting from the stations, positions and all that, we have to do better. And as I say, if we get to the top, we also have to create room for other women to follow that path. But do you see a female head in CAF maybe one time soon?
I don't know about our attitude within this continent. I don't know if we're ready for it.
We're ready for it.
Not that there's no woman who can lead.
We have a lot.
It's not that.
We have.
Are we ready
for
it? To accept?
Great.
I don't know. What do you think?
I think we are born ready. It's just that some people might think that, oh, she's not qualified. The whole thing that comes with it. But then trust me, if we're given that position, we can do way better.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not that women are not ready. It's the mentality of people, men and women, to say, can a woman do it? Can a woman lead? What? And the strange thing is, she won't just be judged on the job she's doing. She'll be judged on how she looks, who she associates with, what her hair's like, what clothes she's wearing. That's what we still face.
But I love your style. Come to clothes. I love your style, the way you style. But wait, but between sneakers and heels, what are you going to go for?
Depends.
Depends.
On the occasion. If I can get away with wearing sneakers every day, I will do that. Obviously not now. I'm wearing flip-flops right now, sandals, because it's so hot here
in Ghana.
But yeah, especially in the World Cup, I curated my own look.
Yeah.
With help from our Supersport stylist. We have help. We have an amazing stylist at Supersport.
Great.
Her name is Taryn. She doesn't just do style. She does image consulting.
Great.
So you say, this is what I want to look like. This is the brand I want to project.
And she creates it.
Yeah.
I love your style, definitely. If I was supposed to rate your closet, I would not waste a minute. Yeah.
It's difficult. I buy so much clothes because it's work clothes and real life clothes. And yeah, if I have like 5 different black blazers because, you
have to
3 or 4 times a week. So
exactly.
You can't wear the same. Taryn won't let us wear one outfit twice in a season.
Oh.
She's crazy like that. No one remembers. I remember. That's what she'll say.
The image is important too.
Very. I've had to learn that. I never knew that. Starting out in this business, I thought,
anything goes.
And we have to wear those boxy big blazers and a shirt. We are not men. And men know it. We are not men. Even if you dress like a man, they know.
I get
love
that.
what you're wearing as well, though.
Thank
you. I think you have your own thing going on.
Thank you, Julia. Yeah. Now, before we wrap, I just want to find out, who are your favorite Ghanaian players?
Thomas Partey. Thomas Partey.
Okay.
I hope he wins the Premier League.
This
season.
I'm also an Arsenal fan, so
amazing.
That makes us
Arsenal fans are so traumatized. People think we care about being top and falling off top. We are just enjoying life.
I felt like we were so close to it, but hey,
no. I'm just enjoying that we're playing beautiful football and winning. I have not seen that in a long time. I was at the Emirates Stadium and even to watch Arsenal beat Man United.
Okay.
And even the mood in the stadium is just different.
Crazy.
So, love Thomas Partey. Riyad Mahrez, I think, is one who is very underrated in that Man City team. But he's phenomenal.
Great.
Mo Salah, of course.
Mo Salah too.
Just African footballers in general, and Sadio Mane.
Sadio.
Hey, what happened when he left
Sadio.
Liverpool? Right. So then from Ghana as well, of course, my friend Asamoah Gyan, your legend. Absolutely adore him. What a guy. He's the reason I'm here. He put me in touch with Nana
great.
Asamoah. Yes.
Shout out to Asamoah.
Yeah, shout out to Baby Jet. I think Kudus.
Mohamed Kudus too.
Phenomenal.
He's one of our star players.
And he's going to make a really, really big, not that Ajax isn't big, but he's going to make an even bigger move. I think Tariq Lamptey. He told me to have an interview. He told me to have jollof rice here. Yes, we were interviewing him for Supersport and Premier League. So those are some of the ones I love currently. Thomas Partey, #1 for me at the moment.
Okay.
What he's doing this season and the role he's playing is just phenomenal.
Great. Then the women footballers for the Nigerian footballer who plays for Barcelona, Asad Oshola.
Yes.
Yeah. Some people think that they haven't given her flowers. Do you think that she's celebrated enough?
I think so. I think she is. You know what it is? It's Putellas is winning all the Ballon d'Ors and she's winning all the FIFA awards. So it feels like Asad Oshoala isn't getting the same kind of recognition.
But she's an amazing player. She is amazing.
I don't think anyone doesn't think that she is.
Great.
We have some phenomenal female players from South Africa, Banyana ladies, who are doing such big things and they are playing internationally. It is brilliant to see, man. Brilliant to see. Like we have Tembi Kgatlana who's playing in America right now. There's Jermaine Sekosenwe who's doing well. There's Janine van Wyk who's doing well. There's Linda Mutlalo. Like all our girls are just making waves overseas and they are household names. I'm not ashamed to say when I started, I maybe only knew Portia Modise. I could name 1 or 2 South African female players' names. Now, probably the whole starting 11 I can do.
I see.
Amazing,
Great.
amazing. That's changed. That's changed. If a woman who is speaking on football can tell you that,
a lot. That's changed.
Yeah.
So great. Final one. Who is the GOAT in football? Let me just get it from Julia.
I think this is, I'm sorry, with all due respect, it's a silly question.
Really?
Because
The debate?
Yeah.
The GOAT debate,
Do you
know.
know
So
how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo? Messi's not paying me to say he's the GOAT. I watch both and enjoy both. The records that they have been setting, the fact that they are still playing at this age and maturing like fine South African wine, it is remarkable to me. Just shows that the mind is the most powerful thing. Some of the goals that we've seen them score, some of the records that we've seen them break, long-standing records from men like Diego Maradona, from men like Pele, those kinds of things that we are seeing and witnessing right now. I'm getting involved in no debates.
yeah. So even with the GOAT, it doesn't really have to boil down to Messi or Ronaldo. Like you mentioned Pele or not. Pele still is my greatest, But the current one would just choose Ronaldo or Messi. But yeah, before we wrap up, Julia, your final words, your advice to women as we celebrate International Women's Day. So a woman who wants to be in a male-dominated space and all that. What would your advice be to that person?
It's such a hard one. How do you sum it up? It's going to be difficult. There is no easy path to it.
Great.
And as long as you maintain your integrity, as long as you do what you are comfortable with, as long as you give your best every day,
you've got it.
You've got this. Yeah,
Great.
You absolutely have got this. That's all. There's no secret to it. There's no special spice, no recipe. No, it's just about doing you, because your power is that no one is like you. There's only one you.
Thank
so
you.
Just show up every day. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Julia. It was a pleasure. It was an honor sitting with you to,
Thank you for having
talk
me.
everything sports and all that. Yeah, great, great. So I did this with Julia Stewart. She is broadcaster with Sports International. We had an amazing conversation with Talk Women's Sports. It was a 360. I know that you really enjoyed this interview. Special one on Sports Check. I am Paula Amabruni. Thanks for doing the watching.
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome back, it's Vogue with your girl Doreen Havanmabaya. I'm here at Silverbed Cinemas and we are here to watch Kotoka. We will have chit chats with the cast and some people here to watch the movie. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Hi.
You are part 2.
What's up?
I'm good. How are you?
You look so nice.
Oh my God, thank you.
Do you have any Valentine dates?
I don't.
Okay, you be mine.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, Chris.
Now tell me about the movie. How's it going?
Okay, so I mean, we just started and people are coming in. We are getting them into the halls to go see the movie. So yeah, we are praying and hoping they are going to have an amazing experience. We know they are going to have an amazing experience because it's a good movie.
Well, can you tell us a little bit about what's going to happen now?
All right, so the movie mainly is centered around two women of different classes and different ages, and you know they all decided to take a journey, Kotoka. So that journey is, you know, actually brings them to their faith, and their faith is actually what we're here to watch.
Oh.
So you should be here.
And after the show, what are you guys doing?
Nothing. I'm gonna sleep.
After the show, I'm hanging out with you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're going.
Yeah, we're going somewhere.
You owe a lot, you know that.
When you look at me, can I take care of you?
Of course you can. I was just passing, I got a glimpse of this pretty lady in red. As it's red, you can actually tell she's repping Val's Day like big time.
Yeah.
So how is it going? You're here to watch Kotoka. What do you expect something so big today?
Oh yeah, I'm expecting something big because I've seen adverts around that Kotoka is going to be a nice movie tonight.
And today being Val's Day, what are you expecting after?
After Kotoka, I don't have any date, so I have to go home.
Ah, you're single?
Oh yes, please.
Auntie, why? And they were giving us condoms and you didn't. I
had one, yeah. I had one. Mine is here.
So what are you using it for?
I'm going to dash it to a friend.
Au revoir. The woman of the moment, and it's Val's Day today. She's premiering her movie right here with us here at the Silverbed Cinema. Yvonne, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I know you've been so stressed out, but I'm sorry.
Not really. I'm a producer and I'm just doing my job. So yeah. I'm always like this.
You're always like this?
Yeah.
How was the production like for you?
It was quite simple, quite straightforward. The only challenge we had was when we were filming at the airport. But later on, things went okay. We had security personnel at the airport, you know, guiding, helping us through. We had to shoot some of the scenes in Akosombo as well. So when you're filming with people and you need to travel, it's always quite challenging. Yeah, but apart from these two locations, everything was good.
I spoke to Captain Polo and she was speaking so highly of you. She was like, you know, someone of Yvonne's caliber, she invites me to come and shoot a movie. Why not? She said, I'm going to come back and shoot more movies. How was it like working with the cast?
It was, Captain Polo was wonderful. She was so graceful. Like I said this in one interview, she came on set really early and she didn't shoot until 10 p.m. She came on set in the morning, you know, and she didn't get angry. I kept going to her, apologizing. So she's someone I would always, you know, want to work with, yeah, again and again and again.
So how are you feeling today?
I feel so blessed. Even if I don't have the chance to watch the movie and I've been able to make it to the red carpet with the great Yvonne Nelson and Majid and all the cast, I feel so blessed.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's not easy.
It's not easy because it's like you really did well and Yvonne said she's proud of you.
And she can't wait to work with me again. She said she will call me 10,000 times to work with me. And she knows it's Polo. And Yvonne didn't audition me before because she knows what I'm capable of. So you should know how it goes. And she respects herself. Yes, so she put some respect on my name. Even to cast me, she has put in a lot of respect on my name. And everyone is the pepper people because they didn't see it coming.
What brought you here today?
I'm here to support Yvonne. I'm just here to have fun and also support her. Because I love her from afar. She's not a friend, but I love her.
So I'm currently here with Ekyapi Polo's mother. She's here to support her daughter because she was a cast in Kotoka. Ma, it's say. It's the birthday and the movie all play.
And now, she may not be more. You better call. I could do the Chilean on no my baby.
Ma, say the apple doesn't fall far from this tree. It's no banana say.
It's our. Samian, I'm a woman. Share. What is akukwa wo okotoda?
Davi. Ha. Akukwa wo akukwa.
Akukwa nti anse na ma wo me ba no. Sabe pepe. Senior tisana me sweet.
Personally, I'm a police officer, and then in the movie too, I had the opportunity to play as a police officer.
So no wonder today you decided to go a little off, you know, your duty.
Yeah. So I had to join the process to come and enjoy the movie, and that is what inspired me to
really love your outfit. I love your outfit. I don't know what inspired it today.
What inspired what?
Yeah, your outfit.
My outfit?
Yeah.
Kotoka.
Kotoka did. Can you actually tell me why Kotoka actually inspired this?
So my designer said, you know what? Let me get you something that's very Nigerianish. You know, so you can show Ghana people like Nigerians can dress.
What do you think about the movie premiere here and how it's going?
Oh well, it's fantastic. It's my first one. I mean, I've been attending premiere, but not as an actor. This is my first time, so I'm a new.
That's your first time shooting a movie.
Yes.
And how did it make you feel being part of a great production like this?
How did I become?
How did it make you feel?
It makes me feel very good, and like I have achieved my dream, what I've been looking for.
It's a day of love, and I feel like it's the perfect day to see what we made. Yeah.
Well, it's all about love, so we're here to spread the love.
And you were a cast for Kotoka.
Yes, I'm one of the cast.
What was your role in the movie?
Yeah, I'm Naya Essel. I am the troublemaker in a sense. I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you look like an angel.
Thank you so much.
And what was your role?
Well, I was an investigative journalist, so.
You actually look it. I'm a journalist and I see you and I'm like, oh, okay. If you're not a police, probably a journalist.
Oh, yeah.
From here, where are you guys going?
Well, just more work, more blessings, more opportunities. It's all coming our way. We've been in the industry for a while, so
it's time to work.
Wow, I feel this is gonna be like a boom for you guys.
Yeah.
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian, tell the shit. And let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted. Instant charges. Exchange waiting in so on unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
As far as the water lake.
Which is what you are seeing there?
This is just an arm of it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but the rest is further behind.
I see. Hi there, welcome back. Remember, we promised to bring you the details of our adventures here at Amejofe in the Volta region. Well, we begin today and we are beginning with a tour or a climb up the Mount Gemi. So come along with us. My name is Wandami Higan and this is People and Places. How are you today?
I'm fine today. I'm very well. And you?
I'm fine.
I'm glad you are back again.
Yes, we are glad to be back. We just know we are going to be tired in the process. But it will still be fun. Are you sure? I'm sure it's because you're used to it.
Well, I'm used to it, but I still have to encourage you.
Okay.
Yes.
So we are doing this with our very able tour guide. His name is Daniel Agbesi. He has been here for a while. For how long?
6 years, I should say.
So you see, more experience. He's going to be taking us up the mountain and then he would take us through the history of the place as well. So let's do this. Over to you.
Thank you. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would, as I said earlier on, that it is very easy climbing up. You know, the community is already on a mountain before this, and that makes it more easier. Your car has brought you very far from the base, as from the next community before you climb up here. And that is why it is easy climbing up.
Okay.
Yeah. And then at a point too, if you don't want to use the steeper route, you can use the more gentle one. so you don't get tired quickly.
So there's a steeper route and there's a gentle one.
Yes.
So which one are we using now?
Well,
tell me,
looking at you are energetic, and then I'm sure
oh
you've
my
eaten something
God.
this morning already.
It's a steeper route.
So I think we can go with the steeper one.
Oh my.
You can do it.
Let's give it a try.
You can
Let's
do it.
see how far we can go.
Okay. It's very interesting, but if you are tired, we still can take a rest.
Okay.
We are not rushing. You don't have to go too fast. I'm sure you have some water on you.
Yes, we do.
All right. Are you tired?
Well, not yet.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's still a long way to go, so.
As I said earlier on, you still can take a rest if you are tired.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
We don't have to be in rush.
So can you just let our audience know what to, for instance, where, if you are coming for a climb up the mountain?
Again?
What should people wear? What is the right kit? If you are preparing to come for a climb, maybe you should wear sneakers. You can't come in sandals.
Yes, the required thing is to be in sneakers.
Okay.
You can't come in sandals except you are used to the place.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
For me, I can be in flip-flops and climb up the mountain.
Because you are used to it?
I am used to it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And do they necessarily have to have water on them?
Of course, you have to come with water, and that is the very first thing we advise you to do.
Okay. All right. So as we move, we'll have more discussions. But do we know who found out about this mountain? Because I'm sure there are other mountains around, right?
Yes, there are.
So why is this specific one a tourist site now?
Well, I would say this mountain actually became known at the time of the Germans' arrival in this community.
Okay.
It's because they were missionaries and because of their church works. And that is why we even see the cross on the mountain. So with them, it becomes more popular.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it means before their arrival, the inhabitants of Amejofe were using this place?
They weren't really using it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They weren't using it.
So it was the Germans that made it popular?
Popular.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, how many minutes do we have to get to
I think from the base of the mountain up to the peak, we should be doing 20 minutes, more or less.
Okay.
But if you are tired, as I said earlier, we can take a rest at a point which may take us about 10 minutes.
So are
then
we...
From there, we can do the rest of the 10 minutes.
Are we halfway yet?
We are halfway.
We are halfway.
From here, you can also see the cross.
Okay.
And that is our target.
Right. So it took us like how many minutes from the base to?
I would say 10 minutes, I should say.
10 minutes.
Yes.
Right. So we have 10 minutes from the base to the middle of the mountain. Now we are just going to be climbing up till we get to the peak, and then we'll continue our discussions. Come along with us. Let's do this. Halfway through the journey, and I was so out of breath. I mean, you could hear that from the way I was speaking earlier. I could barely catch my breath. And our videographers did an amazing job. Just imagine pacing up the mountain, you know, running just to get good shots to make the video perfect for you. This is my director, Dr. Sankuma. She was our motivation at the beginning of this climb. But like they say, Obia one a master. Have you ever had anyone faint in the process of climbing?
No, not at all.
Not yet.
Not at all.
I see.
We sometimes also advise those that may have ailments, problems, like example like hypertension or asthmatic patients.
Okay.
With them, sometimes they would be able to get to the peak, but we have to take much time.
Oh, so it will take a longer time.
Take a longer time.
I see.
Because of their conditions.
Their health condition.
Yes.
Oh my.
We have a nice view today.
It is. It's not very foggy today, so.
Yes. But there's something missing again. We should be expecting 2 or 3 more rains.
Today?
No, in the subsequent days.
Oh, okay.
So that at least we can see as far as the water lake.
Which is what you are seeing there?
This is just an arm of it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but the rest is further behind.
I see.
Yes. And you can see it on a very, very clear day. Also from here, looking eastward, you can see Mountain Agu from Togo.
Whoa!
Yes.
That far?
Yeah.
From here?
There is also a small cross on that mountain, erected also by the German missionaries.
So it will be clearer when we get up there, right?
Oh, I don't think so.
So we can only see
looking at the weather, you may be able to see it actually at the rainy season.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as I said, if the weather gets clearer, should we have more rains, you could see it.
I see.
Yeah.
So we are almost at the peak, right?
Yes. Are you tired?
I think it's not as hard as I thought it was. I mean, from the beginning, it's a bit tough, but...
I told you it's easy.
Once you're at the middle.
I'm glad you are not panting too fast. At least you are trying to expand your heart more.
You know?
Yeah. That is what we actually tell visitors. We encourage them to do more hikes.
Oh, okay.
So
more
that
hikes.
they more hikes,
okay,
walking distances. We are there now.
Whoa.
Aren't you happy?
We are here. Woo.
As I said, we are lucky we can see a bit far.
Okay.
Yes, but it gets more clearer at the rainy season.
So this is the view from the top of Mount Gimi. We'll give you a 360 so you see how it looks like. And then we'll get to talk about this in a bit, but let's talk about the communities we see down there. How many communities do we have around here?
Actually, this area of ours is called Avatime Traditional Area.
Okay.
And we are having 7 communities making all this area.
Under Amejope?
No, under the Avatime tradition.
So Amejope is part of?
Amejope is part of the communities.
Okay.
Part of Avatime.
Okay.
Yes. So, if I want to count them, you can't see Vane from here. That is the last community before you get here. We have Jogbefeme. Okay. As you can see there, we have Biakba. We have Fume, Jokbe ahead. We have Bajeme down in the valley here. And then Amejope.
So Amejope is the only one on the mountain?
On the mountain.
The rest of them are in the valley?
In the valleys. But if you look at them critically as well, you realize Biakba is a bit higher than Fume. Jogbefeme is also higher than Fume. And then it cuts across like that.
Okay.
If you look at it again, you realize Bajeme from this end is higher than Fume. So Fume and Jogbe
are the lowest.
The lowest.
All right.
Yes, as we can see around.
But this is a beautiful scene.
Of course, I told you.
Very beautiful, a lot of greens.
And what makes it also is that these communities are neighboring communities. And so we all speak the same dialect.
Which is?
Which is Sia.
Sia?
Yes, or Sideme.
Okay, it's part of the Guan
dialects.
Okay,
yes.
Right.
We speak Ewe all right, but among ourselves, we speak this particular dialect.
Okay.
We speak Ewe only if we meet an Ewe speaking person.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We speak it very well.
Okay.
And these communities also celebrate a festival, which is rice festival. But in the dialect, we call rice amu.
Amu.
Yes, which is brown rice.
It's similar to chi, like emo.
Yes.
So amu.
Yes.
Right.
At the time of the migrations of our people, they come across so many different languages. And so that is why the interaction of these different kind of words. There is Twi in it, there is Ewe, there is also Gan.
All in one?
Yes, in this dialect of ours.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yes. If you can speak those languages,
it's
then you can detect.
Yeah.
It is not really easy.
But you can tell.
Except you want to stay in the community for some time, then you can learn it.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. But it's relatively easy to tell that this person is saying this if you understand any of the 3 languages.
You can only detect by the actions of the person. Yes.
Okay.
And a typical FA person cannot understand if I speak.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
okay,
except I interpret to that person. Yeah.
One other thing is that there's a lot of fog on top of the mountain. So you see beyond you, but you don't see too much. Because it's like a mist covering the rest of. Is that how it always is?
It's not been like this always. I would say it is because of the dry season in which we are now. Yes, otherwise you could have seen as far as the Volta Lake. You could see Pando, Germany, Tokon, others, all along the Volta Lake. Yes.
From here?
From here.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
And because of this dry season, as I said, that is why the mist.
It's all over?
It's all over.
Okay.
But at the rainy season, is when you can see that much.
Right.
Also, from this end, you can see Mountain Agu from Togo.
On this side?
Yes.
Okay.
Further ahead, you can see
Mountain Agu
in Togo. From here.
Mountain Agu in Togo.
Yes.
You can see Togo from Ghana.
Of course.
Wow.
That is on a very clear weather.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
It is easy to be seen from here. Very easy.
That's nice. Okay, so now let's talk about the cross.
Well, it's a nice cross, isn't it?
It is, but you can see it's been here for a while.
Of course.
Do we know how long?
Since 1939.
Okay, that's very long. 39.
Yeah.
Before some of us
we celebrated the 100 years, I think 4 years ago.
Wow.
Yes. Actually, it was erected by the German missionaries.
Okay.
To commemorate their first jubilee they had after the establishment of the EP Church.
When they came here?
When they came here. That is, if you look up at the peak, you can see the church house. And also a yellow painted tall building where they started their seminary.
Okay.
But now the administration for the teacher training college.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the steps to the entrance are about 60.
Of the church,
of
right?
The church.
Yes, we are going to be going there. Then we'll learn more about
I guess you have more energy.
Of course, of course.
And
we promised the audience, so we must get that to them.
Also, attached to the cross was an antenna, which has been taken off. It was then used as radio communication from home.
Oh, from home?
Yes, they communicate back from
Germany.
Germany.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but it's been taken out because it was blocking the waves of TV and radio stations.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. But is there any belief that if you touch the cross, there's any blessing or anything like that?
Well, that has to do with your faith.
Personal. Okay.
Yes. People come here to pray almost every day. Yes.
Wow.
And I would say it has to do with your
personal
faith. Yes. If you have the faith that if you climb here and pray
at the foot of the cross,
yes, there will be a change in your life. It has to do with you.
Okay. But there are people who do that. There are people who come here to pray.
People come here. You can hardly come here and don't see anyone.
Okay.
Yes.
Individuals and groups.
Individuals and groups.
Wow.
Yes.
All right.
You can meet them here early mornings and later in the evenings.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Sometimes because of the sunshine, they don't stay here for long, but they descend further to the valley where there are shade of trees, so they can sit the whole day.
One other interesting thing about this mountain is that the residents of this area, together with people who have moved out of Amejofe to go do their own things in other regions, they all come back on Easter Monday every year and they climb up the mountain. It's an annual ritual where they meet, sing, preach and pray on top of the mountain. After that, they all descend together. They meet at the market square and then the Easter activities continue. So how tall is this mountain?
Well, the mountain is about 2,700 feet above sea level.
Okay. Yes. And it's the second highest
the second
in Ghana.
highest in Ghana. Wow. So it's about 755.5 meters high. Yeah. But the community, which is the highest habitation, is about 2,400 feet above sea level.
That's the highest human settlement. Which town is that?
This is Amejofe. I'm talking about Amejofe
Okay.
community.
So that's the one we see in view ahead of us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So
you can
here
touch
we
the
are
cross.
At the cross, not of Calvary.
How did you feel?
Normal, I guess. I think I'm not applying faith now, so yeah,
okay.
But we've learned all about the cross and we are at the peak of the second highest mountain in Ghana.
Yes.
Mountain Gemi. Is there a meaning to the name? What does Gemi mean?
Gemi actually has to do with certain grass, our people came to meet at the base of the mountain.
Okay.
Yes, and decided to name it after the mountain. And in the dialect, it was a Gemina.
Okay.
A Gemina. But at the arrival of the German missions, they couldn't pronounce the word Gemina, and therefore shortened it Gemi.
Gemi. Oh, okay. So there you have it. The meaning of Gemi.
Gemi.
It's formed from the name of a grass.
Yes, elephant grass.
Oh, right.
Yes, and it is called a Gemina. A Gemina.
Okay, so we are all done here. It took us approximately 20 minutes, but it depends on your pace. If you are fast, maybe you exercise already, it will be easier for you to come up. But if you are like me, it may take you some time. You may have to take pauses in between. But the most important thing is that you have your sneakers and you have your water, so you can sip in between when you are tired. So we'll be descending now, and then we'll end our tour of Mount Gemi. But we did this with Daniel. So let's get down there.
You've not drunk the water.
And then we'll wrap up. Not yet. When you are
bit.
going out, do that.
Sip a bit.
Sure. So let's get going. So we were all done on top of the mountain, but of course, we couldn't leave without taking photos, selfies, and, you know, posing here and there after all the walk up this mountain. So we took a little while to do that. Descending was much easier for us than when we were climbing. So you can see we were moving at a faster pace than when we were climbing. And just when I thought I was almost there, I missed a step.
Yes, it's a different one.
And I was so unlucky, the cameras captured this. She didn't get me for this, she only got me standing now. What a mistake. We are wrapping up. We are down the mountain. We went up to Mount Gemi, which I said is the highest, second highest mountain the second highest mountain in Ghana. The first highest, of course, we know is Mount Afajatu, or Afajatu, which is the same thing. So yeah, it was an experience. Fortunately for us, we took the gentle trail when we were descending. But when you're going up, you usually will use the steeper trail, right?
Yes.
Just to have an experience, because that is more difficult to climb. But the gentle trail is easier when you're coming down. So that's the path we used. So we did this together with Daniel, who took us through all the way to the top and back down here. So thank you for joining us in this adventure. I'm sure you enjoyed yourself. We'll see you in our next one. Don't miss out. My name is Wanda Amihegan, and this is People and Places.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Hanukre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
It is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, I mean the party in government, after your 8 years, you pick somebody who is also part of the government, then you are not likely to succeed.
For a lot of election watchers and persons interested in local politics in Ghana, their eyes will be firmly glued to the two leading political parties in the country. I'm referring to the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party. This conversation is about one of those persons who are eyeing a high office in the incumbent MPP. My name is Eche Atisu. Welcome to Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest is a former member of parliament for Mampo in the Ashanti region, and he's had a lot of spells in engineering. Honorable, please welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing us into your space. Yeah. So Francis Adenimo is one of the people who are eyeing the seat of flag bearer of the NPP. Honorable, how have things been? It's been some 2 weeks now since you announced your bid to run.
Or just a little over a week ago.
Okay.
Last week, Wednesday, the 1st of February.
Okay.
When I held a press conference to communicate with the press and through the press to the good people of Ghana and the world at large, announcing my intention to seek the leadership nomination of the New Patriotic Party.
Right. Just for the benefit of our viewers, I want to know who exactly is Francis Adenimo.
For Adenimo is basically born in 1965 and yet to be 58 years, from Asante Mampong, where both parents of mine come from. I had my secondary education at Navrungo Secondary, now Navrungo Senior High School, for 5 years for my O-level. And from there, I pursued my advanced level education, A-level. I don't know whether HA went through that education system.
Not at all.
I'm sure you probably went through JHS and SHS.
I did.
So, because of the educational reforms, and I went for A-level for 2 years at Kumasi High School.
Okay.
And then from there to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where I pursued a first degree in civil engineering. And then I've been a member of the Ghana Institution of Engineers or Engineering. I'm a corporate member. In terms of education too, I hold my executive master's degree in public administration. I've also acquired knowledge and skills training from some international institutions, including international procurement knowledge from International Law Institute in Washington, project and programs management from REPA in the United Kingdom, road asset management from Swedish International Development Agency in Sweden. I've had the opportunity to be trained in emulsified bitumen, which is used for roadworks.
Okay.
For production, for application of that as a road construction material. And so, in terms of working life, I've worked in both construction, road construction industry, and then road consulting firms. And then I've also worked with the Ministry of Roads and Highways before as a civil servant. So it was at the Ministry of Roads and Highways as a civil servant, then I resigned in the year 2008 to contest for the first time to be a member of parliament for Mampong constituency. So I won the primaries in May 2008 and went on to win the general elections of 2008 and entered parliament on the 7th of January 2009. So for 2 terms, I served the good people of Mampong. Then 2014, I made my first attempt to seek the leadership nomination of the New Patriotic Party. Out of 7 contestants, I came in 3rd in that contest. And then after that, we supported our candidate, then now sitting president, Nana Akufo-Addo, and the party won in the 2016 elections.
It appears you've done nearly everything, your political life and all of that. Now let's just come down to the main crux of the issues. Now you want back in the race. Why now?
Well, this is an ambition that was based on my personal conviction, and my first attempt was in 2014. And you know, in life, you make progress. And that ambition has not been truncated. So if the opportunity has come for 2023, the New Patriotic Party will search or look or elect a new person to lead the party for 2024 elections. Once I have not truncated my ambition, I need to put myself forward.
You believe it's the right time?
Well, the timing cannot be more than now. In any case, in 2014, I was 49 years when I made my first attempt.
Okay.
And in interacting with the rank and file of the party in 2014, they saw the potential in me, and some encouraged me that even in 2014, if I was not successful, I should consider that in the future, I will still have the opportunity to lead the party. So we move on. It's not a step by step. And so if this year, which will be a competitive elections to be run by the party, and let me let you know that after 2014, the party has not held any competitive presidential primaries. because the sitting president won, and then 2020 he had to run unopposed on the ticket of the party. So almost 8 to 9 years now, we are now going to have another competitive elections in the party.
It's interesting you mentioned that because as you are well aware, there are a number of faces, names that have come up who are also interested in this same position. How well do you see yourself in terms of performance?
Well, how well would I see myself in terms of performance when
because there are a lot of
2014,
big names, actually.
Big names do not win elections. Elections are won by your character, by your good self, endearing yourself to the electorate, articulating your vision, and they having the acceptability for you that you could be and you are able, qualified to be their leader. Not necessarily any name as such. And so, similarly, in 2014, when the 7 contestants that I was one of them, I was seen to be the underdog. I was seen to be somebody unknown in the political environment of our country. The other 6 contestants had all worked under J. Kufuor's administration, either as ministers of state or deputy ministers of state. And Adenimo had not been in that position before. But when we went through that process in 2014, I came in 3rd, which was an enviable position that I secured for myself. And that shows the potential that the MPP delegate found in me and then encouraged me to make progress with this ambition. So currently, we are all expressing interest to seek the leadership nomination. The race itself has not begun.
Sure.
It will officially begin when the party opens nomination. And then one is able to pick the nomination form, complete it with all the supporting documents as it may be required by the party, together with the prescribed filing fee. Once you submit all these things, then you are in the race. And so for now, I'm sure you are also hearing names that may contest. But it could surprise you that at the opening of nomination, some of the names that you may have in mind may decline not to contest. Because conditions, every day, conditions are changing. Now I am championing the cause of a new phase for the party. Why do I say so? Since 1993, it has been an 8-year cycle between MPP and NDC. NDC had their first 8 years under Jerry Rawlings as their leader and president of the republic. In the year 2000, we had Professor Mills as a sitting vice president. He became the candidate for NDC, the presidential candidate. But he could not bring the 8 because he was part of the government. He was in the government as a sitting vice president. So he couldn't break the 8. Then in 2008, under J. Kufuor-led administration of MPP government, the current president, Nana Addo, was a minister in J. Kufuor's administration. He also became the candidate, the presidential candidate for the MPP in 2008. He was part of J. Kufuor's administration at that time. He also could not break the 8. Then 2016, which is the latest one, you had Mr. John Dramani Mahama as a sitting president with NDC 8 years. His effort to break the 8, he couldn't make it.
So you're drawing all of these on a pattern?
Yes, of course, and that is clear. And it is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, I mean the party in government, after your 8 years, you pick somebody who is also part of the government, then you are not likely to succeed.
But be that as it may, the MPP seems like a very unpopular party right now.
Well,
don't you agree?
No, I do not agree with you. Maybe some people may be disgruntled. Some may be unhappy. Okay? The appeal may have declined, but it doesn't mean that it is unpopular. Okay?
You don't agree it's unpopular?
No, the party is made up of individuals. We are all party members. I'm a party member.
Okay.
And so our base as a party still remains. And usually it is what we call the undecided voters or the floating voters that we want to appeal to, because by your own base, you may not be able to secure the 50% plus one to win the general elections. Then you need to stretch your hands and appeal to the undecided voters or the floating voters. And so if one wants to make a claim that the party is unpopular, you may be dissatisfied with the character and behavior or performance of one or two or three people in government. But to make a general conclusion that the party is unpopular, I beg to disagree. Because it shouldn't be all the people in the party. It shouldn't be all party members whom that you or other people may be dissatisfied with. And that is why I say that it is not appropriate to describe that the party is unpopular. Maybe the behavior, the character, the performance of some personalities in the party at the moment may not be satisfactory.
Let's have a scorecard. Let's mark the MPP on a scale of 1 to 10. What would you put the party?
In terms of what? If you want to score, you must have your criteria.
Maybe we can start from the economy. On the economy, score the MPP.
Well, I mean, it will not be prudent on my part to give a score from 0 to 10. Honestly, it will not be appropriate.
Maybe let's move away from the economy. How about on the delivery of promises?
But of course, we are experiencing difficult times in the economy. I agree. We are experiencing difficult times because of the level of indebtedness that we have, both external and domestic. And government is taking the steps to see how the economy can improve by the microeconomic indicators in terms of interest rate, inflation, the exchange rate, how we can achieve stability on all these microeconomic indicators so that the happiness of citizens can be fully restored. Yes, we are experiencing these challenges. Now, government is dealing with the debt exchange program. We're talking about some haircuts here and there, you know. So all this approach is intended to restore the confidence back into the economy and to stabilize the economy with all these indicators. And it is possible that it will take a year or a little over a year to see some signs of recovery. Okay, to see some signs of recovery. And I also believe that once government also prudently looks at the expenditure side of the budget equation and then be able to cut down on some expenditures that may not be necessary for government, it will also help to cushion the liquidity of the country for our ability to service our debt and still have sufficient funds for our investment project.
Let me hold you right there. When we return, I would take the conversation right from here. We are speaking to Honorable Francis Adenimo. We're still here with Honorable Francis Adenimo, who is seeking the nod of delegates of the NPP to become their flag bearer. Honorable, before we took those messages, you were actually talking about cutting down on expenditure, unnecessary expenditure. There's also the issue of the DDEP and all of that. What do you say about what's happening now. The government asking people to more or less enjoy all these haircuts and things like that, yet itself as a government is not taking a lot of the forefront doing these fairs. What do you say about that?
Eche, there's a problem. And the problem is that our debt is not sustainable. We are using about 70% of our domestic revenue to service our debt. So how much is remaining to pay for compensation? How much is remaining to pay for other government services and statutory payments? Then how much will remain for you to undertake investment projects in terms of infrastructure, roads, schools, hospitals, and then even the ability to feed yourself. So currently we have a problem. I do not want us to focus our attention on what I will put in quote, Nahu Kosam. At this stage, where there's a problem, you look for a solution to the problem. Then when the solution is secured or is found, then we can come back home and ask ourselves who is the causative agent or who caused that. And then once we identify who caused that, then we can say that we are prescribing this punishment for you. We have a debt on our neck. Our economy is in distress. It's in crisis. We are seeking $3 billion loan, concessional loan from IMF. The IMF money is not going to be free. Because we are a member country of IMF, that is why we are getting it at that low interest rate. But it is repayable. But the IMF also wants to make sure that by extending that credit facility to Ghana, we have the ability to pay it back at the appropriate time. So they are saying that, look at the level of your debt. Do something about it. Let's see how the program you have to contain your debt, sustain it, be servicing it, whilst you take on board to our money, and still you'll be able to service that money at the appropriate time when it is due. The best thing in my view to do is to engage citizens. And I'll give, for the benefit of viewers and listeners, an incident, a situation that happened in Germany. At that time, we had West Germany and East Germany. When the Berlin Wall was broken and the unification came, West Germany was more developed than East Germany. So there was this differential. Then the chancellor at that time came up and said, look, those from the West, the East guys are our brothers and sisters. We need to help to develop the East as well. So let every individual make a contribution for the development of the East German portion of the entire unified Germany. And by the engagement, the citizens of West Germany accepted that we are now one country. Let us help one another. And they all made contributions to support the work of the government. And today, if you go to Germany, the east portion or east side of Germany even has modern infrastructure more than the west part of Germany as at that time today. To relate it to our country, we have a problem. Let's look for the solution. What I will admonish the Akufo-Addo-led government is that they should engage people. They should put the figures down. I know pensioners who have invested their pensions in bonds are so dissatisfied and they said they will not participate in the debt exchange program. Because some say, you won't pay me until 10 years. Even my coupon that should be paid maybe twice a year, you are also going to reduce the rate for me. And my principal will be in 10 years. By 10 years, will I be alive or not? These are genuine concerns that they have all expressed. But granted, we also have a problem. So the admonishment goes to government for government to put the figures down. This is the total number of pensioners who have invested their pensions in bonds. The total number is this. The quantum of their investment is so much. If we have to pay this, pay that, we are unable. The spreadsheet will indicate. And then the government can decide, let us perform some iteration. We vary this, we vary that, we vary that. Whilst you, government, you are doing that, check your expenditure side. Maybe the president can decide to issue a directive that henceforth, apart from the president, maybe the chief of staff and the executive secretary to the president, the speaker of parliament and the clerk of parliament, and then the chief justice and the judicial secretary and the vice president and his secretary, no government official should travel outside the country on board business class. Everybody traveling as a public official on government business, we should travel economy. No, that directive can be issued. If you are a minister of state and you are going outside the country on government business, why can't you also sit in economy class in the airplane? You know, it will also be cutting, it's part of cutting down the government expenditure. Maybe expenses on fuel. We should need to look at expenses on fuel. Can we reduce so that you encourage all public officials or appointees, government appointees, to use saloon cars whilst they are in what? In the capital city of Ghana and working. If they have to trek to other parts of the country, then they can have access to their cross-country vehicles, the V8, and then travel.
It's very clear.
These things are things that administratively, it can be done.
Sure.
It can be done.
But these are things you can do.
Sure, absolutely.
Now
and
it's
they are
clear.
part of the things that I have in my mind. That is why last week when I announced my intention and within my speech, one of the areas I said was how we would improve on our public service delivery. And therefore, we will not go into the usual business of incremental budgeting. Now is the time for us to do budgeting from first principles. If a state institution, you have computers, laptops, or office equipment, or office furniture, and they are just a year, 2 years, 3 years, and they are still in good use, why would you want to continue to purchase those items again in the ensuing year? Because you have budgeted for those things. No. So we have to look at budgeting from first principles. And once we do all these things, administrative expenses can be lowered. Then it comes to public procurement. Procurement of contracts, especially the large value contracts, where you have to allow for competition. Because where there is competition, then you can be sure that you achieve quality and achieve value for money. Because all players in the game, everybody is now going to the drawing board to be very competitive in pricing, in all the proposals, the technical and the financial proposals that they will submit for the job that they have been asked to tender for.
Let me allow you to also get us into your bigger picture of what you want to do for the country. You've already painted a very gloomy situation of what it looks like now. What exactly is the message you'll be selling to Ghanaians? Okay. And then we can look at how much of the campaign is going on.
Actually, in my speech of last week, 1st February, which I will share copies with you, I outline 7-point policy development program for our country under my watch. My team, my good self, we have studied the situation and have developed the 7-point. There is an 8th point, but that one is reserved until I secure the nod, and then once we are into the competition, the campaign competition with our our competitors next year, then I will share that 8th point.
So the 8 is the game changer.
Yeah, that is
that what
going
is
to
tied
pass.
to the breaking the 8?
Well, the breaking the 8 has 3 basic conditions that need to be satisfied. The unity within the party itself must be strengthened so that we maximize our efforts. Then the government performance is also key, to help the party to break the 8. And then the 3rd condition is the face who will lead the party to be able to break the 8. But on my 7-point policy development plan, the first one is on agriculture. And as a country, we should be able to feed ourselves. We should be able to provide our carbohydrate needs, our protein needs, and then our minerals and vitamin needs as a nation. And all these we can do. For carbohydrate, we know is the cereals, maize, millet, rice, name the rest of the cereals. We also know the protein, livestock, poultry, fish. We should be able to do all this to be able to feed ourselves. Then vegetables and fruits. So the policy is that no Ghanaian should go to bed, go to school, go to work hungry.
We can do that on our own.
To achieve that, yes, we must look at agriculture and food sufficiency and security. So that is the first point. The second point, having eaten and you are satisfied as a human being, you are concerned with your education and your health. So the 2, the 2nd and the 3rd can be education and health, or health and education, because they are all social sectors of our economy. You need to develop, you need to go to school, and in terms of our education, technical, vocational, and skills training will be key under my watch.
I'm tempted to just ask a follow-up question just on this. We know how many times politicians have invested in education and health in particular, but it doesn't seem like the same politicians want to be part of that system. Their children don't school in the same schools. The politicians don't use those health facilities.
So we need to reverse it.
How do we do that?
If you come up with that policy, then you must believe in it. You must believe in it. And leadership is by example. Okay? So for now, we are pursuing free senior high school education, which in my opinion is very fantastic policy. So every child, right from kindergarten or nursery, through kindergarten, through basic education, primary, JHS, you should end up at least at the senior high school level. And that is good. So it is for government to improve on the quality of the educational institutions so that all of us, I should find my children, provided I have children who are still young to go to school. And for in this particular case, I do not have. My kids have all completed tertiary institutions.
Okay.
But everybody should be encouraged. Because if you are introducing a system and you cannot participate, then it means you don't believe in it. You must believe in it, participate in it, because it's leadership by example.